Welcome to this December 5th meeting of the Charlotte City Council Transportation Planning and Development Committee. My name is Ed Driggs. I chair the committee. We'll start with introductions of committee members in the room.
Malcolm Graham, committee member, District 2.
Good morning, James Mitchell, committee member at large.
And online committee member, Ms. Johnson.
Good morning. This is Renee Johnson, District 4.
Vice Chair.
Good morning, everyone. Vice Chair Dante Anderson, District 1.
And our guest.
Braxton Winston at large, serving as Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, let's go around the room, starting back there.
With the Charlotte Department of Transportation.
Laura Harmon with Planning.
Jason Lawrence, Charlotte Area Transit System.
Alicia Osborne, Planning.
Mike Davis, Stormwater Services.
Dave Benton, Planning.
Mariah Wozniak, Planning. Tracy Dodger, Assistant City.
Kelly Goforth, Cats.
Andy Mock, Cats.
Allison Craig, Interim Planning Director.
Liz Babson, Assistant City Manager.
Yolanda Jones, Planning.
And Alexander, Charlotte Department of Transportation.
Thank you. We have 3 agenda items today: community area planning and alignment, infrastructure meeting planning, and Silver Line interlining. So without further ado, for the first agenda item, I'll hand over to Allison Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I'm here today to talk to you about community area planning and the alignment rezoning process. And I want to mention, too, that I've got the 2 project managers here also in the room to be available to answer questions as needed. So Alicia Osborne is the project manager for community area planning, and Laura Harmon for the alignment rezoning process. So this is a timely discussion. We are launching these efforts citywide in January, and we really could use council support and help and guidance in making sure the word gets out and making sure your constituents are involved. I think it's also important, since you have the infrastructure item on your agenda today, we will be talking about infrastructure needs as part of the area planning process, including an assessment of what those needs are, including phasing and prioritization. So today, I'll talk briefly about where we've been in terms of our blueprint for growth, and then talk about what these 2 efforts are, what we hope to accomplish, and what the schedule and timing are for them. Next slide. So, as you all are aware, we adopted the Charlotte Future 2040 Comprehensive Plan last June. This is a really citywide plan, sets the foundation and framework for growth. And alongside that were several supporting initiatives, including the policy map, which is a translation of the plan's place-based policies based on the expected growth in households and jobs that we're expecting in the future. The strategic mobility plan passed this earlier this year. It's our blueprint for our future transportation system, for safe and equitable mobility. And then finally, the UDO, which is the land development rules for growth, implementing the vision through our ordinances. Next slide. So next up is community area planning. As I mentioned, the comprehensive plan was citywide, and now when we get into area planning, we're really going to start getting into some specific guidance for our different community areas. And so this will translate the comprehensive plan vision and goals to each of these different 14 areas. We'll look at existing conditions, we'll look at opportunities and challenges, and the components of the plan will include refinement of the policy map as needed. We'll look at needed street connections, what infrastructure projects are needed, and how we might be able to partner with the private sector to accomplish these goals. Next slide. So included in this effort will be an alignment rezoning. So this is different than a translation. So the translation of our old zoning districts to the UDO districts will occur in June of this year. But these don't necessarily match what our aspirations are for the comprehensive plan and the policy map. So we will need to undergo an alignment rezoning to make sure the UDO districts align with what we aspirationally want to see in our city. So this process will update the city's official zoning map, telling you what can be built, where it can be built, how it can be built. And as a part of this that hasn't been developed yet, we'll need to develop criteria to guide what those future changes are. So I know there's been some questions about, well, when you align the zoning map to the policy map, what criteria will you use to determine which of the different zoning districts are used within that place type? And that criteria is still under development, and we'll be working with you all in the community on that. Next slide. So this is very deliberately a joint approach, so these two efforts will work together. And the main reason is that the community doesn't necessarily understand the difference between vision and regulations, vision and policy, and what the rules and requirements are. They just want to understand what can happen in my neighborhood, what can be built, how can it be built. And so it's really important for these two efforts to work together. So it'll really help the community understand. It also helps us in terms of maximizing the time and the city efforts and the number of workshops, et cetera, that we'll be doing as part of this. And so we'll be able to match zoning with area planning as part of this coordinated effort. So this is 2 years, citywide, coordinated communications, engagements, and working with our interdepartmental partners. Next slide. So a lot of people will be involved in this process, certainly from the planning team in terms of the different divisions that are organized and involved in this effort, as well as our consultants, certainly working with the manager's office as well. But I think the really important piece of this is that we're organizing based on topics. And so you've got all these different departments that will be involved in this effort. And so be looking at, for example, transportation across the entire city, or fire service, or water, et cetera. And so these teams will be really organized based on their subject matter expertise rather than a particular geography, and be able to make sure that we're looking holistically across our city, meanwhile applying those needs to specific communities. So there'll also be an interdepartmental team, that's certain representatives that will help ensure that their department leadership is engaged and involved in this effort. Next slide. So I wanted to mention what the ultimate outcomes, what the work products and deliverables will be for these two efforts. So on the community area planning side, you will have 14 different community area plans, and included in this plan will be a map. There'll be lists of new infrastructure and amenity needs. We'll talk about what sort of phasing and prioritization may need to occur as part of this. What sort of partnership opportunities could we see in terms of the private sector and public working together to ensure this, and what an overall strategy is for implementation. There will be a refined policy map, so as we see changes to the place type map or the policy map that are needed, there'll be an updated map, and then there may potentially, as a result of these conversations, could be some policy changes that may be recommended for future updates to the Charlotte 2040 Comprehensive Plan. For the alignment rezoning deliverables, there will be an updated zoning map, so we'll go from a translated map to an alignment zoning map. So this will involve a rezoning process where We'll recommend changes to the zoning map, and that will need to go through a rezoning process to accomplish those. We will be looking at some of the conditional districts and conditional zoning, but we may do those at a later phase just because of all the detailed notes and just processes that those property owners have gone through with both council and the community, so we may review those at a later date. Next slide. So we anticipate this to be really a little over a 2-year effort, and so we will launch this, as I mentioned earlier, citywide in January. We'll have a number of workshops throughout the community, throughout the 2 different years. We'll have different places and time where we'll have draft zoning maps out for people to consider and to react to, and then ultimately we'll come back before council in early 2025 for review and adoption. Next slide. So we were often asked, well, you've done area plans in the past. We've been very successful in those. How is this different? Why can this be accomplished so quickly? And when our area plans have taken a long time. And this is different because we didn't have a comprehensive plan before. And so now we have a vision, now we have goals. And so this will build on those and really start to look at, well, what's specific in those goals that are needed in that particular community. And so a lot of that visioning and goal work has already been done as part of the comprehensive plan. We also have a map already that was adopted earlier this year, and so this will build and refine that, but we aren't starting from scratch. And we're also using larger boundaries, and so through the different community areas, we'll encourage collaboration and looking at commonalities between different communities, and ultimately to help support the implementation of those efforts. Next slide. So the goals of the communication of this effort is to be accessible, equitable, and inclusive. So we'll be really looking at what's the audience, what sort of messaging is appropriate and best captures that audience, and what sort of tactics can we use to ensure that they're aware of the work that's going on. So be looking at a number of different ways in which we are engaging people from different types of media, printed materials, social, and really building on the lessons learned and the successes that we've found with both the comprehensive plan, the policy map, and the UDO. So the engagement strategy goals are to be equitable and inclusive. We've got a number of different outreach methods that we intend to be available 24/7. So those are websites and social media and newsletters, toolkits, and then starting to look at very targeted and coordinated efforts of different types of workshops. We had great success with office hours, partnering with other entities on their culture events, and had also great success with virtual sessions that people could just jump on and ask questions. And then also wanting to be really collaborative and working in partnership with other groups, and so working with you all, different planning commissions, committee, council, and different subcommittees that we have here with the city. Next slide. So as I mentioned, again, if I haven't said it enough, January 2023 is really when we start to kick off our presence, and then the workshops and really starting to get into the community and rolling up our sleeves will begin later in February. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
That was very compact. Thank you. I don't suppose there are any questions, committee? I imagine there are a lot of questions. Mr. Mitchell.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just information, I would love to see the 14 areas, if you can provide that to us.
And if you could just go back really quick, Yolanda, that's, I think, but we can get you a more detailed map, but it's on that, I guess, 4th slide. But yeah, that's available on our website. It's a similar geography that we use for the policy map as well. So but we can get you more detailed information.
Can we get 11 by 14?
Absolutely, sure thing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Failing eyesight, yeah. So, anybody else, anybody online? I have a few questions. I think as people look at this, that there's a level of detail still in terms of what will happen when. So is the alignment expected to be put in place at the same time as the area plans?
Yeah, that's correct. So they're really working hand in hand, just because I think it's really important for the community to understand, the vision and regulations have to work together, and sometimes it can be, blurred at times as to which is which, and so they really just want to know what can happen in their community. So those will be together with ultimately a rezoning process that occurs at the end of the effort.
And we're going to start in March of next year accepting petitions with the new zoning categories in the expectation that they will be processed after the effective date. of the
So
UDO, right?
so conditional UDO rezoning requests will be allowed on February 1st, and
February
conventionals will be on March the
Right,
1st.
right. And then, so on the effective date, the translated zoning categories will be applied.
Correct.
Which means that from that time forward, your by right development opportunity is consistent with the new classifications. And that we will no longer have the old area plans, we really don't have those now. But whatever the rules are for the new classifications will then apply to redevelopment at any site, starting as of the effective date.
Correct, unless you're in a condition, unless you have a conditional zoning.
Conditional, yes, thank you. And a couple of other things. When these updates occurred to the policy map and so on, the work you were describing, which one of those changes will be subject to council approval? Are we going to have text amendments, or if you change the policy map, do those come back to us?
Those come back to you all for approval.
Right, all of them, right?
All of them.
And will that be done on a 6-monthly cycle, or are we going to have ongoing kind of processes?
So we have talked about a process for an application and people making changes to the policy map by request. I think really where this is best captured right now is through the area planning process, and we can look at each of those through the area planning process, but any change to that map will come through council for request for approval.
And in future, the consistency statement, is that with reference to the area plan or
To the comprehensive plan.
to the
And
comprehensive plan? But I mean, if we're looking at, like right now,
Right.
right, we have a statement of consistency which the council adopts and
Right.
approves. And that currently is with reference to area plans, I believe, right?
right now, we're looking at the comprehensive plan because the area plans have really been retired at this point, and so we're looking at the comprehensive plan for our consistency statement.
Right, so does that mean the policy map, or what
The policy
specifically
map
are
and
we
the-
using as the kind of criteria? I see some nodding in the background there. Hi there, Laura.
Yeah, so right now we're using,
Come on up and talk.
Come on down.
This is Mr. Pettin.
Thank you. Yeah, currently we are, thanks, using the policy map for our consistency statement. So you'll see, it is consistent with the 2040 policy map that was adopted and went into effect in June of this year. I imagine, your question is more, how will we use that moving forward with 14 area plans, correct?
Right.
Okay, so my understanding is that will then also be, consistency will be derived then off the policy map that is for that specific area. So you may have, it's consistent with the policy map for, I can't read because my eyesight is not great either,
South,
but
middle, or whatever.
south middle
Yeah.
policy map. And so that's where that consistency statement will still be derived from. Now, all the other goals and things will still fall under the comprehensive plan as a whole, but the map and land use consistency will come from these 14 maps that we have that are further refined out.
But they'll be refined through area planning, but they'll ultimately feed into a policy map. So there'll be
Right.
a policy map for the entire city, and so that's what you'll refer back to.
So I think I've mentioned before, right now, we're in a curious state of limbo, right? Because people are applying for MUD or R3 or whatever, the old classifications, and the consistency is being judged with reference to the policy map. And I don't know how big those differences are, or whether that creates, a real problem in terms of the disconnect. But you have recommended or not recommended approval based on inconsistency or consistency, right? So you have some set of criteria that you're using for your recommendation that is not limited to the consistency. And in fact, one of the things that's interesting lately is a lot of our petitions come through, they are inconsistent, and you're recommending approval. So I think maybe for some petitioners, and at times for me, that means that we're not quite sure what rules we're playing by. And I appreciate the work you do. I don't disagree with your conclusions, but it can seem a little arbitrary and maybe even hard for us to interpret. I don't know if anybody else has that problem, but it does seem odd that we just adopted the policy map and we're seeing quite a few petitions come through that are inconsistent and are recommended. So the better we can communicate clearly to the public and, because, Ms. Craig, as you mentioned, people are wondering what could happen near me, right? And right now, as they dig in, it's hard for people to kind of be confident about what our rules allow or don't allow. And also, I'm seeing a situation personally where there's a big rush to density, and we're going to talk about infrastructure, but at times, some of the petitions are apparently consistent with our 2040 plan and are not very sensitive to their context. So, as I say, I think the clearer we can be in our communication with the community, the better about all that.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson.
Anybody else?
Ms. Johnson.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question for Ms. Craig as far as the input from the community and the committees. We currently have a couple of committees. There's the NEST committee, and I believe there's a committee looking at the community benefits. And so I wanted to know what type of input are we going to receive from them in order to implement this plan, and also our community partners such as Mecklenburg County. And I would like some input from the school district or from CMS. If we're looking at a comprehensive plan, I think and there might be a vehicle for this, but I just want to hear about it, that we should be hearing from the county as far as the wildlife displacement and environmental issues, and also from the schools. So is that a part of the plan to hear from each of those different entities?
Yes, there is. So both of the county as well as CMS are involved in sort of this interdepartmental effort. And so there's a number of different groups that are engaged or will be engaged in the area planning process. So that they're vital parts of having the conversations about how we want and can grow in our community. And so they will have a seat at the table to weigh in for sure.
Okay, thank you. And what about those outlying areas such as Gastonia and Cabarrus County? Are we engaging with those counties that are contingent or next to ours? Are we engaging from a regional perspective in order to develop this plan?
I mean, we are certainly working with all those partners in a number of different ways, particularly as it relates to transportation. I mean, this is a City of Charlotte, comprehensive plan, so it's really more focused on what's here in our county and city. But there are a number of different efforts that we have citywide that we're really working with those adjacent counties.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Johnson, I have a couple of responses to your points, too. As far as the schools are concerned, our past practice has been to submit to CMS a petition and get back from them some estimate of the number of seats or students and the status of the schools, but without really any recommendation or input. I've tried on occasion in the past by engaging with principals and with school board members to get a more meaningful reaction, because often on council we're held responsible for the fact that development is occurring that is creating crowding in the schools, and we really don't want to cross over to where we take responsibility for that. That needs to be the school board. The reaction I got often was, you go ahead and let the city grow, and we will kind of build the schools accordingly. But there's a huge lag in that process. So my kids, for example, were in trailers for years. So I think we can be more pointed in terms of what we ask of CMS in particular, but also the county, and say, we need this kind of input from you, because the responsibility for the adequacy of our schools is yours, and yet we have to have something we can refer to. And if I'm going to be influenced in a vote on a petition by considerations of schools, then I'd like to do so on the basis of some very specific input. They have capital budget plans, as we know. There's going to be a bond offering next year. So you can see the kind of future taking shape. but it all takes years. And meanwhile, many of the schools are already at 120 and 150% of capacity. So I hope we can have a really meaningful conversation about that. Ms. Johnson, what was your second point? I had a thought about that too. I can't remember what it was.
About the region.
The county and the, just engaging with all of the players that are impacted by
right.
these growth.
Oh, the transportation, I think you mentioned, were we being regional about it? And I wanted to say about that we're being very regional in terms of our mobility plan and basically using Connect Beyond as a footprint for a larger regional transportation strategy. So that's an opportunity for us to engage with our neighbors and with the larger MSA. But that conversation so far is limited specifically to mobility concerns. And I think what you're suggesting is it could be broader based if we start thinking of ourselves more as a region and less as just a city. But our plan is a Charlotte-specific plan.
And if I could follow up on one thing you were mentioning about CMS. You all should have gotten, I believe in your Friday email a couple weeks ago, about a spring planning coordinating meeting that really starts to bring together the officials from different towns and schools and county, et cetera. And we were having a meeting to just talk about that, and one of the CMS board members got really excited about area planning. It was like, this is a really good time for us to coordinate and work together. And so I feel like the spirit was great to really be thinking about that more proactively. So.
Good. Okay. Mr. Winston.
Thank you. Ms. Craig, I guess the question I have, if I'm remembering back to the comprehensive 2040 plan, while the community area planning process is highly important, that is not a stop, right? That, some of these regions are larger than others. And they have, as Mr. Driggs alluded earlier, different parts of different districts will have different growth strategies and patterns. So, for instance, the South Inner that touches Uptown might have very different strategies than the South Inner that touches the South Middle section. So what is the kind of even further zoomed in process? Not, let's try to confuse more people about how this process works. What are the steps after the kind of community area planning process?
So, so we'll really start to look at, like you're saying, the growth strategy for even within a community area is not going to necessarily be the same. And so, but a part of the plan process will be an implementation strategy about how we start to accomplish those things, whether it's from an infrastructure perspective or different partnerships that are needed. And so that's really will be the next step, is sort of an implementation strategy. And then those area, we haven't really done this kind of comprehensive planning across our city in, almost 50 years. And so I think the hard part is getting the larger comprehensive plan in place, getting these area plans in place, and then we will continue to update and refine them over time. So.
Correct. So while once we won't complete all area plans at once, you will have some area plans that will be more mature than others as we go through this process. So how will, and I understand if we don't have a final answer, but how will, just blanked on my question. So, no, but we'll, I guess how will the community area plans that complete before others inform future processes?
So we are looking to finalize all of them really at the same time. And so we will be going to different parts of the community throughout the entire 2-year process. And I think it presents an opportunity too, as we start to find commonalities between the different communities, even if they're not even necessarily adjacent to one another. They might have different strategies or needs that we might be able to kind of look across community areas and make sure that they're working together. And so the intent is to adopt them all at the same time. So, and being in and out, having workshops throughout the entire city. So that way we're not starting in one place whereas other people are waiting.
So last question, that I did not anticipate that answer. So how do how does staff think about managing next year? It's going to be an election year. You could have obviously new council, however it plans out, but how do you think about managing those transitions? You know, it's often seen, you know, I don't know if it's an urban legend or not, that says processes slow down during election years. How are we going to manage that and push forward? Because 2 years is ambitious for 14 different area plans at once. So I would love to have some vision on that.
So there is a strategy of not having any requests for council decisions come next fall. So we're pushing that out so that really next year is spent in the community talking to individuals. And so whether that's this council or the next council, I mean, I would hope that you all are engaged in making sure your communities are involved and making their voices heard. And so I'm hopeful that it'll be less disruptive when we get into the election process next fall as it would be if we were trying to get something adopted.
Thank you.
Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll try to be very brief, but the staff and committee, I think we need to use this opportunity to continue to facilitate bringing our developers and neighborhood leaders closer together. You know, I wasn't here. I know you all want to do a lot on the 2040, but as we talk about now how we're going to develop our city for the future, I think it's important to make sure our language is appropriate for the audience. So as we talk to our neighborhood leaders, make sure it's the language that they understand. And of course, we talk to the developers, language they understand. But I do think then, Mr. Chair, this committee and this whole council, we need to help facilitate those and say, how can we work together to make Charlotte a better city for everyone? And I have tried over the years, and I know most of us get these when the blue Z goes up. It's like boxing gloves. You get in your corner, and you get in your corner, and let's duke it out. And I think we need to change that narrative and help be part of the change that we say either through our town hall meetings or working with us or have us come to council, go out to the Black Political Caucus, REBIC, those organizations that we need to have their voice at the table. And let's help facilitate a more working relationship in the future, because this is major for our city.
It is.
And if we can't have everyone to agree, and sometimes we're going to agree to disagree, but let's try to agree how we're going to move Charlotte. It's key right now that we work closer together.
Absolutely, I appreciate that.
I agree with that, and I think we've all experienced the fact that when it comes to the general public, the awareness a lot of this, or the ability to kind of get into these details is limited, frankly, and then it shows up next to your backyard, and suddenly it's very real. So our challenge, I think, especially for council members, but all of our challenge is to somehow get everybody to a level of comfort that they understand generally what's going on, and if something happens near them, it doesn't come as a complete shock. I wanted to mention, too, this is a heroic undertaking, has been for a while and still is. I appreciate all of you guys, right? I'm
Great
sure
staff.
there's a great deal of work that goes into this. Thank you. Okay. Our next agenda item is the infrastructure meeting planning. And do we have a couple of slides? I've got the piece of paper in front of me here, but can we put that up? So in a couple of weeks, we're going to have a discussion on council about infrastructure. And this came out of, I think, conversations in some of our meetings, recognizing that we were running up against constraints in our infrastructure, getting in the way of development, and possibly needing to be recognized as part of our planning process. So we're going to be more intentional about that, and the idea in this session and in each committee is to have a conversation by the committee with reference to its specific charge as to what that discussion should look like for infrastructure. And Mayor Pro Tem, I'll get to you in a minute, but and I will just sort of try to kick off the discussion by noting that if you recall, we saw this, right? And one of the things that struck me that I talked about when we were in that meeting was the magnitude of a lot of the challenges we face in relation to our CIP capacity. So, for example, the money that was budgeted for sidewalks, according to a quick and dirty calculation, translated into about 1/4 of a mile of sidewalk per year per district. So I think it's apparent that The big vision is going to depend on progress on the transformational mobility network and those much bigger dollars, because we have a $12 to $14 billion mobility plan associated with the adoption of the sales tax. The decisions that we make with reference to the CIP, just because of the amount of the CIP, are not going to achieve a lot of what we would like to do. But let's assume that we're addressing the resource question. Then the issue is what are the infrastructure considerations that we probably need to pay a little more attention to or need to incorporate in our thinking about the planning process? How do we prioritize those? So what do we consider to be the most urgent needs? Where will we spend the first dollars that we get? And we have, for this committee, we have as a reference the Transformational Mobility Network. We have the streets map and the mobility plan. Infrastructure includes things like water and sewer. And that has turned up as sort of a constraint for development. We've had to kind of suspend petitions for development, in particular because of a specific wastewater situation, but generally speaking, we're bumping up. Recognizing that Charlotte Water is an enterprise fund, and that therefore, if we make changes in their capital plan and their spending, it will be associated with an increase in water rates, right? So we don't want to start invading the general fund in order to achieve water. I don't know. I guess this committee is probably the one that would need to think about the water and sewer. But the big one clearly is mobility. And we have seen proposals in general about the magnitude of our transformational mobility network. We've seen some preliminary indications of allocations, like an 80% towards transit, 20% for other purposes. But what would be the committee's thoughts on either types of mobility or geography, or how do we pursue our social justice purpose and our other goals, economic development goals, when it comes to allocation of that larger amount of money? Because I think we need to think in that context. So I'll just throw it open. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that overview. It was, I think, pretty comprehensive, and you're right. I would just ask the committee to consider in the discussion that you're about to have. I sent an email last night, yesterday afternoon, addressed to the committee chairs, but it was really for all council as well as staff. We're going to have to give staff a charge at the end of today that really, I think, needs to tell them who needs to be at this meeting and how they need to structure this meeting, keeping in mind that council does not necessarily want to be presented to all the time, but wants to have a critical conversation where we do work. So in order to pull this off in 2 weeks, we're going to have a real kind of focused discussion on how we get there. So please, as you're having this discussion, take a look at that email, see some of those guiding questions and those guiding topics. Myself, Ms. Johnson, and Mr. Bakari worked on this over this past week to try to think about this. Again, this discussion this meeting that we're going to have in 2 weeks is going to take elements from all of our kind of policy areas, recognizing that infrastructure development, infrastructure investment is a collaboration of all of those policy areas. So this is really, again, to guide staff on how we are who is going to be at this meeting in 2 weeks and how this meeting is going to be structured. And with that, I'll turn it back over.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, are you assuming that there will be people other than us participating?
People, I think, would like that to happen. We're going to have to decide as a council of how this meeting is going to run. We're going to have to decide that today in order to give staff a chance of pulling this off. And again, recognizing and then this is something that Ms. Johnson and Mr. Bakari and I talked about, that the meeting in 2 weeks is really a starting point for a process that gets us to the real policy work to answer the question, of what strategies should we explore to address our infrastructure needs. And I know Ms. Johnson, again, was part of those conversations, so I don't want to just speak for her if she has anything to add to that.
I don't see a hand up yet, but I just wanted to mention, for the benefit of people who may not have seen your email, the points you suggested we consider. We need to allow our infrastructure investments to catch up with where our growth is today. We need our infrastructure investments to guide where future growth is appropriate. What are the biggest infrastructure challenges from each committee's policy-specific perspective? What do we define as major components and drivers of infrastructure investment within each community today? What metrics do we use to measure these components and drivers? What very specific policy approaches might we take to address these components, drivers, and investments? Are we able to map or visualize both areas that face infrastructure challenges and growth development trends in order to compare the two? And finally, language that will guide staff to bring us back to a roadmap for future policy work. I agree with those. The thing is here that there's a difference between principles and kind of hard sort of action steps. And I think we've seen in general that the rate of development is bumping up against infrastructure constraints. So when we go to address that, where do we start? What should be the criteria for prioritizing? So, I mean, if we could, let's just think about that. You've got a certain amount of money, and you've got identified needs. And we heard about the projects, if you recall it here. So I think we need to be involved in deciding how we sequence those projects. They can't all be done at once. There are non-financial constraints that say you can't, for example, build the entire rail system all at once, even if you have the money. So where do we go first? Any thoughts on that? Oh, Ms. Johnson, yes.
I'll take a crack at it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And you're right, Mr. Driggs, but those are the questions that we at least need to ask. Just because the scope of the problem is so huge doesn't mean that we don't need to step back and ask ourselves these questions. We have concerns from our residents and from us monthly at our zoning meetings, and we really need to take a look at how do we address these concerns. And that's why I was so passionate about having this meeting. We need to take a look at our sidewalks and our transportation and our stormwater. So, and I'd say schools, I mean, all of that fits into infrastructure, but if we're looking at this from this committee perspective, those are the questions that we need to ask, and we need to be able to present tonight in the committee meeting so that we can give the staff some direction. One of the things that we could do, we know what gets measured gets done. So let's get some statistics from staff. As far as stormwater, I'd like to see from the city water perspective, where are we getting most of our complaints or most of our claims for the pipe damage or for damage to the residents' yards. We know the policy is that the damage is now on the residents. I've had several of residents contact me in District 4, and the residents are responsible. We have some residents that have paid $20,000 twice for damage to their yards. So I'd like to find out where those claims are coming from, or is there another way that we could measure when the impact on stormwater? I know there's an area in the south side that we know it's at capacity. So let's hear from the city staff about that information. We need to be considering these points as we are approving development. We have these conflicting priorities, and I say this, but during zoning meetings, we put our head down and almost have to just focus on the growth. Well, this growth has consequences. So I just want to be able to take a look at the consequences of what we're doing. Maybe we can map particular areas where we know that the infrastructure is really, really burdened. And we just have to consider that. I know that we talk about 2040 and the 88 people moving here per day, but we need to take a look at the consequences on the current residents of Charlotte and begin to address those.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did read the email, Mayor Pro Tem, and I tend to generally agree on all those points. I don't know how we get there, right?
Yeah, that's the point.
I'm not sure what structure we put in place to get us to answering those questions, but those questions are legitimate, and I think it's legitimate in terms of what Councilmember Johnson the consequences of growth, right? How do we figure that out, and how do we impact that? So, the end is in the beginning, right? So where we want this to go, right? So maybe I can kind of figure out how we should get started, because I looked at it totally different in terms of preparation for this meeting, in terms of infrastructure. That's why I talked with Braxton 2 weeks ago. I said, well, help me understand where, because it's huge, right? I mean, it's huge. And my notes were the impact on Charlotte water, sanitation, fire, and police, right? Every time we approve something, all those departments are impacted. And so maybe we kind of look at that, right, and see the impact of that, and even sidewalks, right? Those kind of things we got to do, right? I mean, no matter what happens, because we're not going to stop growing. That's the only thing that I think is a certainty in this process. And then, we just had a federal infrastructure bill that passed a year and a half ago. So where's those dollars? Have they trickled down to us yet? And if so, has this management team identified priorities in terms of where those dollars are going locally? Are there any major infrastructure projects that we're doing now with the state? And is there a way for us to kind of find out within the next 2 to 3 years where they are? And is there any way for us to accelerate that with conversations? I don't know. Where are the hot spots? There are certain areas in the city that we kind of know that infrastructure is impacted. I mean, obviously, you can just, what I've been looking, it's probably in District 3, right? Because based on the number of rezonings that keeps coming up in District 2 and 3. But where's those hot spots, right? And do we have any measures in place now that takes a look at where they are and the funding priorities, right? So we can kind of find out where they are and maybe kind of put a hose on it and do it out. I mean, put it out. But I agree with you from our perspective, from a transportation perspective, is Connect Beyond and the mobility plan, right? And it's a regional approach, and it's working with the 13 counties around us and kind of see how we all work collectively for the impact on the infrastructure of the region, right? I think it gets kind of difficult for us to kind of, do it district by district or hot spots. I think that's something we ought to address. But from a transportation perspective, it's just really from my perspective, is the regional growth, the regional planning, the regional efforts, buying into Connect Beyond, really embracing the mobility plan, and talking to regional partners, et cetera. And I think that regionalism and infrastructure starts with the government in the building, right, with Mecklenburg County, so that we won't have a council meeting and a swearing in on the same night. But I digress.
Yeah, that's right. Keep going. That was interesting. Thank you, Mr. Graham. I agree with you, and I have 1 or 2 responses, but I wanted to hear from Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And not to be redundant, Mayor Pro Tem, I apologize. I did not read your email this morning, but thank you, Mr. Chairman, Councilman Graham, for giving us the kind of overview. And so when I was thinking about this infrastructure meeting that we're trying to have, I think I looked, particularly our committee, I broke it down like transportation, planning, and development, kind of our name. And so for me, there needs to be some information sessions about transportation itself, meaning what are state-owned roads, what are city-owned roads. We constantly get calls about, you need to widen 160, and I think for our citizens, it's frustrating when we say, that's not a city-maintained road. And so having that information session at the very beginning puts all of us on kind of on the same page. And so on the transportation, I had a list of state versus city-maintained roads, funding toward our mobility plan, Mr. Chairman, if you stated, and then some of the big projects we're talking about, the CTC and the Gateway. On the planning, now we go into the kind of 14 growth areas. We need to do our best to forecast, as Councilman Graham has alluded to, where is growth occurring? If it's Districts 2 and District 3, how do we forecast? How can we anticipate when stormwater, roads will be impacted, as well as solid waste? This is a big undertaking, but I hope we all realize we're not going to solve this in one meeting. And I think our objective should be, what will be our milestones to say we're making momentum and we're making progress, as opposed to leaving there December 19th and say, guess what? We done solved the problem. So I think we got to make sure we approach in December 19th with the right mindset. This is the beginning of something new. And development, I get the calls like everyone else. I think our new development need to encourage sidewalk on all our development projects. I get so frustrated, Councilman Graham, when we go to Statesville and we see the kids walking in the street to get the ransom. And I'm going, well, the city, we should be able to control some of that development. And last but not least, the stormwater. And Mike, I think you and I went to, I can't remember, it was one code, you and I, Angela, went the way to District 6, Councilman Driggs, in your area, and we had citizens who complaining about, some stormwater issue. I think we the 14th largest city in America. We're going to continue to grow. I think for us is how do we grow smart, less impact on our citizens, and making sure we're doing it right. Mayor Pro Tem, I totally agree, and I would recommend we have a facilitator to come somewhere at our December 19th, because I think staff and council, a facilitator can lead the engagement between staff and council. Sometimes I think we don't talk to each other enough, and having a facilitator to help us with that discussion, I think can be very productive. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can I add something really quick too? I think both of y'all mentioned sort of development hotspots or where development is occurring, and there's certainly a market aspect to that too, but that really was a major part of the comprehensive plan, is to really start to talk about how we want to grow, and that's when we really started to talk about centers and the 10-minute neighborhoods and being very, we have some natural centers that are already out there, but really making sure that those are spread throughout our city. So we have sort of identified that in the comprehensive plan and the policy map, but that doesn't mean that doesn't get refined over time.
And I just wanted to say the question of how we allocate resources on top of what you just described is what we probably need to take up. And I have Ms. Anderson. Dante?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yep, I am here. Sorry, I had to unmute myself. I agree actually with all the comments that my colleagues have made, and I think Mr. Mitchell just made an excellent suggestion of having a facilitator to run the meeting and to make sure that we're going deep in areas that we need to, but also putting some things in a parking lot where we need to. I would also like to say that as we think about the flow of this meeting, last week, Mr. Kenny walked us through an excellent presentation as it relates to mobility, and there were some criteria, 8 buckets that he laid out on slide 22, and I think if we could have some information underneath a couple of these buckets, in particular the safety high injury network bucket, where a lot of accidents are occurring within the city, as well as the growth activity centers and the equity transportation disadvantage index. I think all of those should be inputs into how we approach the discussion on the 19th and potentially prioritize what will come out in terms of action items. And the last piece I would say, and Mr. Chair, you hit on this already, but we've been talking about some of the pressures that will come out of our future CIP bond plan. And so if we have some programs that are in flight that will be under pressure in the upcoming years relative to dollars that are needed for those plans that are covered by CIP, perhaps we need to look at some of those as well to identify how do we make complete certain projects and fill in the gaps. So those are my inputs for how to plan, how the actual meeting should flow, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Mr. Winston?
Thank you. And I just wanted to respond to Ms. Craig and for staff. Again, part of what we were saying is we need to visualize these things. So some of those those data that you spoke about that we use for the 2040 plan, I was trying to pull it up. I know we do have some visualizations already. Some of those I actually just pulled up the manuals and metrics portion of the comp plan that has the equitable growth framework, those maps. These are things that our council is not necessarily familiar with, as we might need to be. So perhaps these are the things that we bring, right, that we're thinking about, so that, again, we're not reinventing the wheel here. Maybe that's what we need to do, not just say that we have them, but figure out how to present them, how to get council comfortable with them. But again, I think, again, from the committee, we need to make them clear, is this something that we want to see on Monday, or is that something that we want to talk about and get to in the future, you know?
Thank you, Mr. Winston. I wanted to comment that we have a lot of resources available to inform this discussion. So if you look at how Charlotte Water works, for example, they have financial projections. They have an inventory of all of their resources, the pipes, how old they are, schedule for replacements. Stormwater, as Mr. Davis knows very well, went through quite an elaborate process of trying to catch up with requests for service because we had gotten way behind. I think we've made a lot of progress there. But in each case, you've got like a capital account and an operating account. And the capital account is the way that we can best respond to growth demands, because that's where the money comes from that we spend on new infrastructure. And also, we have seen in a council meeting already from CDOT the road paving cycle and the need for sidewalks. So a lot of that information as to what the projects might be exists. What I think we need to try and go into the session with is imagine you've got those projects and you're trying to apply our priorities to those projects and decide whether the sequence that we have in mind for them now is right, whether the resources we plan to invest in them are adequate. And this is why I think it's important today that we do try to get down to kind of a little bit of nitty-gritty, right? It's just process, right? We don't have to choose the projects. But I think that, again, principles versus what does the agenda look like for the meeting? And what is our takeaway going to be from the meeting? What instructions will we give to the staff? And what will be our plan for how we intend to proceed on this topic? Mr. Mitchell, you're right. We're not going to answer all the questions, but let's try to figure out what the questions are. And for that purpose, I would mention again, what we have are a couple of possibly conflicting general priorities. And they're conflicting in terms of just the constraints we're up against. We have social considerations. So, a top priority of this council is to address the needs and to the issues, the legacy of the past. We have economic development concerns, which we need to be mindful of, where we need to kind of preserve the financial vitality of the city and sustain our growth in a balanced fashion. And then I would say there are sort of general quality of life criteria. So even in the areas that have not been identified as corridors, we can't have school children standing by the edge of busy roads waiting for a bus. And a lot of the roads in my district, for example, have gotten very busy, having originally been farm roads, and they're not improved at all, right? So I think it's not hard for us to agree on what we would like to accomplish. The real challenge in the planning process is dealing with the reality of our limits, of our constraints. And I'm hoping that in this conversation in a couple of weeks, we will start recognizing that and thinking in practical terms about if we have to make choices, what will be the basis on which we make those choices. So I think that's pretty much all the time that we've allocated to this segment. Ms. Babson, do you think you've got enough in the way of notes? Yes, Ms. Johnson, 1 second, I'll be right with you. Do we have enough in the way of notes to kind of report out? I'll talk to you after the meeting about which are the highlights.
Yes, sir. This was a good discussion. We appreciate the thoughtfulness in which you approached the conversation. Thank you in advance, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Bakari, and Councilmember Johnson for spending the time in advance of these meetings today to try to get together and help frame up the staff discussion and the council discussion going forward. I think one thing to think about, again, the meeting's in 2 weeks, so that's not a lot of time to pull this information together, but we can certainly provide information in the way of pre-read in advance of that December 19th discussion.
And I think in general terms, if we know what these resources are that I just alluded to, like we heard there were 200 projects, right? And we know that Charlotte Water and Stormwater, Ms. Johnson, to your point, a lot of work was done on stormwater to right-size that. The real question, the tough question there is who qualifies for city assistance. So the criteria that we have right now say that damage to your property, flooding on your property is not necessarily eligible for intervention by the city, but if it gets to the point where your property is being damaged by floodwater, then you might be. And we have those priorities for service requests. So if we can at least identify what resources like that we have to talk from, then that might help us to get to more specifics. Ms. Johnson.
Yes, thank you. One of the points in the email from the Mayor Pro Tem is a map. If we can come up with a map with different overlays, and I'll give you just an example from District 4. In the Mallard Creek quadrant, there are pending petitions, and there's about 18,000 trips that are pending. And that's on top of King's grants with, I think it's 1 million square feet. So there's all this growth, but this is a city-owned street, so we have no control over the improvement for traffic. So those are the kind of things that council is responsible for making decisions on, but we don't have all this information. Our zoning decisions are very siloed. So we've talked about cumulative traffic impacts for years. Mr. McKinney presented that and said that that would be a part of a future plan. If we could expedite that, if we could start seeing things from a comprehensive view, council, if our policies change where we're looking at things from a comprehensive view, then we can make more informed decisions. Because again, our siloed approach, our residents are dealing with the consequences of the growth. So we need to have information. So I'd like to see, for example, the Mallard Creek area, a map with these are the pending or approved rezonings in the past year or so. This is the impact on traffic. This is the impact on stormwater. The sidewalks, are there any priority projects? We need to see, our staff does a wonderful job, but there's all these projects and all this work that's going on. I'd like to see that in a comprehensive package. So if we could have a map of the city, and maybe this is the final outcome, and maybe this is a goal that we work towards, but we need to see where the growth is and where the challenges are on the infrastructure. And we need to be able to compare the two from a council perspective as we are making our decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. So I think we're ready to report tonight. And we're humming right along here. We can get to our third agenda item, which is the Silver Line interlining. And this relates to what the route will be for the Silver Line uptown. And on that, we have Ms. Goforth and Mr. Mock.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Kelly Goforth, the Director of Development for CATS, and thank you for the opportunity to present again this morning on the Link Silver Line project. Last month, we gave an update on the Center City alignment alternatives that we've been evaluating for the Silver Line as a result of some of the challenges we faced with the adopted alignment, as well as the results of the Urban Land Institute study. And we also presented an update on the refinement of the alignment at the Bojangles Arena area. And so today we want to just give you a quick update on the Center City alignment and focusing on some new information, including costs, and then give you an overview of the results of the public and stakeholder engagement process that we've been undergoing for the past couple of months. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Andy Mock, the Senior Project Manager for the Silver Line.
Thank you, Kelly. Kelly did a great job of introducing. Just as a reminder, though, to council, the three options that you see in front of you are what we've been evaluating over the summer months, what we brought to council last month, and what we're currently evaluating through the public engagement and stakeholder process. So option one is the locally preferred alternative. And from a Center City perspective, it goes along the northern side of Center City, adjacent to 11th Street in the Brookshire, terminating at Charlotte Gateway Station. Option two, we call Shared Blue Line. It comes around the northern side like the LPA does, but merges into the Blue Line and goes the whole way into Carson Boulevard. Option three is the Shared Gold Line, which merges into the Gold Line on Trade Street near Charlottetown and goes the whole way and terminates at Charlotte Gateway Station. The other item that's on the table that we collecting some public feedback is a potential Moorhead extension, which would be extending the locally preferred alternative Phase A to Moorhead Station. That was brought up as requested by stakeholders earlier on, and we got some public feedback on that. Next slide. So the next couple slides are just some visualizations so people can kind of understand the context. And what we're going to show is options for the locally preferred alternative, which is mostly elevated along the northern side of Center City. And the reason why it's mostly elevated is because of the interactions with all the ramps, the 11th Street and the Brookshire Freeway. As far as we have to cross over the 277, a lot of heavy construction required. So this is the 11th Street station with the connection to the Blue Line. This is something that was one of the reasons why the ULI was brought in to evaluate, because of that connection between the Silver Line and the Blue Line is vertically separated and also horizontally separated. You have to walk about a block and go down 2 levels. So there's some concerns about that connection. Next slide. This visualization shows what the elevated guideway would look like in 4th Ward at the Graham Street station. It would basically span over Graham Street, going from one side to the other, with connections down into the 4th Ward community as it begins to enter into the Charlotte Gateway Station district. Next slide. So on option 3, and we don't have any slides for option 2 or visualizations because it's basically on the Blue Line and there's nothing really to see. But Shared Gold Line for option 3 is really a very different context than a long 2-mile long elevated guideway. This is more of a integrated light rail in a new median of Trade Street. So we would have to rebuild Trade Street, rebuild some aspects of the Gold Line to incorporate a dedicated guideway to give us the reliability that we would expect.
So you would tear Trade Street again?
That would be required with this option.
What was that? Say no. All right.
Oh, yes, you're right. Good point.
So this would show. Can you go back a slide, please? There you go. This shows the view of like CPCC looking towards Center City. And so this would show, and in this section of Elizabeth Avenue, it would show there would be no traffic. It would be transit only on this section serving CPCC. Next slide. And this slide shows the view of Trade Street looking at Charlotte Gateway Station. The main block, Charlotte Gateway Station's main block, is on the left, top left. You see the bridge in front of you, that would be the Amtrak bridge and the connection up to the Amtrak elevation. So the light rail in this case would be a full 300-foot platform like we would do on the Blue Line, and it would span the whole block from Graham Street up to the bridge. Next slide. So just a quick overview of the markets that we're serving here. And each option kind of does, kind of serves things differently. Some it's better than others. So for the locally preferred alternative that goes around the northern side of Center City, that pink area is the area within a half-mile walk of the stations. And really what it does a great job of serving, and this data that you're going to see is existing 2019 data, so this is not a future year, but this is the existing data. And so it does a great job of serving the populations and households in 4th Ward and 1st Ward, so it really provides great access there. And it also provides access to and activates 250 acres of vacant underutilized property, which was one of the driving purposes of the LPA as we do the initial planning work. Oh, sorry, go back, please. The shared Blue Line option, really what it does a great job, and because it gets into South End, it increases the walk shed. So a lot more people, a lot more area has availability to access the stations because of the shared Blue Line. And really one of the primary things is it gets into South End, but it also spans to the northern side of the Brookshire. So it gets a little bigger access mode, both the South End side and the northern side. While the shared Gold Line coming right through Center City, the primary thing that it really serves really well is the employment on Trade and Tryon. It hits Trade and Tryon, it hits CTC, it hits all the existing generators and destinations on Trade Street. Next slide.
Yeah, may I? Can you go back to the slide? What would be helpful for us if you can add another category called construction impact? Because we get to see this in the whole entirety. And if we go down, I think Councilor Graham, both Mayor Pro Tem had the same feeling I had. If we choose the route that would go down the middle of downtown, we doing the Gold Line construction all over again. We got businesses down there now. How does Bank of America, tourists, our corporate community feel? And then you got tourism. And so I think you got to have another category called construction impact, so we would truly understand which one will be less intrusive on our community. And then we got a project that Tracy and John Lewis have worked on called a little CTC relocation, that if we choose one of these lines, we'll have an impact on that project as well. So it'll be helpful, and maybe I'm just speaking for myself, but it'll be helpful we have another category to construction impact, and we can see how they will impact all other projects. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So the question is, what would that metric be? I think it's a very important question, and certainly one that we've heard about. I don't know how you distill that to a number.
We note that challenge, but the devil's in the detail for how you do that at a very early level. I don't know if we could, we could surmise the impact of the Gold Line and assume it would be a similar type of an impact with the Silver Line, but we're not to a level where we can specifically lay out a construction zone at this point. It would probably just be an assumed rebuild of the scale of the Gold Line.
What can I add just as a follow-up? And so, can't you show these projects and say, impact it might have to the CTC? All the projects we have in the pipeline we're working on. Customer feedback, impact to our corporate partners. I think some of this we can gather right now, because if you tell Bank of America that for the next 3.5 years we're going to tear up Trade Street, what impact will that have on your business? I think some of that we can gather now.
I think the outreach has included stakeholder feedback, so I'm hoping you'll be.
We have a couple points, and we can open that up because lots of
Ms.
folks.
Dodson, since you're here, I'm very interested. I don't know whether you'd like to participate, but I think you might have some valuable input on some of these questions.
I can at the, you want me to do it at the end?
Probably.
Yeah, why don't, if you would, join us, and thank you. Thanks.
Andy,
See, I was thinking about you. I ain't even see you in here, but I know you're working hard on a.
Try to stay in the corner.
Let's skip ahead a couple. Yeah, you
Go to the
skip ahead, say 2 or 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, so let's pause here for a second. Now, we showed a lot of this data before, some of this destinations and travel times, and so that's not new to council. But one thing that is new is regarding the cost. So one of the big distinctions between options 2 and 3 and option 1 is the cost difference, and it's really driven by the scale of the bridge to get you from Central Avenue to Charlotte Gateway Station. And either one of the interlining options for shared blue line or shared gold line would have a plus or minus cost of less cost of $500 to $600 million in a year of expenditure. So there's a pretty significant cost savings by pursuing one of the interlining options, and it's really driven by the cost of the bridge. Next slide. And here, Councilman Mitchell, this is where we kind of note some of those, the construction and reconstruction of Trade Street as a trade-off to be evaluated. Again, how we measure that is a question. Next slide.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, you go back? Yeah, we noted that the reconstruction of Trade Street as a challenge or a trade-off there. We don't have a metric to it at this point, just noting it. The other new item is regarding the Moorhead extension, and there the trade-off is if we were to pursue the Moorhead extension as part of Phase A, if we follow the LPA, it's a much more expensive extension because we're elevated going into Charlotte Gateway Station, and we have to elevate over Norfolk Southern on an S-shaped structure. So a very large, expensive structure taking from Charlotte Gateway Station to Moorhead all bridge at that whole way. And so that's about a $400 to $500 million increase in cost to incorporate that extension into the project versus the shared gold line, which mostly goes at the Trade Street elevation, goes under the existing bridge, like as the gold line does, and comes up. So it's much less expensive to make that extension. And with the shared blue line, of course, you cannot make it to Moorhead in Phase A. So it's kind of a choice on shared gold line versus LPA, and then it has an impact of that cost. Next slide. As far as public engagement, let's skip to the next one. We have had a very robust public engagement going on over the fall on these 3 options. One thing to note, we had a lot of pop-ups and additional outreach, so some of our demographic information is much more balanced and diverse than previous years, and we're really proud of that. So we feel pretty good about the feedback we've gotten so far. This is showing through November 14th, but as of this morning, we were somewhere over 1,100 participants in the survey, so pretty good result for us. Next slide. Regarding Bojangles, just as a note, we're relatively, the public survey folks are relatively supportive, about 76% of supportive, 22% neutral, and only 2% opposed. So we're feeling pretty good about that option. We are having continue to have some focused outreach tomorrow night with some of the communities around there, but we still feel pretty good about moving forward with that one. Next slide. Regarding the key destinations, and this is kind of a proxy for some of the alignment choices. Just as a note, the top 3, and they've kind of distinguished themselves from the other ones, was really Moorhead Station, Charlotte Gateway Station, and CTC were the top 3 key destinations for our survey. The next 3 or 4 were kind of the next group down, and that was really Trade and Tryon, South End, 7th and 9th and 4th Ward. And as far as the survey result regarding willingness to transfer, about 3/4 of the folks were willing to transfer, with caveats if it works, if it makes sense, it's easy for them. So there was a general willingness for transfer between modes. That was just a good data point to prove. Regarding the overall supportiveness of the options and from the public's perspective, I feel like the LPA and shared gold line are generally similar in the level of supportiveness. There's a little more higher level of oppose for the LPA and a little lower level on shared gold line. And really, the comments, when you wade into the comments from the survey, it really breaks into almost like a philosophy of do you value going to new areas of the uptown, or do you value hitting Trade and Tryon in the areas that you have? So it's kind of it really breaks up in both the shared blue line and shared gold line are kind of similar in that way. We did have some negative feedback about the transfer for Phase B. And the LPA, a lot of people like the idea of serving new areas in Center City, but dislike missing Trade and Tryon and the core and CTC. Next slide. As far as our public engagement, we had virtual meetings on November 1st and 2nd, hit a lot of committee meetings including Historic West End, Friends of 4th Ward, and of course the stakeholder listening sessions. Next slide. And the stakeholder listening sessions were stakeholders that we worked with to kind of get some input from developer teams and other folks in Center City to get feedback on that. Will you get the next slide, please? Thank you. And so at a high level, and Tracy and Kelly and others, and Liz was in the meeting, so we can expand upon this, but what we basically heard was there was concerns about how the change would affect Charlotte Gateway Station and potential Amtrak, how it might impact current and future development opportunities if there's a change in the LPA, what might that mean towards future development plans and current development plans. How might that affect Charlotte Central Piedmont Community College, pedestrian and vehicle access, and how does that change the character of Trade Street from today? Now, Tracy, do you have anything to add to that? You were there.
I'll just add a couple of things. Some of it's anecdotal, some of it is hard fact, just from a dollars and cents. Part of what we heard last week, if I just back a napkin, talk about the loss. If I just back a napkin and talk about the loss of development opportunity that options 2 or 3 might hit, and this is around the Gateway area, not just the Gateway development, but just in that area, you could see a loss of more than $750 million worth of development density as an impact from options 2 or 3. And that was numbers that were kind of thrown out in the stakeholder engagement last week. But then you also have to look at, if you go back, and I have Center City Partners pulling some of this data right now, if you go back and look at the investment that South End has seen over the last cycle, you're talking about well over $1 billion of investment. And so if you look at the LPA versus options 2 or 3, where do we have the most development potential? So there's concerns, but where do we have the most development potential in these alignments? And that's one thing that I think we need to consider as well. And then I know that Ed has done some work on really what is the impact on Trade Street. We heard a lot last week, as Andy said, from Central Piedmont, and things we have to consider, not just the impact to their students while construction's going on, but what does that do to enrollment? Is there a lingering impact that they end up having? Same thing for Johnson and Wells. They articulated how they're trying to change their curriculum to boost enrollment. And so these are things that are hard to quantify, but I think we really have to think about from a larger impact.
Thank you, Ms. Dodson. Mr. Graham, one moment. I'll be right with you. I just wanted to comment that the cost figures, to me, seem kind of unreliable. I'm not sure what detail. I mean, if you take into account, for example, private costs and economic impact, you might reach a different conclusion. But I certainly think that rather than have just one little box and one little bullet point acknowledging the Trade Street issue, we need to kind of develop that a lot more. We need to be much more focused on the ramifications of going down Trade Street. The other thing is, I think because of how far we've come with a locally preferred alternative, we need to recognize that going to something else involves abandoning work that we've done, replicating some of the work that we've done. So that creates, in my mind, a sort of presumption in favor of a locally preferred alternative. Not conclusive, but I think we need to overcome a hurdle if we want to contemplate doing something else. Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. My initial reaction, you saw, right? So it's kind of hard not to see. Just contemplating breaking up the streets after we just got it done 2, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. It's just mind-boggling. Not to say that we shouldn't do it, but it's, I mean, just from the average man on the street, right? He would say, what the hell?
You have to also think, like, this will be in the future, so.
I get it.
You know,
I get it.
Maintenance will be required.
I get it. But man on the street.
Understood.
And then I think Tracy's right in terms of the development opportunities on the item 1, right? I think there's a lot more development opportunities. Uptown's pretty much developed, right? And I think there's something for kind of getting away from our urban core, trading Triangle Street, and just expanding what Uptown looks like and feel like. And so I think that's something that I certainly that's important to me. Now, obviously, cost is important too, right? And so I think that drives everything, right? So you might have to hold your nose and just do it. But certainly, those are things that just by just hearing the report and understanding that we're making a decision somewhat now for the future, but still, again, the average man on the street will not understand it, and I'm having a hard time digesting it myself, so.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me go back, Mr. Chair, I want to follow up on your point. Just the slide that said comparison of alternatives 1, 2, and 3. And on the cost for the LPA, it has Long Bridge add cost. Yet, for 2 and 3, we make a note, it's $500, $600 million less than the LPA. So what's the total cost of adding the bridge? Because you got to have some number, because you're saying 2 and 3 is $500 million less.
Right.
So what is the cost of the bridge for the LPA?
So, well, I'm not sure I know the exact cost of the breakout. We could talk about the entire cost of the LPA as a whole, and that would be about $5.9 billion as it stands for a year of expenditure. But I don't know that I have it broke out like from here to here is the cost. We just costed the delta.
But we can
Well, and it just-
develop that segment cost.
Yeah.
We have the cost for the whole project, so we can.
There are
we can
several
provide
cost
that.
components that change. It's not just the bridge. So
But
Lots of things.
But here's, to Chairman, to your point, I'm losing confidence in that cost line,
yeah,
because you clearly say it's $500 and $600 million less. So in my mind, you do have a figure of the Long Bridge, because you're saying.
We do.
We do.
So
Yes.
that's what I'm asking. What's the cost of the
you need
bridge?
to get back to us with that.
Yes,
Yeah.
we can provide that.
Yeah, they don't have it
We
right
just
now.
don't have it right here today. But
Okay.
we have the detail on the entire alignment, so we just
Right.
need to break out the Center City portion for the total cost.
Staff, help me though. But, okay, I'm gonna leave it alone. I'll wait for you to come back, but I would feel more confident there was a number for the LPA Long
Yep.
Bridge. So I know what you subtracted, the 500, 600
Yes.
million, and not having that cost just. So
Want
let
some
me,
context as to how
Yeah.
big a portion of the
Yes.
total cost that is, yes.
and let me go to the Mohead. Can you go to the Mohead extension, if I can, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
One question about the Mohead extension. Is there a slide? Okay, I think we have it on here. I think that the first question I have is, I thought for a long period of time we only had 1, 2, and 3, and then the Mohead expansion just popped up out of nowhere. And so how have we been studying that fade, the option, the potential Mohead extension? Have we studied that as long as we've studied 1, 2, and 3?
So Morehead Extension came out based on some stakeholder feedback over the summer about some desire for us to evaluate that. So we've been looking at that idea since about the summer. It's really, from the LPA's perspective, it's really just building a little bit more of what we've already kind of planned out. So it's just really extending the scope of it. But for the shared gold line, it was a different idea. It was about extending that option. So it really kind of came back from stakeholder feedback, and we want to get some public input on that to see if the public would support that.
And just my little 2 cents, we have a major sports franchise over there, so I understand connecting the light rail to our Bank of America stadium, and then there's a parcel with great desirable that is about to go on the market. So is that what's driving that opportunity, is our 2 potentials? Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of energy over there.
Okay. 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 Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then the last thing, well, let me ask Trace a question. Trace, don't mean to put you on the spot, but I was thinking about you, the CTC. So this construction could take, and Andy and Kelly, the construction, if we did the straight Trade Street, 24 to 28 months?
Probably.
2 to 3 years.
It's probably similar to the gold line.
Tracy, then how does that impact your CTC schedule? Because you got new starts funding and you got dollars. Can you wait? Because here's the reality, both construction projects cannot go on that site at the same time. There's no way you're going to tear up Trade Street while Trade Street got to build a CTC.
The CTC redevelopment would occur first.
Okay.
Now, the hard part of that is CTC delivers, and immediately after it delivers, you're looking at construction adjacent to it.
Right.
Right, so the concept of this district that we're trying to create, and now, you've got something that's breaking up between the arena, it's just going to delay what we're trying to ultimately achieve. It's not impossible, and as Kelly said, they would happen at different times, but it would impact what we're trying to do with CTC.
And I think Councilman Graham is great to the average citizen who will go, wait a minute, they spent 2 years building a nice CTC facility for it. They're going to tear this up again and come down Trade Street to, I just caution us how that will look and what problems that can cause. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Mitchell, can I just add in two things really quickly? One, for the perspective of Pipe and Foundry, as well as Tepper Sports. I think for Tepper Sports, it's more about having certainty of where it's going. If you look over there, land is really tight, and they're already starting to see some activity with the recent acquisition this year, I guess, with the Foundry building on Cedar Street. So it's more about having certainty of where it's going to go and understanding that. On the Pipe and Foundry, it's more about better understanding the timing and it not being an unknown question mark as you're trying to sell the property.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
So we are in OT here, but I did have a couple of quick questions, again, for you, Ms. Dotson. Has Center City Partners expressed a view?
They were a part of our stakeholder meetings last week. They actually were the ones that convened them. I don't know that they have come out with a specific view. I think that after, and I don't want to put words in their mouth by any means, but I think that after the stakeholder meetings last week, it's probably leaning more towards the LPA than the interlining for some of the same concerns that you've heard
Right,
and that Andy reviewed.
So I would certainly hope that they, as kind of the voice of uptown business, would state a pretty clear position, because they're in a better position to assess maybe than we are. Certainly my impression is that the prospect of all of that disruption frightens people, and that they're not necessarily convinced even about the lasting benefit in the uptown business community of having that line go along the Gold Line alignment. Second question was we all got a letter, I think, from the developers around Gateway expressing their concerns about us making a change and the delay to the Gateway station that would imply. So how much weight do you assign to that from an economic development perspective?
For me personally, I think of well, one, you're going to see a dramatic reduction in what they're proposing in their development plan if we go with options 2 or 3. They've made that clear. The northern parcels, would take longer. They might be less dense. And then the main blocks would take longer and might be less dense as well. So we've heard that loud and clear from them. But I also look at it beyond just that developer. If I think about the team that has been assembled to bring Gateway to reality, it's the relationship with the state, too, that we have to consider, in that they have done their part. They are finishing, I don't know if anybody saw the trains last week, but they're starting to test the trains. And so now everybody's saying, well, where is the station? And so we've, the longer that we spend on some of the stuff and trying to figure it out, it's just going to delay that, because it is a really complex, vertically integrated transit hub.
Right.
And so any
Okay.
delays.
People have asked about that. The work on the tracks has been done, and therefore it's now possible to run trains through there, but we can't actually activate the station until we have everything else. And that will happen later. I think with that, unless there are any further comments. Yes.
We didn't get to just touch on that last slide. Just wanted to comment that next month we anticipate bringing back a recommendation. Thank you for all the comments and feedback on the evaluation, and then MTC action at the January meeting as well on the preferred alignment.
So you weren't looking for an expression of preference from us today?
We can give you those.
No, this is, yes.
You can have one.
I think we heard the comments and concerns, and we will bring that as
Yeah,
part of the
yeah.
evaluation and recommendation.
I'm prepared to go out on a limb and say, it looks to me like we need to go with the LPA. But
Yes, second.
Yes.
yeah,
We-
yeah.
And staff, we value your time, but Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, please.
You spend a lot of time looking at all three of the options. I think it's not even fair to you all to proceed, spend all this time, when you know at least how the Transportation Committee feels. And to me, even the survey, to me, there's one that stand out that we just need to take off the table. I'm glad Ms. Dotson gave us some input, so I agree with Mr. Chair. If there need to be a motion made, I'd like to make the motion that we direct the staff to focus all their time and energy on the LPA.
So if I may, I would modify that motion to suggest that we recommend to the full council that we direct the staff. I don't think this committee can do that. But if you're okay with that, we have a motion to recommend to full council that we direct the staff to proceed with the LPA. I'll entertain any comments, including from staff.
So I would suggest perhaps that there may be an endorsement of an alternative versus the other, considering the role of the MTC in directing the CAT staff and the decision on the LPA. That's a
All right,
suggestion.
so you're saying not quite as conclusive, just an endorsement of the LPA by this committee, which we communicate to full council, and then full council will decide how to instruct the staff? Are we okay with that?
Yes, sir.
All right, so as amended, any further comment? All in favor? Ms. Anderson?
She didn't vote.
All opposed? All right, so we are 1 opposed and 4 in favor on that one. And with that, Ms. Babson, do we have any other business for the committee?
No, sir, that concludes the day.
Then I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move, Mr. Chair.
All right, all in favor, get up and walk out. Thank you.
Let me know when it's ready. Well, welcome to December 5th, the Budget Governance and Intergovernmental Committee meeting. I'd like to pause here for introduction, starting with committee members. I'll start first. Dimple Ajmera, Committee Chair. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. James Mitchell, Vice Chair.
LaWanna Mayfield, Committee Member.
Dark Bakari, Committee Member.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Can we also go through an introduction of our staff members? Well, let's start with the ones in the room, and then we'll pause for the ones who are joining us online.
Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
Lena James, Deputy City Attorney.
Teresa Smith, CFO.
Ryan Bergman, Budget Director.
Braxton Winston at large and Mayor Pro Tem.
Marie Harris, Strategy and Budget.
Jalil, Strategy and Budget. Well, thank you, everyone. For today's meeting, the committee will discuss 4 topics. First is our infrastructure meeting planning, and this item is a referral from Mayor Lyles, and the mayor referred this item to all committees. We'll discuss our input this evening with the council so that we can plan for the December 19th infrastructure meeting. The second topic we have is our audit. Our CFO, Teresa Smith, will walk us through the second item, and we'll be hearing from our external auditor on the fiscal year 2023 financial audit. And this item is a standing item for this committee. And then third item that we have, well, let's go through this first 2 items, and then we'll go through the last 2 items that we have. The third item it's really something that's been pending in this committee for almost 2 years now, or 3 years. So depending on the will of this committee, if we are in an agreement with the prior recommendation, we can move with those recommendations, or we can just get council committee's feedback since we have 3 new committee members. That's on our 4-year terms, staggered terms, and creating an 8th district, eliminating 1 at-large district. Eliminating 1 at-large. I'm sure you probably had an opportunity to review our pre-reading materials, and it has given us an overview of what that discussion was, and we'll dive into that later on. And the fourth item that we have is our legislative update, and Mr. Fenton will walk us through that. So we have a very packed agenda. Let's go ahead and get started. I'll pass it on to Mr. Bergman for our infrastructure planning discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember Ajmera. The first item we have today is a referral from the mayor. Within the referral, it included Mayor Pro Tem Winston, Councilmember Johnson, Councilmember Bakari being tasked with coordinating and leading this. So if it's all right with you, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. I just asked the committee to consider in their conversations today. I don't know if everybody got to read the email, but it was addressed to the committee chairs, but was really meant for all council members as well as staff. The task that we have before us today in this discussion is to bring something from this committee to our 6 p.m. discussion so that we may really guide staff on the way I'm terming it, who should be at this meeting in 2 weeks and how staff should structure this meeting for council to find this meeting productive. In consult with Mr. Bakari and Ms. Johnson, we want to make it clear that in 2 weeks is really a starting point for a much longer and in-depth policy process, not even discussion. I'll say a process because we want to be about action. If you were not able to read the email, I'll just go through a couple of points right now. I'd like for you guys to kind of keep in mind, and obviously Mr. Bakari is on this committee, and I would welcome him to chime in when I'm done. But as you're having this discussion, please consider that we need to allow our infrastructure investments to catch up with where our growth is today. We need our infrastructure investments to guide where future growth is appropriate. What are the biggest infrastructure challenges from each committee's policy-specific perspective, right? So not just what we feel should be approached, but how do we approach it from the policy perspectives that we deal with in this committee? What do we define as major components and drivers of infrastructure investment within each committee's policy concentrations? What metrics do we use to measure these components and drivers? What are very specific policy approaches that we might take to address these components, drivers, and investments? Are we able to map or visualize both areas that face infrastructure challenges and growth and development trends in order to compare the two? And of course, I think most importantly, language that will guide staff to bring us back a roadmap for future policy work around these metrics. And again, at 6 o'clock, we have a challenge of combining all 4 of these discussions to, again, some clear guidance to staff so that they can come back in 2 weeks and have a meeting for us to run that is effective. Keeping in mind, again, the last thing I would say, who should be at this meeting, and how we want this set up. Council has been very cognizant of not wanting to be presented to, but wanting to do meetings where we're working. What does that mean for staff? Because they don't have a lot of turnaround to get this done. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. That was really helpful to lay out the expectations. I know who should be invited, what are the expectations, is something that Mr. Mitchell had raised in our previous meeting around our retreat. So, Mr. Vice Chair, do you want to go ahead and get started? Any feedback as we plan for this infrastructure meeting plan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And some of this might be a little redundant to Mayor Pro Tem. He heard me at 10 o'clock, but I want to share just my thoughts. I think number one, I hope we will encourage a facilitator at our December 19th, because I think this needs to be a collaboration with council members and staff, have great dialogue, and having a facilitator there to capture it, I think would be very helpful. Secondly, I think that we need to set good milestones, that December 19th, we're not going to solve this, but December 19th is the beginning. And so when we need to come with the mindset that we're going to have short-term goals, long-term goals as well. And I think thirdly, from a governance, this committee, I do think there's some issues relate to internal government that we need to make sure that we have discussion. How can we work very closely with Raleigh as we address some of our transportation issues, particularly state-owned roads in the city of Charlotte that are experiencing tremendous growth? And so how do we engage our state representative to make sure we can prioritize some of our transportation needs? And so thank you, Madam Chair. That would be my initial conversation, my initial thoughts about the December 19th meeting.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mitchell. That was very comprehensive. Looks like you read my notes. I was going to bring up collaboration with our state legislators to address concerns that's been raised often by some of our colleagues on the council, especially Councilmember Johnson and Councilmember Watlington, so that you had addressed those. I see that Ms. Anderson, our committee member, has joined. I just want to recognize her as well. Ms. Anderson, we are going through infrastructure meeting planning discussion and wanted to see if you have any input as we plan for this infrastructure meeting on December 19th.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too have vocalized some of my perspectives in the 10 a.m. However, what I would say is I support the idea and concept of a facilitator. I think that a facilitator will help us navigate this conversation more quickly and more efficiently and get to a broader swath of topics. So I definitely support that. I also, as a matter of a pre-read and inputs to a pre-read, I believe that some of the information that was shared at the last council meeting as it relates to the mobility criteria and some of our high injury networks and some of our economic growth centers, those inputs that we went through last week, I think we need to double click on that, and that should be a part of the pre-read as we go into the discussion on the 19th. And lastly, I think we need to be very specific about what our outcome is for this meeting on the 19th. Do we want to have a subset of actions that we ask staff to go and begin to activate on? Do we want to have a bit of an outline or a framework that we want to fill out and provide added dimension in the coming months? But I think it's important for us to begin with the end in mind and have some notion of what we want as a desired outcome and then build into that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Mr. Bergman is taking notes of our committee's feedback and will pass that on so that we can discuss this at 6 o'clock with the full council. Anyone else from the committee? Ms. Mayfield, Mr. Bukhari?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would, since we are the budget governance and intergovernmental, I think it will also be helpful if we can get a map overlay of where financially we have made investments around the city. When we're looking at our infrastructure investments, we know that we have a number of projects that have been approved and some are having challenges, let's say with water, and what we're looking at as far as infrastructure. So it will be helpful if we look at the opportunity zones and the TLC by CLT, other areas where we have made investments, and overlay that with where we are today with the growth that has happened in those areas, so that we're having a very real conversation, as well as looking at the areas where we might not have invested as much and the opportunities for greater direct targeted investment in those areas when we're talking about creating this roadmap as Mayor Pro Tem and the team have identified. I think it would be helpful for us to know where are we today based on investments that have been made within the last 5 years to decade, whatever's more realistic, as we're also looking at updating our language in a number of places to see if that language even still applies in today's market and preparing for the future market. Thank you.
Fair enough. This could be part of our pre-read material. Ms. Mayfield, is this something you'd like to see ahead of our December 19th meeting?
Correct. This will be all a part of the pre-read meeting and
Sure.
information.
So, Mr. Bergman, if you could request that. So I know Ms. Mayfield, you're looking at investments. Are you only looking at public investment, or also private investments that have been made?
I think it would be a great opportunity to look at both, to see where we've been able to come together, both through public investment and private, because that will also help direct our conversation when we're looking at partnering with the private sector with identifying areas that can utilize targeted investment.
I agree. So we'll go ahead and request that. Mr. Bukhari?
Yeah, the purpose behind the approach that we've laid out for the coming weeks and months is to get away from the transactional way that we've managed things in the past around infrastructure and get towards a more policy-based approach. So it's under that premise where you can't manage what you can't measure, and that's step one. How are we going to measure things? So the purpose of every committee today is to come up with a small but important list of how we define the sub buckets under infrastructure that need investment to go along with our community's growth. Those are the things that you would hear regularly or at any given time on a zoning night from a community member who says they don't want more density in their area because X, Y, Z. And each of those are in the remit of each committee. So the purpose of today is to brainstorm amongst these four committees what those half dozen to a dozen subtopics are and how we would potentially think about measuring them and give that to staff, not in 2 weeks to come to us with an answer, but to come back to all of council in 2 weeks and say, here's our proposed roadmap of what we're going to go get you and bring you back, right? So in my opinion, just as a quick thought, in this committee's remit, the first subtopic, I think Luana has already said, that was a good one, which is investment we've already made in infrastructure, right? So seeing a map with that overlay is obviously an important factor to consider when thinking about infrastructure in the broader picture. So I think that's number one. I think a second one could be school capacity. We hear that almost every single month, and it's the intergovernmental portion of this committee's remit where we need to understand a subcomponent of infrastructure is school capacity. How we measure it is being within capacity or being at an acceptable level. And we need some kind of data then as we go towards a policy statement longer term on how we would work with CMS, the Board of County Commissioners, folks like that. I think another one is greenways and our connection, obviously, in the broader transportation connectivity to all of the things that the county has that are also considered transportation. And then finally, I think, only because I don't know exactly where else it exists, probably, an overall element of environment and an environmental sub bucket of infrastructure. And sometimes that could be tree save, right? And its broader implications, that might be impervious surface. I think just kind of making sure that we don't lose track of that needing to be a bucket while maybe there isn't a committee to do that. And again, it's not about us telling staff what to do. It's about them getting a jump start of what we think are the subcategories so they come back and not present us with the answer, present us with a roadmap that says, if in X months we bring you back these views, are you going to be ready to have a policy discussion? So I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, that's very helpful. And I think especially the point you mentioned, Mr. Bukhari, about subcategories, right? Because you're absolutely right. When we talk about overall infrastructure, there are certain items that we need to sort of categorize. For an example, oftentimes when we discuss zonings, the question of stormwater and the capacity, it comes up over and over again, especially even with tree canopy. So I think that needs to be part of the broader discussion. But if we categorize it, it will help staff sort of prioritize. I think the mobility discussion we had last Monday really set the foundation, and it gave us a really deeper dive into mobility at large and how we have often had discussion mostly focused around our light rail. But this really opens up conversations around we need to look at mobility from multiple angles, right? Sidewalks, bike lanes, greenways, high injury network, and how do we make our intersections more safer? So even prioritizing, how do we prioritize investments would be a key because we do have multiple priorities here, but how do we invest and prioritize based on, invest based on our priorities that's been set by the council would help the staff in figuring out the roadmap. So on December 19th, we will have definitely a packed agenda, but this is really for the council to figure out our priorities from the infrastructure perspective and the next steps based on that.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mitchell?
Mayor Pro Tem has raised his hand.
Mr. Winston?
Thank you. I would again encourage the committee and the chair and vice chair to consider, while yes, the topic of infrastructure is very broad, the agenda that we have in 2 weeks can be as broad as narrow as council kind of guides staff to do. I would suggest it not be that broad for 2 weeks from Monday, because again, this is a first step in starting a months-long policy process. So I would encourage the committee over these next 10 minutes just to think about what kind of specific direction, again, from these area policy perspectives that we want to guide this evening's conversation with. Being that this is the Budget, Governance, and Intergovernmental Relations Committee, I've thought about a couple of things, and again, however you might consider it. For instance, governance of future transportation investments, right? That is something that is central to our future, the way we build these things out, and it's a central question. We might want to consider this in the next coming months. Does City Council want to take a position on what the future of that governance framework might look like? Maybe getting the closest reading possible of the bipartisan infrastructure law. This is supposed to be a law, a program, however you want to put it, that comes online over many years, right? Over 10 years, and then next decade. Are there certain landmarks that we need to hit to be prepared for as funding cycles through the system? Are there certain plans or positions that need to be filled, or investments that need to be started to take advantage of future funding opportunities from the federal and through the state? And then finally, a CIP strategy. Part of that mobility plan, right, was that I think what we saw is that while our CIP program is strong, given the conditions that we're facing now, we might want to tweak the way we're looking at our CIP, or might not want to tweak the way we're looking at our CIP as we're putting it together in future cycles. So maybe this is something that we want staff to put on the agenda for us to think about. Again, maybe we want to pick one of those for next Monday. For 2 Mondays from now. Maybe we don't want to put all of them. Maybe we don't want to do any. But again, we got about 6 more minutes in this in this section of the agenda. Again, I would just suggest that we try to narrow our guidance down as much as possible for this evening. Thank you.
Madam Chair, with tying in with Mayor Pro Tem's comments and with Councilmember Bakari's comments, what I wrote down was pretty much 4 items, and I think we have the same 4. One being what investments have been made. If we create the map overlay under that one topic, we can have the bullet of the CIP strategy and how it's been applied. We can have the transportation as well as environmental and looking at the opportunity zones and how it's actually been applied up to this point. That falls under that subset. The school capacity piece, that can be number 2 if we just go by the 4 that Councilmember Bakari listed. I know I was at a conference this past weekend and spoke to some fellow electeds across the nation. One of them, they focus their school approvals close to parks. Well, Park and Rec is through the county, CMS funding runs through the county, again, creating better relationship and opportunity there. Looking at number 3 being the connection to the greenways, again, the county. So 2 or 3 of these that we have on our list where we have made some investments, not at a larger impact as our 2 other governing bodies, but we do have a role to play in that. We have an opportunity to bring them to the table and get an idea of what is their policy expectation moving forward as they're having their conversations. And then again, adding in the environmental impact. Chair Ajmir, you were very proactive regarding the environmental conversation. So again, that overlay map can highlight a lot of these. Years ago, when I was first elected, we created a District 3 map where we highlighted, here are the investments, here are the things that are happening, because a lot of the conversation I was hearing was around what we don't have. So that model is already out there. We already know how to do the map to identify the areas. But if we identify these 4 or 5 things, again, the 5 being what Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, the CIP really can fall into one for me for the investments that have been made. But if we can have these 4 and then just have the bullets under it, I think that would at least give us the framework to know how to move forward with that initial conversation on the 19th and then being able to check off things as we go along.
That's a great idea, Ms. Mayfield, and certainly how this map will be laid out, I will leave that up to the staff to decide as to what is the best way to present it. I would also like to add, in addition to the projects that's been completed, let's also look at the projects that are already underway, that are in design phase, so that we know, because we got to look at the ones that are underway to figure out, here are additional investments that are being made. And here is what our future investments that council has considered in the past. And if we need to reprioritize, we can, as the council, we can reprioritize those. I think as budget governance and intergovernmental committee, funding is a key part of the infrastructure discussion. So if we can have that as at our December 19th meeting, that would really help us as we are going into our budget season. And whether CIP strategy needs to be revised based on, or funding needs to be revised based on the strategy that we discuss, we definitely need to consider that as part of our overall strategy. And I see Mr. Bergman, that's right up his alley, he's nodding his head. So that will guide Mr. Bergman, Mr. Manager, and his team as we frame our budget discussion around infrastructure.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I guess one other point I would add as we're having these discussions here and tonight and on the 19th, it can help frame some of the work that we do during our budget workshops. When we come back to the January committee, my hope is that I'll be able to present to you guys some draft topics that we might have during the budget workshop schedule. So I think if some of the work from tonight and the 19th can feed into that, that would help make that more productive.
Absolutely. And I think you heard loud and clear, Mr. Bergman. I think some of the hot topics would be around infrastructure, CIP. That's certainly the consensus I hear and interpret based on the committee's discussion. I see Mr. Mitchell has raised his hand. Mr. Mitchell?
Madam Chair, if I could add 2 more points. One, I think the work that you, Mayor Pro Tem, Renee Johnson household has to be a measuring lens for us when we talk about the equity framework. You all spend a lot of time, and I think as we move forward, we need to make sure that framework really is something that we can measure and say, we check that box, we are operating with our equity lens. So, Ryan, if you can incorporate the equity framework as a part of the December 19th, just to make sure we can use it as a measuring tool. And the tough one for us, I think we need to have some conversation, is prioritizing. How are we going to prioritize which projects we do? I can remember we went on an inner city visit with the chamber. We went to Austin, Texas, and we spent a lot of time with their planning department, and their number one priority was affordable housing. So any project that came in, it was third or fourth. Affordable housing was number one. We need to have those conversations. How do we prioritize which projects we're going to do, and how do they then become, what is our criteria? I think we have a big wish list for our community, for the city, and we all get pulled different places. I think as council, we can agree on how do we prioritize. I think it sends a strong message to the community that we're on the same page, how to move the city to maybe the top 10 city in America, not number 14.
A great suggestion. Looks like our meeting is going to go from 3 to 12 hours on December 19th. We got the funding, we got prioritization, certainly trying to figure out the CIP strategy, who should be at the meeting, expectation, making sure that we have clear goals. So that way we come out of that meeting with here are the things that we need to accomplish as part of our first discussion. Obviously, we're not going to have everything resolved in one day, but having some sort of objectives and goals would certainly help, and having pre-read materials will certainly cut down on the time we spend on our discussion. So that's all we have. I know we have a second topic that is certainly very important. This item is a standing item, and we have it's a very state mandated deadline on this. I do want to get us to that second item, which is our financial audit. I did get an opportunity to meet with our external auditor. So Ms. Smith, if you would like to go ahead and proceed with that topic, and if you could introduce our external auditor.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ajmira. As she mentioned, this is a standing item. General statutes require the city to have an external audit, an independent audit by a certified public accountant every year. LGC rules require that auditor to present the results to the governing board or an audit committee, which is what BGIR represents for us, is the audit committee. So in just a second, you will hear from Dan Goggerty. He is from Cherry Beckert. They completed the audit this year. What you will hear is that we have an unmodified or a clean opinion, which is the highest level of opinion. He will also talk with you about a finding that we have related to internal controls around reporting and the corrective action that the city will take related to that. So Mr. Goggerty is an audit director with Cherry Beckert. He has over 15 years of experience with both local governments and nonprofits. He has spoken and taught on many topics, including internal controls, uniform grant guidance, and various reporting standards that are implemented or provided by the GASB. I also wanted to introduce Betty Matos, who is our chief accountant. She is here as well. So I will turn it over to Mr. Goggerty, but if you have any questions, please let us know along the way. Thank you, Dan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me here and being able to speak to you about this audit. I know you have a lot on your agenda, so I'll try to go through fairly quickly here, but I do want to just mention, in the past, you may have remembered getting a 2-page letter from us. We've incorporated that letter into this presentation now. So while there's a lot of information on the slide, I will not read word for word, but please stop me if you have any questions or we can answer it after the presentation as well. So going right into it, our client service team has not really changed too much from the prior year audit. We did introduce a new team last year. So myself as continuing engagement director, and then Richard Hart as the senior manager, and then we had Jason Aaron as the staff and associate on this engagement. And you can skip the agenda slide, go straight to the results. So as Teresa mentioned, we provide an opinion to you all as through our audit procedures. We audited in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards, and we also audited the statements in accordance with government auditing standards. all which to provide reasonable assurance that the financial statements are not materially misstated. And we also provide compliance reports on your federal and state funding. That's 2 separate reports, and that's testing on your major, large federal and state programs that were tested on a rotational basis. We have issued an unmodified opinion on those statements, and so that was a clean opinion, as Teresa mentioned, which is the highest level opinion we can give under our auditing standards. In terms of internal control communication, this is one of those slides a little bit more wordy. This is just to tell you that our responsibilities are, if we find anything that we consider to be a significant deficiency or material weakness, we would report to you all that information. On the next slide, this gives the actual definition of a material weakness as a significant deficiency. A material weakness being a reasonable possibility a material misstatement may not be prevented, detected, and corrected in a timely manner, and in which a significant deficiency is one less than a material weakness, but still important enough to present to you all. And we noted, as you can see on the next slide, we noted one material weakness across our audit. This also means this is related to the financial reporting close. We had no findings as it relates to the testing of your federal and state expenditures. In terms of this, sorry, go back one more. So for the material weakness, we did have 3 items there. There was an adjustment to the fair value of investments, which you'll see on the next slide. And there was also an adjustment to notes receivable that needed to be recorded in the prior year that were not recorded until this year. And then there was one found by management related to depreciation, and that was alerted to us that needed to be adjusted and was restated as well. So for the corrected, uncorrected misstatements here, you'll see that the one related to the fair value related to recording of about a $26 million unrealized loss. Your investments are in government agencies, securities. These, if held to maturity, will make you back your profit plus what you've put into your investment. At this time, though, based on the current market conditions, you had a loss on that was greater than what was originally recorded. This does not affect your cash flow at all because you do intend to hold those investments to maturity, and it's just more of an accounting adjustment. And then the next, go back to the one. Yep, and the restatement of the notes receivable, this related to $19.3 million that was dispersed and accounted for by the housing department or community development department, but was not recorded on the balance sheet as a receivable balance in the prior year and needed to be reflected. And so this was just catching that up and making sure it was recorded properly. And then there was no uncorrected misstatement. So if we came upon something, we told management this needed to be corrected. There was nothing that we told them that needed to be corrected other than these 2. So the next few slides go into a lot of our language about that was pre-printed kind of in that letter previously. Your significant accounting policies are in note 1. The one implementation of a new standard was GASB 87 leases, which was for lessee transactions, you're recording a right to use asset and a lease liability on the financial statements. And then when you're a lessor, which is mainly in your airport functions, but you also have lessor situations in other functions, you'd be recording a receivable and a deferred inflow, or you can think of that deferred inflow almost like unearned revenue liability that's amortized over the life of the lease. In the next slide here, we have the related party disclosures. We did not become aware of any related party disclosures that were not already presented to us by management. We noted no issues with any that we tested as arm's length transaction or anything issues with that. We also are required under our standards to note to you any significant or unusual transactions, which we noted none. We have, it's defined as something outside the normal course of your business or unusual due to the timing, size, or nature of the issue that we need to disclose to you all. In terms of our estimates, this is a listing of all the estimates that management uses as in forming and developing the financial statements. We looked at the key assumptions that management used to determine these estimates and made sure that they were appropriate in their use and appropriate and reasonable in being used similar to prior years. you can go one more slide. There was no disclosures that were significant in nature that we need to disclose to you. They were clear, consistent, and neutral. For non-attest services, so attest services are audit services, so anything that would be not considered an audit service. We had one thing, which is the filling out of the data collection form, which is a form we complete to fill out and submit to the federal government that shows what we audited for the past year. We are required to do that, but we do have to make sure that management has someone on board that can review the information and understand that the information is complete and accurate, which they do. And independence just being cornerstone of our profession, we just confirm we are independent of the city. We had no difficulties encountered as part of our audit. We had no disagreements with management. We did have one auditor consultation. This is a new item that we're required to present to you, and that is related to the restatements. Whenever we have a restatement in our firm, our quality control is that someone else looks over that and makes sure that it's appropriate, making sure that it is necessary to be done and that it's been applied correctly and all. So we had one of those. And then for management representation, we did get a letter from management dated November 4th, signing to the financial statements in which they were issued. Next slide we have is no management consultations. This would be if management were to shop for a second opinion from another auditor, another accountant. We had no instance of that. We had no other findings or issues. We had no fraud or illegal acts identified as part of our audit. And there was no going concern to be evaluated as part of the audit. There are three other things that we that we note in our report. First of which is the required supplemental information, which is this is your management discussion and analysis and the pension schedules that follow the notes to the financial statements. These schedules, we look at it for consistency with the financial statements, but we do not provide an opinion over those statements. And then the supplementary information as well, we provide in relation to opinion. And then last here is our other information in which we are not engaged to report on the introductory or statistical sections, but we do not express opinion, but we do read the information for consistency. This is a listing of the major GASBs that are coming out in the next couple of years. 94 and 96 will be applicable next year, and management will evaluate those applicability and how they will affect the statements coming into next year's audit. And then the other two will be applicable in future years. As part of the audit, the Local Government Commission had required last year that we fill out a form that tells us certain financial indicators that the city faces, and if you have any negative indicators, that we have to present those to you all. We had no financial indicators through that analysis that the LGC had provided that were indicators of concern that we needed to note. You had submitted within 5 months of fiscal year end, so you were in accordance with that. Your fund balance and general fund was positive. Your budgeted tax levy your actual tax collections was not under your budgeted tax levy. You collected more than you budgeted for. You had an effective pre-audit process, no late debt service or debt covenant compliance issues, and no statutory budgetary type violations with the general statutes. You did have the one item that was a material weakness we talked about earlier, and because of that, you are required within 60 days of this meeting to provide a response to the Local Government Commission that's signed by a majority of City Council in terms of the actions taken to correct that, which Teresa has for you all. So before we go into that, do you have any questions about anything we went over?
Thank you, Mr. Goverty. This was very helpful. Committee members, as you noted, we do have a clean opinion. It's the highest level of opinion. We do have a material weakness that's being restated. Because of this material weakness, we will need to sign a document that goes to the Local Government Commission. I have had an opportunity to speak with our external auditor and Ms. Teresa Smith. So that is time sensitive. and if we can get that addressed. In terms of the material weakness that was being restated, there were no financial decisions that were made off of that. It was just accounting error. And I had an opportunity to speak with Ms. Teresa about how to ensure that this doesn't repeat. So there is a process in place that Ms. Smith can walk us through. Ms. Smith, if you can just tell us a little bit about, moving forward. I know you had shared with me that this will be a quarterly reporting process versus annually with this new process so that this material weakness doesn't happen again.
Sure. So this is specifically related to the market value. City, we are a buy and hold investor. So we're not sort of churning through investments, right? So we will buy those and then we'll hold them until their maturity. But the reporting requirements require us to report on a point in time, which is June 30. So what was the market value of our investments at June 30? When we did that this year, there's a report that we used. We were using a new system to track investments, and that system required us to take a couple of additional steps that the previous system did not do. So when we ran the report, it created an incorrect market value. And so part of what we're going to do going forward, we have updated our processes to make sure that we will take those steps as we run that out of the new system. But we also do an internal review of our investments on a quarterly basis. That's been a standing item that we have done already. We're going to add this market value review as part of that quarterly review. So we'll be tracking that on a quarterly basis rather than just doing it one time a year.
So I think that will certainly help. And in terms, I did ask Ms. Smith a question if external auditors wanted to meet with the council separately, but there were no concerns, so that wasn't necessary. So at this point, I don't have any concerns or questions with signing that letter to the local government commission. But I also want to get committee's feedback. I see Ms. Anderson's hand has been raised. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that update about pivoting this process of evaluation to a quarterly basis. I completely agree that that needs to take place. I'm wondering if there's any opinion or perspective about any other practices or processes that we do on an annual basis now that we need to pivot and move to a quarterly basis to ensure that we have a clean slate moving forward.
Ms. Anderson, there's nothing that I can think of. I mean, there are several things that are reporting requirements, so we only do those once a year when it's time to prepare the annual financial statements. But we do a lot of reconciliations that we do. Actually, we do those on a monthly basis, not even on a quarterly basis. One of the other findings that Mr. Goggerty mentioned related to the notes receivable, there is a monthly reconciliation that we do there, and we are improving that process. We've sort of added some additional things to review so that we can make sure that this finding doesn't happen again. So that evaluation of things that we can do to improve and make better is something that we do on a continuous basis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. And could you also elaborate on the timeline for this letter to be sent to the local government commission?
Sure. So the rules require that within 60 days of this presentation that a majority of the board sign this letter. I do have it here today with committee members' names as the starting point for signatures. So whenever you all are comfortable, but we need to do it at least within 60 days of today.
And Madam Chair, Ms. Mayfield would also like to be recognized.
Yes, so I hear that it would be by February 5th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And so I'll leave that up to the committee to take an action on that. We do have an action item on this item. Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to slide number 8, where we have the other required communications, just for clarification, and thank you for this very detailed presentation. The auditor consultations noted one matter regarding the restatement that the auditor consulted outside of the engagement team. Was that an additional cost to, or was that encompassed in our fee?
That is encompassed in your fee. Yep.
Thank you. And for our attorney, Mr. Baker, is there any legal liability for the council members that will be signing off on this paperwork?
I signed that as well, and I know that there is, sorry. I signed that document as well, and I know that there is legal liability for me in particular. Your signature and my signature on your behalf is acknowledgement that I have seen it and approve it, but I know that the liability in terms of problems actually relates to your city attorney. And you can sign off, I sign off on your behalf, and you can rely on that signature. But
So any liability that may come up will fall on the city attorney's office, not you specifically or individual council members?
And not individually council members as well, yes.
Thank you.
That's a great question, Ms. Mayfield.
Yes, no, if I could just clarify, so what the letter says, and you'll see this when you have your signature, this recognizes that the auditor did present to you today. So that's the acknowledgement of that, and it also identifies the corrective actions that the city is going to take. In this case, all of those corrective actions are within the finance department. So you'll see those detailed out. We've got 4 bullets of items that we will have as corrective action.
Mr. Mitchell would also like to be recognized.
Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say kudos, thank you to staff and to the
Could you turn on your microphone, please?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I just want to say thank you to the staff for all their hard work and getting a clean opinion. And just one question for you, sir. Having a clean audit, does that continue our great bond rating? How does this impact our bond rating?
Yeah, I mean, definitely an audit opinion is a factor in that.
Okay.
But other factors as well that I can't speak to from the bond rating perspective, but this definitely contributes to help you with that, continue to help you.
Thank you. Great job, staff. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Teresa Smith, and also her entire team. Thank you for all your hard work. And Mr. Goggerty, thank you so much. Appreciate the presentation. At this point, we don't have any questions on this. And in terms of the action item and giving city attorney an authority to sign on behalf of the majority of the council, would this be part of our agenda, Mr. Bergman, as the full council? Obviously, I will give an update to the full council later today on our clean opinion and one material weakness that was presented. But if you could also provide a copy of this letter to the entire council at our strategy session, that would be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. The intention is that it would be reported out tonight. There wouldn't be a formal action at a later date or anything.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out, because we do need to, before February 5th, we do need to send this letter to the local government commission. And Ms. Mayfield clarified that with Mr. Attorney that he could sign that on our behalf. So we need to let the city attorney know. So we need to set some sort of timeline on or having this item on the agenda that we do give that authority to the council, or doesn't have to be formalized? Is that?
So, Ms. Ajmira, last year, we had a similar letter, and what we did, we were able to get most of the committee members, as you all are in person, and then tonight, after you present the results and let them know, I will travel around to the other 2 additional members that we'll need on the letter to get a majority of staff, if that works for you.
I'm good with that. Committee members, any objections, any feedback?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I guess anyone has any objections to the city attorney signing this on our behalf? Please raise your hand so I can let the full council know. No, so it looks like it will be unanimously supported by the committee to have the attorney sign on our behalf. And then you will just need one, let's see. So you'll just need one more council member, because you have 5 here, including me, okay? All right, so let's move forward with our third agenda item. This is an item, I feel like deja vu here. We've discussed this already probably 2 or 3 times since my time on the council. This relates to the prior actions that were taken by the previous council on 4-year terms, staggered terms, and creating an 8th city council district. So for those of you who were not around the last council, we had this citizens appointed committee on governance. Ryan, do you remember what's the name of that committee that was appointed by the mayor?
Ma'am?
It's the Citizen Advisory Committee on Governance.
Yes. I'm sorry. Ms. Murray?
Yes, sorry, I was just going to mention that, and also mention that Miss Amy Peacock is with us in the room, too, from that committee.
Okay, great. Yeah, because I would like to introduce Ms. Peacock to this committee so that she can give us a presentation. But the committee had discussed a number of items, and I'll let Ms. Amy give us an update on this and what the committee had come up with. They had done probably 6 months of work on this, and they had taken deeper dive. They had multiple committee members, and they had provided recommendations to the council. Well, some recommendations were implemented and some recommendations were not implemented. So after her presentation, we can decide as a committee to move forward with the recommendations that she has, or if the committee decides to go in another direction, we can certainly bring that to the full council. But I hope that similar to the virtual committee discussion or virtual attendance discussion, hope we can certainly discuss this today and wrap this up so that way we can really focus on other items that we have on our backlog. So with that, Ms. Amy, if you'd like to go ahead and introduce yourself, other committee members, if they're in the room, and just walk us through the committee's work and their recommendations.
Thank you, Mayor, Chair, Council, hello, and staff, hello. Yes, we met during the height of COVID. Oh, I'm Amy Peacock. I'm the co-chair of this committee, the Citizens Advisory Council on Governance. Cindy Patterson was the other chair, but she had to step out. We had a group of citizens who came together that was a bipartisan group of 4 Democrats, 3 unaffiliated, and 3 Republicans. And we worked with Patrick and the budget team, Lauren, I don't know if she's still here, but to come up with these recommendations based on the mayor's charge, which was to consider and make recommendations to the council, mayor and city council terms of office, including length of terms, as well as method of implementation, mayor and city council full or part-time positions and related compensation, and then the updated policy guidelines and principles for city council redistricting resulting from the 2020 census. So we basically examined the trends. We looked at cities all across the country. If you all know this, I'll just speed through this. So, but we surveyed 20 of Charlotte's top peer cities, or 21, and they got all the jurisdictions in North Carolina. And we did a public, we encouraged the public to get involved, and we did a survey, and we got 691 responses. which I thought was pretty good, and a whole total of 179 individual comments. So our recommendations were on these this charge from the mayor was, obviously, you guys have already covered, I believe, the compensation, so that's checked off. So basically, we recommended, the vote was for the 4-year terms, but staggered terms, and we would like it, the committee wanted it to go out to the citizens because we felt like the citizens should have a chance to weigh in on this. So that was our recommendations on that. Do you have any questions?
So just for.
Miss Amy, it would be helpful if you could
Are we going to
also.
go through the actual PowerPoint that you have so that for those of us who weren't a part of those conversations and those who may be tuning in online, because right now we're only showing this page, but you do have some other really great
Yes,
information.
Ms. Mayfield, that was from the attorney's office. She was just giving you a little preamble for
overview.
those that
Okay.
you weren't here. Thank you, though.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Because I know
much.
we have some new council people, I'm sorry, but it is online, and I can forward it to you, or they'll forward to you. But basically, we compared, all these cities, what they're doing, we compared across the country, we compared what cities are doing in Charlotte, and then we made these recommendations. And if you want, I can kind of give you the votes, how it went. Is that important?
I think that would be helpful, and also if you could, Amy, if you could just walk us through who the committee members were.
Patrick, do you want to? Oh, who the committee members were?
Yes.
Yes. So it was Cindy Patterson and I were co-chairs, and the committee was made up of Kristen Connor, Mimi Davis, Christy Long, Brandon Pierce, Ceci Ramirez, Janice Robinson, Reverend Eleanor Schell, Sam Smith, Jr., Pete Smolowitz, and Liz Weiner.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Amy, because we know that you were not prepared to give a presentation, so staff is going to be actually giving that, but we really appreciate you coming to the table to give us a little background.
Okay.
Thank you, Miss Amy. Any questions for Miss Amy?
I have a very soft one.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Mitchell.
Are you married to the famous Ed Peacock?
Edwin, yeah.
Tell your husband I said hello.
I will. And my mother-in-law, but yes. Yeah.
No, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Tell Ed I said hello.
I will.
So if I could just jump in, we do have some slides for you because I know that there are several folks that weren't here during the number of conversations that we've had. And what we're really talking about here is process by which to accomplish the 3 recommendations and also a timeline for you to do. We've got some proposals for you, and I'm going to ask Deputy City Attorney Lena James to walk you through that.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you. And thank you to Ms. Peacock for being on the spot and answering those questions. So I have also had a lot of opportunity and time over the last year and a half to review the Citizens Advisory Committee's report, which Council adopted, I believe, in 2021. And after that time, if you'll remember, we were dealing with what was going to happen with our elections last year. And so part of the reason why this topic has been on hold for this committee and for council is because we were going through the census review, the redistricting process, et cetera, which obviously we came through last year. And that brought the topic back up before this committee. We discussed it most recently, a presentation. Some of the committee members were still on this committee in May of this year, 2022, when we presented the review of what the CAGC had done, a review of what the timeline looked like for council if they decided to take action this year in 2022, which would be very compressed from May to the end of the year, recognizing that this year, an even-numbered year, council had your elections scheduled with primaries in May and your general in July, our off year for that this year. So the chair at the time, Chair Driggs, reported that out to the full council in June of this year. And so since then, there has not been any action, but I can speak to the action that the committee did take in May, and that should be on your slides. And if you look at slide 3 and slide 4, that speaks to the 2 votes that did take place in this particular committee. One was to take up the process of moving towards the referendum in 2023, which would include a vote on 4-year and staggered terms for city council and mayor, and you see the results of that. And then the next item was to recommend to the full council that council move forward with 8 districts and 3 at-large rather than the current 7 districts and 4 at-large. And that was the other recommendation, and that was passed 4-1 in 2023. So I believe that's where you are now, is that particular question and how you want to move forward.
Madam Chair, Mr. Mitchell had a question, please.
Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I promise not to keep us here an hour. But I think 3 of us is at a little disadvantage. Councilmember Anderson, Councilmember Mayfield, and myself, only because of the pre-read is great, but we don't know, we weren't part of all the conversation. So I'm going to try to get my questions out very quickly. So number 1, when you say it was passed like the first recommendation, 3-2, was that our council committee or was that the citizen advisory group?
Council committee.
Council committee, the one that Ed Driggs chaired. Okay. So
In May of this year,
May 2022.
2022. Yep.
Okay. So let me go, Deputy City Attorney. It seemed like we stayed at 11. Was there a reason, or 12? Was there a reason why there was no conversation to add an 8th district rep, but keep a 4th at large? It seemed like everybody is working on the premises. We can only have a total of 12.
That's right.
When you
by
think
law.
about our city.
By law.
Oh, by law, the city of Charlotte, we'll have to go to General Assembly to add additional 12 or 13 or 14 seat.
I'll double check that, but I think as I recall, the law is you can have a maximum of 12 council members.
Right.
That doesn't include the mayor. So you
Okay.
could theoretically have 13
Right.
when you include the mayor.
Right. So we don't have to go to the General Assembly.
I need to double check that
Okay.
because there was a brief conversation and then it went away and I haven't thought of it again. But I can get that answer for you fairly quickly.
Okay. And so here's my soapbox. When you look at, we're the 14th largest city in America, it's hard to find our comparison in the state of North Carolina. To me, the trend is what are growing cities doing, how are they being governed, not operating on an artificial, we can't grow. So I do think if you all can give us some language about do we need to go to Raleigh to expand, it'll be helpful to me. I like what Madam Chair said, though, that we continually, this ball was May 2022, and here we are, December 22, and there's some action items take place in August. I'm okay with the August time frame, but Madam Chair, if you're looking for me to raise my hand to move this forward today, I will not be able to meet your expectations. I probably need more time just to look and get the answer back from Raleigh as I continue to have this conversation. Is the 8th district?
He got an answer.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
If I may just add some context to the question that you had, and I don't want to jump ahead of the attorney. The reading of the law was that by law, councils, municipal councils are maximum 12 by the conversation that was had on council over the past year was in relation to the need for at-large versus district seats. And several council members felt that another district was needed, especially as we related to the growth, but that we should add an 8th district and remove an at-large member because it wasn't seen that at-large was necessarily necessary. It was so that was some of the conversations that were had on this topic from a council level position, and again from a legal perspective. I would certainly encourage the attorneys to get back to us, but I think, as he said, it's pretty clear in the law.
Yeah, the issue of going to 8 was what we were focused on. But Mr. Mitchell's asked a slightly different question, which is, can we add another council person? And I know that was briefly discussed. I just don't remember specifically whether you can do it or that's by referendum. I don't believe that we have to go to the General Assembly to get their authority, but I need to just double check that, and I can have an answer for you later today.
So, Mr. Baker, if you could provide us a follow-up report on this item. From what I recollect, we did have a discussion on having an 8th district without removing at-large seat, and I thought that was possible without having to go through General Assembly for an approval. So it would be helpful if we can, I guess, I'm not asking the committee to decide on or agree on these recommendations to move forward. But at some point, we do need to give direction to the full council that this is what committee thinks. We may not all agree with the recommendations here, but at least some sort of direction to the full council that this is where committee is on 4-year terms, and this is where the committee is on adding one more district council seat.
Well, Madam Chair, I would tell you on the 4-year term, if I'm looking at the recommendation, is to be on the November ballot for a referendum. Is that correct?
For 2023.
For 2023?
Mr. Baker?
Yeah, that's correct.
Right. And so I'm in favor of that. I think my angst is the makeup of council. And so I would prefer if we can have one more meeting at least to get the information back from the city attorney. And then I'll prefer then we could talk about this in January. We still have time. The only other date I see in here is August 28th, 2023, when we need to notify direction we're going. So I know those of you all who've been around this and had to deal with this 2 years is probably, you want to get it behind you. But I think in fairness of 4 new people, 2 at large who could be impacted by this decision, and 2 district reps can see their district changing to include an 8th district, I would prefer at least one more meeting of discussion and feedback.
Fair enough, Mr. Mitchell. So I see we have 2 hands that's been raised. So before I call on Mr. Bukhari and Ms. Anderson.
And Ms. Mayfield, please.
And Ms. Mayfield, I'd like to make sure that we have, on the 4-year terms, the discussion was that if at least let me give my perspective on 4-year terms, that I did support 4-year terms, but contingent upon putting it on the referendum. So we are really letting the charlatans decide on the 4-year terms. And I don't see that language here, but that was the decision by the committee from what I recollect. Do we have a language on that, Ms. James?
Madam Chair, if I could just jump in, on slide 3, that council vote, as you'll see, we captured the vote, which was to take the process of moving toward a referendum. And that's what was passed 3-2, was moving it toward a referendum. That hasn't been discussed at the full council level yet, but that's what came out of the committee, was moving it toward a referendum.
Which was consistent with the advisory committee's recommendation. With this advisory.
Okay, so that was recommended by the committee, and I continue to support that. I continue to support that. So if that one item, if the council would like to move forward with, we can certainly do that separately from the other item pending information that we need. So with that, Mr. Bukhari?
Yeah, the history here, just to try to save us some time, is there was never any consensus across all these items on council enough to get 6 votes. There were different kind of packs of people that wanted a certain thing. I was one that wanted one of the other things. And for some reason, it kept getting tossed back to committee to kind of try to make it go away. And then it'd get lost there because committee had a different perspective. And I think the problem here is we just need to, like, if council wants to do something and there's 6 votes, let's have the conversation at a council level, figure out what that is, and then have staff write it up and analyze it and do it. but I think it's just wasting everybody's time down here, kind of, because it's a different subset of the people who are actually pushing for it. I personally don't believe there's 6 votes on any of these things. Now, I know there's a new council, maybe there is now, but the point is it's been floating out there for like almost 3 years because it was kind of maneuvered around, so it never got its chance to kind of say yes or no. If it's going to live, it just needs a yes or no. And I'm not sure the committee's the right spot to do it because several of the people that was pushed for this aren't on this committee. So I think we're probably just wasting time trying to go back and figure out what wording was and things like that. At the end of the day, like, let's do a straw vote with council and say, are there 6 votes to do one of these items or more? And if so, what are the exact wording that people want? And then have staff go do something. Otherwise, let's just let it die.
So, Mr. Bokhari, I agree this item has been floating for over 2 years now in this committee. However, the committee needs to make a decision on this because we owe that to the full council. Ms. Watlington at our last strategy session had inquired about this item. So I just want the committee to say either we say yes or we don't agree with it, we say no, and it's up to the full council to decide. But I think we as a committee do need to provide our feedback and move this forward. Ms. Anderson, and then followed by Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do agree with Mr. Mitchell that I believe we need to have another conversation on these 3 items that we are discussing now due to the difference in the makeup of council and the impact that it would have on the entire council. But in particular, you have 4 new members who would be potentially impacted by this. I would also like to understand how, if we can break these 3 options up. We're only showing 2 here on the screen, but in addition to the 4-year and the staggered elections, it is the makeup of the council that was a recommendation from the Citizens Committee. So it would be also very helpful if we have another conversation on this in January, that it's a deliberate conversation step by step for each of these 3 actions. And lastly, as Mr. Baker has said, he's going to come back and provide us some perspective on what we need to go to the General Assembly for permission on, et cetera. But it also would be nice, Mr. Baker, when you do that, if you could give us a viewpoint on all 3 of these actions. If we need General Assembly permission, if they need to be on a referendum, et cetera. That way we'll have a finite point of view on all 3 action steps. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, Ms. Anderson, to your point, we can certainly have a discussion on the item that Mr. Mitchell had raised concerns about, which was eliminating a 1 at-large seat and adding a district. And that's the only one where Mr. Baker needs to go back and look at legal guidance on whether we need the General Assembly's approval or not. But for other items, we don't need General Assembly's approval. Specifically, I can tell you about the 4-year term. Mr. Baker, please correct me if I'm wrong here.
You are not, and if I could just reiterate and then answer Mr. Mitchell's question, because we do have an answer for that. So the ideas of 2-year staggered terms, you have the authority, you already have the statutory authority to make those changes. Ultimately, you're deciding whether or not, A, you want to make the changes, and B, do you want to attempt to do it yourself or have a referendum to do it. And keep in mind that if you decide to do it yourself, the voters can force a referendum on all of those issues.
What's the parameters for the voters, for those who may not know?
Yeah, it's 5,000 votes. Once you pass your intent to make the change.
Signatures.
5,000 signatures to the petition would force the referendum. If you chose to do that. The third item is, and I want to be clear, I think Mr. Mitchell and I are clear on this, and I want to make sure everyone's clear on this. What was discussed at the Citizens Committee and at the committees in the past and even at the council level was not expanding the city council membership, but to simply change one of the at-large positions to an 8th district position. So you were still going to end up with 11 council members, but the breakdown instead of 7 and 4 would be 8-3. The question that Mr. Mitchell raised was, could you add an additional new council member to where now you have 12 council members as opposed to 11? And the answer is you have the authority to do that from the statute as well. You don't need to go to the General Assembly. That's part of your statutory authority for the change. Just needed to confirm that.
You're a bad man. Life
Thank you,
gets
sir.
better.
Yeah, and I think that was my understanding from our last conversation a year ago. So really on both of these items, 4-year term and even adding another district seat, we do not need General Assembly's approval. So I will leave that up to the committee to decide whether we want to defer both items to the next committee meeting, or if you want to take an action on both or even one. I'm okay with either, so that we can provide guidance to the full council. And I know Ms. Mayfield had her hand raised. Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Baker, now that, and thank you for clarifying, because I was going to just add the question, is the mayor considered a council member? Because if the mayor isn't, then the charter, the interpretation you gave will make sense. Also, for clarification, if we're talking about trying to get this back rather quickly, for us, I was trying to get information on, if we're talking about 4-year staggered terms, not clarifying right here what that staggered to look like, the mayor and district or the mayor and at large on one, and how that's going to be. That should be for full council. If I'm understanding correctly, what you need from our committee is a yea or nay to push it forward to full council. But what I'm hearing, since you have 2 of us who are playing catch up and a new member that's hearing all this information for the first time, we need a little bit more detail on it. I think it will also be helpful that some clarification around if there were conversations around whether or not council was full-time versus part-time. If we go to 4-year terms instead of 2-year staggered, there may, of which Mayor Pro Tem and I just mentioned it briefly, there potentially could be legislative language that's needed to go from part-time to full-time. Having that information and exactly what a full-time council would consist of, because then it will, what most people don't recognize or understand, and what a number of people in the community do understand, is council is a full-time, part-time pay job, because this is not a part-time job with the way our city has grown and the way we want it to continue to grow. This is a full-time job, so it does cause challenges for some individuals when we think about who has access to serve in this role. So if we're going to bring this back for early January, I think it would be very helpful to have that additional language of, if we were to go with staggered, what does that stagger look like, or recommendations of how it could look for full council, as well as if we were to go to full-time, then what is the expectation of a full-time council? The budget conversation will be a separate conversation regarding compensation for a full-time council on, at the size that we are, comparable cities. There's no comparable when it comes to government. We have cities much smaller than ours that have full-time staff, that have offices out in the community, but it would be helpful to be able to present all of that information so that we can then immediately get the conversation to full council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayfield. So we have another follow-up item. Well, the first follow-up item was already addressed by Mr. Baker. So other follow-up item is to, do we need any authority from the General Assembly if we wanted to go from part-time to part-time to full-time? Is that correct, Ms. Mayfield? Oh, Mr. Mayfield has stepped away.
No, that's correct. She just
Okay.
texted me. She said that's correct.
Okay, perfect. So if we can get a guidance on that. So I hear consensus here that the committee would like to take an action at our next meeting after getting these questions answered. Is that correct? Okay.
Madam Chair.
At least the majority. Okay.
I think you're correct. I think based on just some of the discussion, I think we can support that, giving us one more meeting in January to then make recommendations to the full council.
Sounds good. So I will provide that update to the full council later today. So Mr. Bergman, if we can have this item added to our agenda in January and also ensure that committee has the information they need about the change from part-time to full-time and what are the implications from intergovernmental perspective.
Of course.
Okay, and so I guess we will take an action on both of these items at our next committee meeting. Both items are 2-year terms, and really the staggered election, it's sort of, 4-year terms, and the staggered election, it's sort of like a subcategory under the 4-year term. And the second item is adding an 8th district. Is that correct, committee members?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. And I believe it's adding an 8th district and
Without
reducing
eliminating at large, at large district.
Point of order, I'm not sure we can vote on that. The referral was just, as it was said, removal of an at-large, adding of a district. I think it's either yes, we support it, or no, we don't.
But I hear the consensus from the majority of the committee that they would like to change it and present it based on what we have discussed.
I think that's not how the referral works, but if that's what you're going to do, I'm opposed to that.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem would like to be recognized.
Okay, before we move on to Mayor Pro Tem, we have 3 minutes, and I want to make sure we get through the last item because we've been keep deferring that item that is very important. So we will, if the question or concern is about this item, we will have another discussion on this at our January's meeting. So if we can move on to the 4th item, Mr. Winston, is your question
Madam Chair, we really need to get through this so it doesn't get delayed any further.
Yeah.
Mr. Is your question related to item number 3?
Yes.
Go.
Yes.
Yes, go.
So I agree with Mr. Bakari, and to the council members that are new, I would again just recognize that your vote here isn't binding to your vote on council. It's okay to say, hey, I can't get behind this right now because I need more information. That is, again, pushes it forward to the full council so we can have that total conversation. So understanding, you want to be well read on everything. But again, what Mr. Bakari just said about needing to recommend this, that will unlock the ability to have a larger conversation as well as what his earlier comments to say, hey, pushing it forward actually will allow us to have that broader conversation with more information that new council members desire. I would suggest you guys vote this either way. Even if you vote it down, that doesn't mean that it ultimately won't happen. That's just the...
So, Mr. Winston, committee is not ready to take an action on this, so we are going to defer this to our next meeting. Let's move on to the 4th item we have today. It's our legislative agenda. Mr. Fenton, you have literally 1 minute, but if committee can give you additional time, I'm okay with staying. I know that we have another committee meeting starting at 2. So how long do you need in order to provide an update?
We did nothing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Dana Fenton from the City Manager's Office. I think I could get through the first part of this quite quickly. You had the pre-read materials, and then we could start on the second part, the engagement strategy, and just see how far we can get.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you for having me here this afternoon. Next slide, please. We'll be covering the staff proposed legislative request. And just so you know that there are no votes scheduled on this today. We are presenting, and we'd like to get your input on it as much as we can. And I'd be glad to take your input after the meeting as well. And then we'll talk about the engagement strategy referral that Mayor Lyles made to the committee just a few months ago. Next item, please. Let's pivot to the federal legislative agenda proposals. And these are going to be 4 things you have seen before. These are all multi-year type of positions because there's a lot of work, a lot of years that go into them. And the first one here is a great example, Destination CLT. This is essentially your capital improvements program for the airport. It's based upon the airport master plan that was approved by the Federal Aviation Administration in 2016. And for the last several years, the City Council, Aviation Department staff, and the city's lobbying team have been working together to advance the airfield improvement projects, specifically the 4th parallel runway and the north and south end-around taxiways. It's a $1 billion project, and we're going to need to have federal funding for that. So, and the airport's reaching a point right now where they're getting finalized is a proposed letter of intent for the Federal Aviation Administration to consider that would commit the federal government to providing that funding. That's due by March 1 of 2023. So we're at an opportune time now. This is something we've talked about, and we're getting to the point where that actual application will be made to the FAA. And also I could just say is that our congressional delegation is very strong in support of this request. And then there's going to be some other competitive grant funding that the airport will be trying to seek through the airport terminal program that was created by the bipartisan infrastructure law last year.
I'm sorry, Dana. Miss Mayor Pro Tem has a question.
Yes, Mr. Winston, can you hold your questions? I just want to make sure Mr. Fenton can go through his slides, and then we'll get to all the questions. Go ahead, Mr. Fenton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next slide, please. This is the Transit Corridor System Plan, and this has been in your legislative agenda for several years because the plan is definitely a multi-year, multi-decade type of plan. And what we'll be focusing on next year would be communications with our delegation. You're going to see in just a little bit that we're proposing trying to move ahead, trying to get a new source of local revenue that we can match federal funds for these types of projects. And that would be part of your state legislative agenda. But in the meantime, we have to keep our delegation informed of what we're doing and all the different actions we're taking. And really, there's about 3 major things that go into this plan. One is the advanced planning that's underway on the various rapid transit corridors, the Red Line, the Silver Line, the Gold Line Phase 3, and the Blue Line extension from Pineville to Valentine. And then also are the center city improvements at the Charlotte Gateway Station and the Charlotte Transportation Center, and then the implementing of the Envision My Ride initiative to, and also the transformation of the buses from diesel to an all-electric fleet. And then, of course, CATS will be trying to secure some grant opportunities for some projects that can be done with smaller amounts of money, such as through the RAISE program. Next slide, please. Immigration. This has been in your legislative agenda for the last 3 years. This was the result, of course, of the Ad Hoc City Council's Immigrant Community Committee back in 2019. And a major add to the position this year is the very last bullet is support for increased federal funding for resettlement organizations, because they've had their work cut out for them this year with the war that's been waged on Ukraine by the Russian government and some other situations as well. And let me just share with you, and I'll get this more into an email to all of you later on, is that there's been some press reports that an agreement has been reached on some immigration-related legislation that the Senate could be passing before the end of this month. But more on that later because I don't have all the details. And finally, the final one in the federal side is sustainability and resilience. We're going to be focusing this coming year on fleet electrification and infrastructure, energy efficiency, environmental justice, and workforce development. And there was quite a bit of opportunities provided through the bipartisan infrastructure law from last year, and also the Inflation Reduction Act that was passed just a few months ago. And Madam Chair, that completes the federal request. We had 4 of them, and I'm just going to pivot right now to the state request. So next slide, please. The first slide is mobility. We did have this in our position or our legislative agenda from 2 years ago, and really consists of 2 parts: is getting the authority to ask the voters to provide the authority to Mecklenburg County Commission to levy a new source of revenue, local source of revenue. But also, we also need to look at the bonding issue. We need to have a broader range of bonding instruments for a sales tax. And right now, the sales taxes and sales and use taxes for local governments in North Carolina can be repealed, even though you may have some bonds that you're paying back with that money. So because of that situation, we have to usually go out and get a certificate of participation for those types of projects, and that comes with a higher rate of interest. Next slide, please. State transportation funds. Last couple of years, we've had to deal with the Powell bill issue. The Powell bill program has a formula that is used to distribute the funding. It's based on population and centerline miles, and it is considered to be a very good formula for distributing those funds. But of course, you know about the budget language that was put in 2 years ago, and actually 3 years ago as well, and that limits what the city of Charlotte can receive. And also at the same time, we would show support for another data-driven approach to distributing transportation funding, and that's the Strategic Transportation Investments Program that prioritizes state transportation construction funding. And the last item on the next page is Safe Charlotte. This is the Safe Charlotte plan, of course, was adopted 2 years ago by the City Council, and there is an opportunity this year to try to get some authority to convert redeploy sworn units to investigating much higher levels of crime and be able to use trained civilians for investigating non-lethal traffic accidents, what they call civilian traffic investigators. The cities of Wilmington and Fayetteville already have this authorization, and there is going to be an effort put forth next year by the Association of Chiefs of Police and probably the North Carolina League of Municipalities to get this into authority statewide for all cities to use. So, Madam Chair, that completes the staff-supported legislative request. Do you want me to stop right here and take any questions on those?
Yes, Mr. Fenton. So before we discuss this item number 4, Mr. Baker just reminded me that I need a committee needs to take an action on deferring the item number 3 because that seems to be consensus. So could someone make a motion on deferring item number 3 that we all had discussed? We'll put it on our January's agenda, and Mr. Baker will provide the information that's been requested by the committee members.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
All in favor, please raise your hand. Hey, anyone in opposition? Okay. All right, thank you. So now we have 6 minutes. 1:45 is a hard stop. I was just told that by staff so that they can prepare for a 2 p.m. meeting. So in the next 6 minutes, can we have a discussion and provide feedback to Mr. Fenton on federal and state legislative items? I just have one item that I did not hear, Mr. Fenton, and that was under Safe Charlotte. I remember that our police chief Jennings had raised this item multiple times about holding are addressing concerns around bond, and could you
I'd be
please
glad to
provide
take
an
that one.
update on that item?
Yeah, I'd be glad to address that. I spoke with the chief. I've spoken with him a few times about this. The last time, this just past Friday. And what he's really trying to do is to ensure that people who have been arrested for violent crimes like murder, burglary, rape, et cetera, must go before a judge for a bail bond hearing. And it's really more pretrial release related than it is bail bond. Let me also say that up front. He just wants to make sure that they go before a judge and not a magistrate to determine whether they can be released and what those release conditions are. And then there's other situations where people who are in pretrial release already are arrested while they're on pretrial release. He also wants to make sure that their cases are considered by a judge as well. And what the chief is doing right now, he is working with the judicial community, and he's also going to be working with the statewide groups like the Association of Chiefs of Police, and the district attorney's going to be working with the Conference of District Attorneys to try to generate some support for this. So at this point, it's not ready to bring forward. And I haven't even in terms of legislation, I have not seen that, but certainly the basic part of that, what he has been talking about, is something he is still focused on.
Thank you so much for an update on that. So when it's ready, you'll bring that up to the committee, right? I assume.
Yeah, what we'll have to do is we're going to have to do some vetting of it, and then it would then possibly it could come to the committee. Yes.
Okay. All right. That's all I have on legislative items. Committee members, any questions, feedback for Mr. Fenton? Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one. Dana, on the next step schedule, I don't see where we have our annual breakfast with our delegation before they go off to Raleigh. So are we going to still try to have that meeting as we've done in the past? I thought it has been great in building relationships.
Yeah, we're right now, Mr. Mitchell, we have it a tentative, a TBD date, really. It's somewhere between January 30th and February 10th.
Okay.
And that's sort of a crapshoot at this point because we have to get the legislative agendas adopted by the city council before we can have this meeting. And right now we're scheduled to look for council adoption on January 23rd.
Okay, got it. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Anything else, committee members? Okay, Mr. Winston, you have 2 minutes before we wrap up this meeting.
Thank you. I just have, one question specifically about the federal item around destination CLT, specifically working with the administration to secure federal resources for the build out of Destination CLT Capital Program. I've talked to some of our constituents in labor, in union, and they have had some concerns that Charlotte may be missing out on some federal funding opportunities specifically for the airport because of the administration has put language in that pushes cities or municipalities that amplify union labor in these airport projects to the top. And there's some concerns that we may not have caught that, and we are not finding ways to include that. So that might be eliminating or pushing us down in some of those competitive grants. Again, this is specifically for airport investments that are related to the bipartisan infrastructure law. Not sure how that relates to other sections of it, but I don't know if our lobbyists have any insight into that, or if we're considering that, and how do we, if that is accurate, how do we remedy that as we put together this letter that we put specifically, again, to the administration, not necessarily Congress, because this is already law.
Mr. Weston, this is the first time I've heard it, and I've heard that perception. And what I can tell you is that the airport's been working with the FAA on this for several years, and our delegation is strongly on board. And furthermore, when you look at where Charlotte Douglas is in the national air system, we have delays, and we're so important in there that it'd be hard for me to imagine that a letter of intent would not be granted for Charlotte Douglas due to the labor laws that exist in this state.
Well, I would just point out that we already missed out on, we were not in the first round of certain funding for airport investments, and that seemed to catch us by surprise, and there wasn't really much explanation to why we were not recipients of the first rounds of grants when we kind of anticipated that we would, specifically for some of the rationale that you put out there. Again, I would just remind us, my comments and the kind of notes that I've been given relate to this bipartisan infrastructure law. So understanding that we've been working with a discussion that we're going to have, are we really as aware of the new and changing landscape of how those federal dollars are going to be prioritized moving forward, again, especially given this administration's focus on amplifying union labor?
Yeah, I'm saying, Mr. Wilson, I think we're over the time limit now, and we'd be glad to get a follow-up to you on this.
Yeah, Mr. Fenton, if we can get a follow-up report on this item, we do have to wrap up. Staff has messaged me a few times that they have a hard stop at 1:45 to prepare for 2 p.m. meeting, so I don't want to take up any more time. But our next meeting will be on January 3rd, and we will take up some of these deferred items to our next discussion. Thank you all for joining. Ms. Mayfield and Mr. Mitchell, thank you so much for hanging on for additional 15 minutes. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Move to adjourn. Okay, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Yeah, second.
All right. All right. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
I'm Marjorie Molina. I serve on City Council District 5 and committee member.
Good afternoon, Victoria Watlington, District 3, committee member.
Mr. Braxton?
Braxton Winston, at large and serving as Mayor Pro Tem.
Any members with us virtually?
Hey, Natasha, if you can hear me in the room, I need you to sign into the meeting, please.
So we're starting over again?
When the room is ready to go live, please let us know. The TV studio needs to know, and I need to know. Thank you.
Wendy, can you hear me? We're ready to go live.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the Monday, December 5th meeting of the Jobs and Economic Development Council Committee meeting. My name is Malcolm Graham, and I serve as chairman of the city's Economic Development Committee. I want to take this opportunity to welcome each and every one of you who are here today in the room, as well as those who are visiting with us virtually. Thank you for being here. We'll start with introduction of council members at the table, and then we will acknowledge those who are with us virtually. Again, my name is Malcolm Graham. I serve as chairman of the city's Economic Development Committee.
Ed Driggs, committee member.
Good afternoon, Marjorie Molina, District 5 representative and committee member.
Good afternoon, Victoria Watlington, District 3, committee member.
Braxton Winston, at large and serving as Mayor Pro Tem.
And now we'll go to those members with us virtually.
Good afternoon, Dimple Ashmira, committee member.
Thank you, Councilmember Ashmir. And we'll start introducing our staff members. We'll start with our Economic Development Committee executive, and then we'll hold off on introduction of those who are here for the second presentation, as well as those other staffers around the room.
Good afternoon, Tracy Dodson, Assistant City Manager. We're good.
Okay, we're good. So we have a light agenda, but meaningful. 2 items, infrastructure, meaning planning, and then as well as what I'm looking forward to is a great conversation relating to our corridors of opportunity. Ms. Dodson, you want to introduce the first item for us?
Yes, the infrastructure referral, meeting referral, has been brought to every committee in today's discussion so that you all can have a broader discussion. Mayor Pro Tem wanted to add anything from his email that he had sent out to all of you before, and then I think we'll turn it over to you all for discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Dodson. I recognize the Mayor Pro Tem. I spoke with him earlier, and he's going to kind of update on some of the work he did prior to this meeting, and then we'll get right into the discussion.
Thank you very much. For those that have joined earlier committee meetings, it's going to be a bit of a Groundhog's Day. But I addressed, after working with Mr. Bakari and Ms. Johnson over the past week, we compiled some notes, some guiding questions or guiding principles that I hope the committee will use to kind of guide their conversation. It was addressed in an email yesterday to committee chairs, but it is intended for council members as well as staff to reference as we try to get to an effective meeting in 2 weeks. I'll just go through those points real quick. for folks that were not able to kind of dive into it, but it should be in your inbox. In your committee discussions, please consider that we need to allow our infrastructure investments to catch up with where our growth is today. We need our infrastructure investments to guide where future growth is appropriate. What are the biggest infrastructure challenges from each committee's policy-specific perspective? What do we define as major components and drivers of infrastructure investment within each committee's policy concentrations? What metrics do we use to measure these components and drivers? What very specific policy approaches might we take to address these components, drivers, and investments? Are we able to map or visualize both areas that face infrastructure challenges and growth or development trends in order to compare the two? And last but certainly not least, language that will guide staff to bring us back a roadmap for future policy work around these metrics. I encourage the committee to really concentrate on that last bullet point because we're having this conversation in each four of the committees today. We're going to have to come back at 6 o'clock and give staff a very clear guidance on what they can do to set up an effective meeting that lives up to council's expectations in 2 weeks. Obviously, that's a very fast turnaround. I would encourage us to also think that this is basically getting us to the start line of a multi-month process to answer that policy question of what strategies should we explore to answer the community's infrastructure needs. I understand we all have strong opinions. Many of us have strong opinions about directions that we're going in or infrastructure deficits. Again, I would just really encourage you guys to think about what is a deliverable from a committee's policy area perspective that we can bring to the table and combine with all the other discussions to let staff know who we want at the table and how we want that meeting to run. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair, and the committee.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I've read the email that the Mayor Pro Tem sent out, and I agree with them in principle in terms of those points that we should be considering as we move forward. From an economic development perspective, I'll give you my feedback and my comments, and then kind of open it up to all the council members in terms of the direction they want to direct staff. I see this conversation as being really, really broad, and it's really important, as indicated, that we kind of narrowly tailor the discussion so we can make sure that we know where we want to get to. The old saying, the end is in the beginning, so it'll be really to know where we want to go, and maybe that can help us lead the action steps along the way as we move forward. When I think of infrastructure for the city and the impact on infrastructure and growth is one, our city is growing. There's not a whole lot we can do other than control the growth through measures we've already taken thus far in terms of our comprehensive plan, 2040 plan, things we've already adopted. But I think at it differently, all right? I see the main infrastructure deal is our airport, right? Making sure that's, and again, I'm talking from an economic development perspective, right? That is the engine that stirs the coffee, right? Everything begins there, people onboarding, getting off. It's for the region, and so it's a regional asset, and although it's a enterprise organization, I think it's really important that we kind of keep an eye on what's happening at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. And then some things are a little bit more basic for me, right, in terms of the impact that our growth has on Charlotte Water, our sanitation, Charlotte Fire, and our police department. Every time we rezone something or make a decision, the impact on those four city agencies are significant. And so what's the impact on our growth on those agencies and how we're responding to it from a financial perspective? Through our budget, I'll be really, really making sure that our fire department, for an example, is keeping up with the growth of all the rezonings that we're doing that impact communities, as well as our uptown Charlotte. We approve a new skyscraper that, causes Charlotte Fire to take on additional responsibilities. And also there's the other items like sidewalks and greenways and those type of things in our road structure. Secondly, for me, it's the type of support that we're getting from the federal government. Last year, we had the infrastructure bill Has those dollars trickled down to us locally? And if so, how are we utilizing those dollars with projects that we have identified to relieve stress in our system with those federal dollars? The same thing with state dollars. Most of the roads that we encounter along the way are not roads that's owned by the city of Charlotte, they're state roads. So what type of communication that we have with our state government, et cetera? Can we identify those major infrastructure projects that we are participating in within the next 2 to 3 years, right? It takes time for a project to come up for the building. That's generally a 2 to 3 year cycle, I would imagine. And so what are those projects that we're looking at right now over the next 2 to 3 years that will relieve stress and congestion and relieve our infrastructure throughout the city, right? And they can be considered hotspots. Where are our hotspots? If you go from the rezonings every month, it's in 3, it's in District 2, it's in District 7, based on the number of rezonings that we approve. And so are we taking a particular look at those sections of the city and identifying what those infrastructure needs and how those needs fit into a regional need? And then lastly, and this is probably more transportation than economic development, but I think they still go hand in hand, is making sure that we kind of take a look at this from not only a local perspective, but a regional perspective, and that's Connect Beyond and our mobility plan that we just started looking at last week. So I know that's a lot. I think it kind of can fit into those parameters that the Mayor Pro Tem outlined in one way or another. But certainly, I think those are things from an economic development perspective. And one last one, which is probably the most important thing, is that we don't stop the engine, right? That we continue to work with our development community, monitor our plans, understand the impact that growth has on our community, but that we find ways to make the rezoning process more effective and efficient to get people through the process quickly, like we just recently started with the consent items to get things through the system quickly, but certainly that we take a look at not slowing down, certainly not stopping development in our community. That would have a terrible impact on our community from an economic development perspective. I'll open up the floor for further discussion. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you and I were both at a meeting earlier today where we talked about transportation and planning, but I agree with you. I don't think there is a clear line of separation because the implication for economic development of the choices we make about mobility is very significant, both in terms of our appeal to potential investors and job creation, as well as in terms of our goals for social justice and for making people able to access where they work. So I think there's a critical nexus there. I would mention, as I did earlier, that if everybody remembers, we were shown this document at a recent meeting, and that was an attempt to pull together a lot of our planning processes and our resources, and finally, in my mind, try to recognize the questions we need to be asking. One thing that was apparent from looking at this is our capacity within our CIP to achieve a lot of the things to which we aspire is limited. So right now, if you look at the next couple of bond cycles, as I pointed out in our meeting, the amount of money that's allocated to sidewalks, just as a for instance, is enough to buy about a quarter of a mile per district per year. That's not a lot of progress in terms of the magnitude of the issues that we want to address. So I think we need to be looking in the context of the Transformational Mobility Network and the much larger resources that would be available as a result of the sales tax that's contemplated in that. But as we continue this conversation, it's going to be key that we recognize where there are inherent contradictions in the things we want to achieve. And I just throw out, for example, trees versus more housing. Mm-hmm. If you create all of that additional housing, there's going to be a cost in terms of trees. So I think the art of our planning process is to figure out where we want to come out when it comes to either managing finite resources or reconciling objectives that may not be compatible. what I hope we can accomplish in 2 weeks' time, and this gets back to Mayor Pro Tem's suggestion, is a pretty tangible process. I think there's a broad agreement as to all of the things we would like to accomplish, but now we're down into that very difficult environment where we have to make choices about housing, about our social policy, about economic development. So I also noted earlier, and forgive me for repeating myself, but that we do have in the area of Charlotte water and stormwater and in CDOT, we have lists of projects. We have a whole bunch of established opportunities for investment. And so maybe what we're really talking about is what are the criteria for prioritizing those? Like, where do we think we need to go first? What is the most urgent? And that in turn depends on how we prioritize our social needs versus safety, say, or economic development. So I'm hoping personally that what comes out of our discussion later today and in 2 weeks are sort of clearer criteria for instructing the staff on what matters the most to us. And I guess I'll just put that out there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Trace. Councilmember Ajmer, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you did a pretty good job summarizing some of the infrastructure objectives that we should have. And Mr. Driggs, you did not disappoint me again, as you continue to bring up a lack of infrastructure when it comes to sidewalks, and the amount of infrastructure and sidewalks investment we make, it's barely enough. In fact, like you said, it's a quarter of a mile per district, and we know that when it comes to infrastructure challenges, it's $1 billion problem. And the funding that we currently have from the CIP is not going to address the needs that are out there. The needs far outweigh the funding that we have. So we do need to address the funding issue. Right before this committee meeting, we had budget governance and intergovernmental committee discussion on this, and the funding had come up. So, and we got to look at intergovernmental perspective. We got to look at this from intergovernmental perspective, because this $1 billion problem is not going to be addressed by funding that is we have at our disposal. We are going to need authority and approval from our state legislators to really help us address some of these infrastructure gaps. Other item that committee had discussed that I think I would also like to highlight is how do we prioritize from economic development perspective, but also from equity lens. There are parts of our city that haven't gotten their fair share of infrastructure investments. So one of our committee members, Ms. Mayfield, asked for the funding that have taken place, both public and private sector investments in all of our districts, and figure out where do we have gaps and where do we really invest heavily to ensure that we are also addressing our equity and governance framework and equity goals that we have. So that's all we have, but I would really like us to look at this and have a focus on, from intergovernmental, and what do we do to ensure that we get the support that we need from the state to really make a dent. Otherwise, all we are doing is just every CIP investment that we make, it's not even enough to address the immediate needs that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ajmer. Any other, Councilmember Wallington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've got a couple of things, and I think everybody's pretty much hit on this idea that it's not just ED, it's planning, it's transportation. And I think as we think about that, we've got to come to terms with this idea of no longer thinking as a city. We know we're growing. We are talking about how do we manage that growth. people are going to our surrounding towns. So how does that change how we do site selection? How does that change how we put packages together when we're trying to recruit businesses to the region? What could that look like rather than City of Charlotte submitting or Mecklenburg County submitting or even submitting together? Do we have an opportunity for City of Charlotte to partner with Union County? Because it would behoove us then to send jobs that particular direction. When we talk about transportation, obviously, again, I'll say it, I think that we are getting to a place where a transit authority is a real option, and we really do need to consider that because I think that that helps drive that regional planning process. When we talk about rezonings, as it relates to economic development, we want, as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, for people to be able to get to their jobs from where they are, where they live. And so how do we overlap where we know are the interested areas of development with where we need people to go? I know that there are different schools of thought, whether it's we curb development in certain areas versus incent in others. I think we've got to pick a combination of the two. I'm certainly supportive of either or both strategies, as much as we think about where do we have to say no, we need to think about how do we incent developers to say yes to the areas that we want. How does that show up even in our TIGs? I know we've got targeted locations or target areas, and with the county we have target areas of investment for business recruitment, but can we make that even laser focused and broaden that to the surrounding community or surrounding counties rather. The other piece that I wanted to talk, so as I think about specific to the job summit, those are the things I want to look at. I want to look at TIGs. I want to look at opportunities to, yes, the Housing and Job Summit. Or I'm sorry, the infrastructure, excuse me. I mean it for infrastructure. The reason I say that is because I think that where we incent people is a direct reflection of where we want them to go from a planning purpose. So I think that connection has to be made. When we talk about our infrastructure agencies, as you mentioned, I think you made a great point there. From an ED standpoint, how do we make sure that our water, our CFD, our CMPD, our solid waste folks are receiving attractive wages so that we're not losing them to Gaston County, for instance? How are we making sure that there are attractive recruiting strategies to get people in those departments and that they're able to grow through? I think that's very important. We know that we've tried to do a ton of work in terms of recruitment for CMPD, for example. In our areas that are more dense, we really got to think about, are there ways that we can attract some of our public servants to the profession? The next thing I want to talk about is Ajmira and Driggs made great points in regards to really getting clear about our budget constraints and how do we acknowledge that and how do we work around that. I think there's an opportunity to really work with our private partners and talk about how do we come together to partner to fund particular things. Of course, we do that with, like I mentioned before, our TIGs, but are there other ways that we can really leverage the private community to, that will be good for business for them, but will drive our infrastructure improvements? And I think that, then the last thing is I absolutely agree with Councilmember Ajmira in terms of our legislative agenda. So I'd love to see as an outcome of this particular effort an updated legislative agenda in terms of what we need for funding. And I don't know if now is the appropriate time, Mr. Chair, but I would love to hear Tracy's feedback in regards to some of the things that we've said, because there may be things that we don't even know are going on.
Ms. Dotson, you want to weigh in?
That was a lot. Happy to. There's a couple of things. I do think, jobs.
We can hear you, Dotson.
I think that is important as a layer. If we think about where do we want to grow, I think we also have to think about some of our employment hubs of protecting them. And future growth around this. So I think this, whether it be from the airport's perspective and a larger economic development. The last thing, Councilmember Wellington, you mentioned, we have had a lot of discussions regionally when it comes to business recruitment sometimes. And if you go back and remember, that's why when we did the industrial land use study, is do we want to be in this game? Right. And if we don't, let's let our regional partners and support them if they want to be in the game. And so there have been some of those discussions that are going on about where you want certain businesses or where you want certain jobs.
Councilmember Driggs, and then Moran.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I spoke before, so
Oh,
maybe
I'm
we
sorry.
should,
Go ahead.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I'll make mine quick. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make mine quick. I don't think I could add a whole lot to what's been said. I think there've been great points around the table. The only thing that I would add is we also have partners in government, local government. Every time I look at an infrastructure proposal project, especially where it involves density, one of the things that stand out to me is some of the stress on some of our schools. You know, schools are, a lot of the times we're saying yes to projects where the schools have an additional stress where they're already stressed. And I know for a fact in the district and the people where I serve, that makes an additional impact. It's that we already have an enormous amount of Title I schools in the east side. We already have an enormous amount of need where it comes to, you know, just the whole envelope of need, you know, jobs, housing, you know, everything that we've named. So, I don't want to sound repetitive and say anything that's already been said, but I just want to add that additional a piece in there, because we're 3.2 billion possibility of impact, but then if we add in the fact that, you know, our county partners, they have another $2 billion of potential impact, and, you know, then our school board, they have a small amount of impact, but I think when we look at an infrastructure proposal, I think somehow, I guess the deliverable for staff would be an additional deliverable, and I know that you guys already have enough, but when we look at that, how could we, I guess, propose something where we're looking at infrastructure across the board, proposals across the board? So if we're going to, let's say, create density in an area, why aren't we looking directly at what impact it's going to make on the children that live in those places? You know, yeah, we want to put their parents to work, but then the kids going to a school that's already, you know, it's at full capacity or above. And so I think somehow we need to look at those things in tandem. And we're all in the same building. So as a newcomer, it seems easy, you know, just to kind of say that. And I know that there's way more involved, but I would like to see if we're able to somehow for us to be, you know, forward thinking in how we take a look at that holistically, and how what we do as a governing body can work, I guess, kind of adjacent to the other two governing bodies that partner with us for the county.
Point well taken. Council member.
Thank you. I remember somebody once said that England and America were two countries separated by a common language. So we are government bodies separated by a common building. I did want to just pick up on some things.
So you're saying there shouldn't be a swearing in the council meeting? I'm just saying, right.
I'm going to crash that party. I'm headed down there after this.
You'll be in the meeting, you can't.
So picking up on a couple of things that were said, for one, we are working on a regional plan for mobility, right? So we have kind of formally adopted Connect Beyond as a kind of blueprint. The work that we've done in our 2030 plan and our mobility plan plug into that, so it doesn't call for a rethinking of the work that we've done, it just enlarges it. And I know the mayor and the manager have started having conversations with other mayors about what that partnership could look like. And Ms. Watling, to your point, I really feel that we need to start addressing governance issues for that. And I've been saying for some time, I think that means an authority, right? So we need to know what the terms of this partnership are going to be. It's going to come down to talking to each of the neighboring communities about what their contributions will need to be and how much they can get out of it. I don't think people are going to spend a whole lot of money just to have a bus line that goes uptown Charlotte, so we need to be mindful of their local needs as well. The other thing, though, about that is that when we talk about federal funding, we're not going to get that if we don't deliver a regional plan. We're not going to get a lot of support from the state either. So this isn't really optional, bearing in mind that our transformational mobility network is relying for 40% of the cost, or about $5 billion, on federal support. And I think it's pretty clear to us that that will be probably predicated on us having the kind of plan that the feds are looking for. And that in turn, Ms. Ajmira, I'm kind of talking to everybody here, is a legislative item, right? So we will be pursuing opportunities for federal funding. I think the legislation is in place. I've heard from the people who manage the infrastructure bill in Washington that they have more money than they know what to do with. It's up to us to help them out, okay, and to show them some opportunities for investment. So, but I still think that today, what my thought is that we should try to come up with criteria for prioritization. So there are lists of these projects. CDOT has projects, Charlotte Water has projects, Stormwater has projects, and they've all done a lot of work projecting what the needs are and where they intend to invest and so on. So it may be that short term, what we need to do is put the overlay of the goals that we have as council onto the process through which they decide which thing they do next. And that, to me, would be an actionable sort of thing to think about and maybe inform, because I don't know exactly how, I do know that CDOT, for example, has a pretty detailed process for deciding, you know, safety, all the other considerations. So we just need to be comfortable that everything that's on our mind is included in the way those criteria were established and are being applied.
Okay, I'm going to recognize Councilmember Braxton, and then I'm going to wrap it up. And then we can see, then I'm going to give it to Tracy to solve, right?
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Well, there's going to be one more step, and that's kind of, thank you, Mr. Graham. I think this has been a great discussion, and I just want the committee between now and 6 o'clock to be thinking we are going to have to give some pretty specific guidance to staff. It's not necessarily to let them clean it up right now. We have to give them guidance so they can prepare to turn this around in 2 weeks. And like I said, myself, Mr. Bakari, and Ms. Johnson will be working with staff. I think there are many staff members that have been part of 3 different committee meetings. So we've all been taking notes. You know, you just kind of highlighted prioritization lists. That's something that we've heard before. Mr. Mitchell and Ms. Anderson and a couple other committee meetings have suggested that this meeting should be a facilitated conversation between council and staff. Some people might think that there should be other partners. You know, I'm just thinking from economic development lens. You know, should the Business Alliance be part of this? Should CRVA be part of this? I don't know. So these are the type of, I think, specific things from a logistical standpoint that we as the council are going to have to decide tonight and give staff some pretty specific and tailored guidance of how to be successful here.
I agree. Thank you for, and you kind of took my closing remarks that we're going to have to find a way to narrowly tailor the conversation. I think it's a much needed conversation. But I hopefully that we would have the stamina of a marathon runner as we begin to tackle this. There won't be any quick fixes or any quick solutions to it, but I think the 19th should really be level setting, making sure that we're all on the same page in terms of where we are, in terms of addressing our infrastructure needs, and then where we need to go, right? And making sure that all members have an understanding of where we are, right? What are we doing to address these issues? What projects that we have in the mix? I think Councilmember Wallington is spot on. Regionalism, how are we working with our regional partners, et cetera. So as much as we can kind of keep it simple for this 19th meeting and make sure that everyone leaves that meeting feeling that that was worth it and that we don't oversell what we're going to do on the 19th, right? I think it's basically just kind of making sure that we get some agreement in terms of the direction that we want to go. Exactly. So everyone's good? All right. It's Monday, y'all. I'm excited about the next portion of the meeting is the quarters of opportunity. This is something that I've been working with council. I know Councilmember Wallington has been really involved in this as well as our two districts were the first ones that really kind of took the plunge. Now we're ready for all the other districts, the 6 identified corridors that we're working with. And this part of the meeting is really, I'm going to try to control it as much as I can, but I really want it to be free going, right? Everyone kind of chip in. We got subject matter experts with us today that's actually doing the work in the corridor, so we can ask very specific questions. It's like corridors of opportunity, questions that you were afraid to ask, right? These folks are doing it on the ground. They're working throughout. The whole staff is here. So I'm going to turn it over to Tracy to kind of introduce the topic, and then we're going to have a pretty casual conversation, right? We're going to try to put the formalities aside and really have a conversation.
That's it. Well, thank you, Councilmember Graham. Before we kind of dive in, I want to give a little bit of history. It was important to try to bring this to you today in this format because I don't think you always get to see everything that's happening and hear about it. And we felt like just presenting it on paper or up on the screen didn't really do it justice. So if I go back a couple of years ago, when we kind of created the new initiative around corridors of opportunity, I pick on the manager because he told planning director, transportation director, now ACN, economic development director, and housing director, all get in a room and figure it out. Then we had to work together, and I can remember many meetings where it was like deer caught in headlights of what we were. It's like a deer caught in headlights of what we were trying to do. And really, what we've done is not change. I mean, we've changed the way we do the work in corridors. We've always been working in corridors. But what I wanted you to see and start with today is you have 3 ACMs in the room that work in corridors. I spend more of my time each week on corridors than I do any other topic that I touch. You have an entire team now here internally, and Laura's here again, externally to just represent how that partnership is. And so there's a tremendous amount of time and effort that goes into corridors. I asked Monica on Friday, I was like, do you think we can figure out how many hours a week goes into corridors? And I thought she was going to come across the table at me. Because it's a lot. And we wanted you to see that. And I'm going to have everybody introduce themselves. But I did really want you to see, get a sense of the amount of people that are leaning in on this work now. I will say that, you know, y'all see me a lot on projects. That's not what my passion is. My passion is what this group is doing. My favorite part of the weeks are when we have the corridors meetings and we all come in, and Deputy Chief Ray Shue will teach me something from CMPD that I never knew that doesn't relate to economic development, but it does relate to the corridors. And so we're all in this together, and it really truly is something unique and something special that we have, and now even building on that with others who are working in the corridors as well. So Liz, you're the only other one in the room that's been there since the beginning. I don't know if you had anything else to add before I kick it over to Monica.
So I'll make a couple of remarks. I mean, you know, I echo everything Tracy has said, and it's not lost on us, and I hope I've reinforced this message effectively. City staff has always coordinated. We've always worked well together, so this part is not new, but what is new and different about this is that now we're working together on one project as one group in a way that we never have before. And Tracy used the word excitement, and I would say that's sort of the way many of us approach the conversations when we get together every couple of weeks and talk about what we're doing, because we have shared experiences, we're sharing information, and what we're really hoping is that we're building on something not just for Corridors of Opportunity as a program, but we're hoping that we're developing a culture that will transition this organization and how we work together.
Well said. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Monica. She'll handle the introductions. You'll see again how we have organized internally to hopefully create a model where we can be working in 6 corridors at one time.
That sounds great. And so before we dive into the agenda, I think I'm going to do introductions first and just allow each person just to introduce themselves, name, organization, and then people will chime in as we go along on this story today. So let's start, Laura, if you don't mind.
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm Laura Yates-Clark with United Way.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is James Carter. I am with the Economic Development Department.
Rebecca Hefner, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Stephen Roche, Deputy Chief CFP.
Monica Holmes here. No,
Robin Stewart, Leader on Loan from Bank of America, working on corridors.
Walter Blackman, Operations Manager, Corridors of Opportunity.
Liz Babson, Assistant City Manager, previous CDOT Director.
Aisha Sabor, Corridors of Opportunity Community Engagement Manager.
And I also want to just make sure and acknowledge that Renee Askew is, if you want to introduce yourself, I know everyone knows you, but.
We haven't done the.
Renee Askew, you hope you hear me. Renee Askew, ACM, but also Innovation Technology Director.
And then Allison
Healthcare Planning.
Okay,
And could you also
so.
introduce the others?
Oh, sure.
Keep on going. Yeah.
Drew Dietrich, Economic Development Department.
Melissa Brown, Economic Development.
Dave Lynn, Charlotte International Cabinet. Mike Davis, Stormwater Services.
Shloinas, City Attorney's Office.
Todd DeLong, Economic Development.
Holly Eskridge, Economic Development.
Okay, great. So today we're going to just briefly, Tracy touched on it, but go over how we work. And that's really to give you some more insight into the heavy lifting and work that we've been doing as both the City of Charlotte in partnership with the county and our external partners. Then Robin and Laura will talk a little bit about partnerships. And then we will go through kind of a year in review and what we have been up to and talk a little bit about how we move forward. So as you all know, Corridors of Opportunity is really the city's commitment to investment in 6 corridors. It is focused on equitable investment and opportunity and holistic neighborhood revitalization. And really the key component is if someone is born in a corridor of opportunity, they have the ability to build wealth and experience prosperity in their community in which they are born. So how are we organized and why is this different? And you're going to hear from others as we go through this. But I want to reiterate what Tracy started with, which is that we have an internal machine built around corridors. It's very exciting work. So as you see here, we have the directors team is about 12 people from 9 different city departments that represent senior leadership, 3 assistant city managers. And we work every other week. We meet for an hour and a half to discuss what's going on in corridors. What are each department? How are you participating? How's your staff working on it? How can we work better together? Do you have things going on in the community that we should tap into? And let's really talk about the strategy of how all these pieces are coming together. You also have then the connection point, which is our core team of 5 staff. We're all going to introduce ourselves again. You just heard us as we went around the room. But that is 5 staff dedicated full-time to working on Corridors of Opportunity that really hits something we haven't done before, a cross-collaborative nature where we don't all sit in one city department, we don't sit in one team, but we work as one team. And then the last component of that is our implementation team, which is a little under 60 members at current. That number changes. It includes 3 county departments, 10 city departments, and so we just did some quick math when we were challenged. About 700 hours of staff time go into that implementation team weekly. So what you're looking at is really about 25 full-time staff every week focused on corridors once you run all the numbers of the directors and our 5 people. So I'm going to pause really quick and let Rebecca chime in a little bit on how.
Just point out while she's starting that, think about what you were just, the conversation you were just having, and Councilmember Molina, when she talked about the schools and how we think about our infrastructure. We're trying to be intentional here with including the county, right? How are we both working together in these specific geographies? Sorry.
Sure. So what I would add is that the way that we've structured internally around Corridors of Opportunity, I think here you can really sense it represents both the breadth of the work that's happening within the corridors from a service and programmatic perspective and all the different functions and expertise that are represented here. And it also really represents the depth of the city's commitment to Corridors of Opportunity. The way that we're organized as a city, we have a lot of
technical expertise, we have a lot of functional expertise, and we're all together doing that every day. And the way we're funded in government is set up on these various programs, and we could just go about doing our work the same way we always do. But I point back to Liz's comments about really trying to transform the way that we're delivering services by bringing this group together. And I'll add one other comment on the next slide to share. So this is the magic of collaboration right here. Last year at this time, there was one staff person on Corridors of Opportunity. And then up here, you can see 5 smiling faces here around the room, as well as on the virtual meeting. And I think what's exciting about the way that we've structured the staff, each department has contributed capacity in some way. So we think a lot about, we do our budgets as departments. You look at them as council, and you see how many FTEs do we have in each department. But what we're able to do is, by thinking about that as capacity and creating a new team that's dedicated to corridors, we're able to really expand how folks can work on this initiative. So various departments had positions that were already partially corridors related and really leaned in, or added staff who do work on corridors and also lead other teams. And then, for example, in Housing and Neighborhood Services, Aisha, who's the Community Engagement Manager for Corridors, she actually sits on the Community Engagement team in H&S, but with this focus on Corridors of Opportunity. So what that does is not only leverages this core team, but then all of the teams that they sit on have another kind of participation and investment in Corridors of Opportunity as well.
So I'm going to let each one of us on the core team just introduce ourselves and a little bit about what our role is specifically in corridors. So we'll just start with Aisha.
Well, hello, everyone, again. Aisha Abdu Sabor, or Sabor for short. Again, I serve as our Community Engagement Manager, really that main point of contact between community organizations, local nonprofit groups, small businesses in each of the corridors. And so my priority is really making sure that these groups understand the work that we're doing within each corridor, they stay updated, and they always know how they can plug into this work during each stage and each step of the process of Corridors of Opportunity. And so I am very excited to be here. I truly believe in the work that we're doing here in Corridors of Opportunity, and I am open to all of your feedback and questions as I'm the one on the ground doing the community work.
Erin?
Yeah, I'll jump in. Erin Gillespie. I am working on strategy and development when it comes to the Corridors of Opportunity program. And really what that means is building capacity within the corridors, both within their communities, but also the business communities along each of the corridors, and really seeking out opportunities for investment and helping drive the strategic playbook development and really just building up opportunities for development. And I'm really excited to be a part of the team and continue looking out for opportunities for equitable development.
Thank you. I'm Monica Carney-Holmes, and I'm the executive manager of the team, and I really provide that strategic vision and the glue to keep the pieces together, and serve also as the organizational kind of structure for the directors team. So making sure we are presenting things at the time we need answers for, making sure we're helping connect all those dots, and being that touch point.
Hello again, my name is Walta Blackman. I am the operations manager for the Corridors of Opportunity. I serve as a program manager, working with Monica on all things budgeting and scheduling, making sure things are implemented. I also lead the implementation team of close to 60 staff members. We work with a very collaborative, interdepartmental group of people. Our goal is to see to it that the programs, projects, and partnerships that we've mentioned in our playbooks are implemented. We're really excited to jump into next year with, I believe, close to 5 of the 6 jumping into implementation. So I'm excited about that.
Robin Stewart. I always introduce Walter as air traffic control for shorthand, because that's exactly what she does, keeps all the planes in the air. As I mentioned, I'm leader on loan from Bank of America. I'm spending 12 months with the city full-time, working on corridors. I'm in month 8. It's been a really, really exciting and eye-opening engagement, and probably one of my professional highlights. And I'm having a fantastic time and really learning a lot.
Okay, so now that you've met the team, let's dive in a little bit into the framework of work. You can go to the next slide. There you go. So our corridors of opportunity framework, I just want to be really clear that it is centered in how we create that opportunity for our residents and for our business owners, and it's within the framework of other things going on in the city. So during the time that corridors began to today, you all passed the Charlotte Future 2040 Comprehensive Plan. There were 10 major goals in that plan. You can see them here in the little icons. We have built on 6 of those, so our implementation team is actually structured around those 6, we call them work streams, themes, straight language from the comprehensive plan. And it's really around how we can not divide up the work by individual departments, but really think about things in themes and broader city goals. So how do we provide housing access for all of our residents? That might touch housing and neighborhood services, that touches equity, that touches planning, it touches all these different departments, right? Same thing with safe, healthy, and active communities. When we said that we have the county at the table on several of these, they own a big portion of that with the work that's happening through Alternatives to Violence, with the work that's happening in the health department, with the work that's happening through the social services. So you'll see on some of these work streams, we have that cross-collaborative approach. And really, that's how we're building out the implementation model for all the corridors, is working through our very talented subject matter experts and staff in these work streams.
I just want to add something really quick. Two points is, one, having it set up this way, nobody gets to go into their little silo, right? And just think about the one thing that they might do in their job. You have to really think about this holistically. And then the other thing is a lot of times when we're bringing things forward to you, we don't have the opportunity to say, well, this is a housing initiative, but it's in corridors, or Hire Charlotte, but it's in corridors, a digital divide, but it's in corridors. And so having this keeps us thinking holistically about all of the work, but a lot of times we don't necessarily get to bring it back specific to y'all to show you what's happening kind of behind the scenes in this model.
And another way to think about it is it's like a client-centric view, or a constituent-centric view. Constituents, myself included, don't care about which department it is. They want to know what is actually happening. And so as we've organized ourselves around these 6 themes, they're themes about how they impact constituents and citizens of Charlotte.
Next slide.
Just point out, it's the graphics on both the handout and the presentation are a little hard to read.
We'll send you the clearer, there is a clearer view, so we'll make sure that you have a copy. Yeah, so you and our dive in. It's illustrative from the comprehensive plan. We can send you the actual. Yeah. The little words and the thing. Yeah, we can send you it's straight from the comprehensive plan. So talking just a little bit about how we are cross-collaborating again, I want to be really clear that in corridors, both the corridors of opportunity investment and other city initiatives are really multiplying this impact. So some of the people you see sitting here at this table are working in these different themes, these different programs and projects that are all happening under that corridors of opportunity umbrella. So if we start thinking about our investments in corridors under this cross-collaborative umbrella, then you can see kind of how that impact continues to layer and multiply. So I'm going to kick it over to James for just a little bit to talk about Hire Charlotte and the work that he's doing and how that is occurring in corridors and will continue to.
Hi, everyone. My name is James Carter. I realized earlier when I introduced myself, I did not say what I did. And so I am very grateful to serve in the Economic Development Department as our Talent Development Program Manager. And so in that role, I help support Hire Charlotte. And so what Monica is saying is very true. I really enjoy working closely with Walta and with our integration team to figure out what can we do in workforce development for different corridors. And we realize every corridor is different. It has its own history, its own story. And so making something that's unique to that individual corridor and to that community is very important. So one of the themes that you will find in Corridors of Opportunity is there's a workforce development component. Why? Because when our citizens work and they do work that is meaningful, they're able to achieve upward mobility. And so I think that is the common theme that we've heard from the council. That's a common theme between Hire Charlotte and a connecting theme also with Corridors of Opportunity. One thing that I want to highlight with Hire is the different components. So one component that's going to be very special is the component of helping develop harder technical skills so individuals can enter the world of work and have upward mobility. And so that's something that we continue to talk to the council about, and I appreciate your support on.
I'll add, James is a recent addition to our team, and we welcome him in as he's.
Council member, I say I serve at the pleasure. So.
Okay, great. We can go to the next slide.
So everything we talked about in the internal structure of corridors and how we're trying to flatten and make things more horizontal, more cross-functional, all those great buzzwords, we're also trying to do with the external world, with our partners. And I thank Laura for coming and being able to say a few words. Over the summer, late summer, I think in August when we were last here, we talked about forming a more structured group of the city, the county, and the nonprofit world, those who had interest in investing in corridors. We've since stood that up. We've had 5 or 6 meetings. It's a group of the Knight Foundation and LISC, United Way, of course, the Foundation, Leading on Opportunity, and a few others, as I mentioned, who have great interest in investing in the corridors. Our purpose, our minimal purpose is to at least know what everyone else is working on. And I think we had that in the past, but not in a structured way where someone could present a project that they're working on and others could say, hey, I may have an opportunity to join you in that and really leverage up your investment. A best case scenario is that we're really designing projects together and leveraging all of our funding and abilities and knowledge base. We also want this group, NIAC, the Neighborhood Investment Advisory Council, to be sort of a one-stop shop for corridors from a public-private partnership perspective. And so groups that have interest in investing in the corridors can come to this group. We have people on the ground. We understand the corridors. We've done studies. We've talked to constituents, and we have a pretty good idea of the types of needs that the corridors have. I put these 9 or 10 logos up on the screen. These are groups that over the past few years we've had partnerships with. The Knight Foundation, for example, we co-invested in 5 Points and in some placemaking out there. LISC has been fantastic with some NOAAs, the recent pepper tree announcement with the county and the city. LISC was very involved. Beyond Open Charlotte from the foundation, of course, along with Wells Fargo, is doing great work in giving grants of up to $20 million to small businesses in the corridor. We've also been working with the YMCA. The Y and the Atrium are co-developing a health clinic on West Boulevard at their YMCA, and so on and so on. I should also mention Lowe's with their $1.7 million investment in the city's Safe Home Rehab program. So we're starting to see much more cooperation, but I'd say we're still in the early innings. There's a lot of potential here, and I think as we continue on and expand this group, we're going to see even more investment. And Laura, I know you've got some focus on the corridors, especially in Sugar Creek. would you like to say a few words?
Sure, thanks, Robin. So United Way has been on a journey the last few years to transition most of the investments we're making to neighborhood-based projects and initiatives, and really have the residents and leaders of those communities identify the needs, identify the partners they want working in their community, and then make the recommendations back to United Way for that funding. We had piloted it for a few years. In January, we will announce a much larger investment. And again, this is mostly Health and Human Services that we'll be funding because it's United Way. But in this journey, we realized that there are other corporate and private foundations and government partners that are also investing in similar neighborhoods, same corridors, and wouldn't it be great if we try to align those investments in a way that we're maximizing the benefit? So we convened this group that became the Neighborhood Investment Advisory Committee. At first, it was just, hey, we're all doing some stuff in neighborhoods, maybe we should talk occasionally. And that was about a year ago, and the group has just committed to continue to meet. Initially, we did some low-hanging fruit things. We hired a graduate student to map out all of the efforts in these various neighborhoods because there's a lot of confusion. We've also tried to organize around community engagement. So if the city's having a community engagement meeting with residents in a neighborhood, we're not then scheduling a duplicate meeting and exhausting our neighbors. Instead, we're just tagging along to that. Aspirationally, as Robin mentioned, I think it would be wonderful to see co-funded projects. I think it would be wonderful to see outcomes that are aligned. But we're starting with where we are right now to try to keep it going and get some momentum.
Can I add, I just want to give you some real life examples of why this has been so great. Is from time to time, council members will bring us a small business that they have contact with. Because we have visibility on what everybody's doing, we can figure out the best way, gives it connect to Beyond Open and send them in that direction. So again, because we're all talking and we're all communicating, I think we can serve the community a lot better. Sorry. I see his green light on, so I assume it's. But then the other one is, recently we took this idea to this group. We had talked about it amongst our staff team, and it was eye-opening when we took it and we said, okay, what do you think about this? And there was probably a list that the group kicked out at us of 10 things we had not thought about or we needed to think about. And so from another angle, it's helping us think more strategically about our investments to make sure that we are making the best investments we can make and leveraging the best dollars and then collaborating on that.
I like what you guys are doing, and I'll just use my district as an example on Batesford Road. There's a lot of people doing a lot of things, and there's a lot of money on Batesford Road, right? And a year ago, it was like the left hand, the right hand, everybody tripping over themselves. So I'm glad to see that this is here and that it's kind of presenting some order to what's happening, that we know who has the resources and what those resources are for. And, listen, I'll take all the resources on Batesford Road, right? Because I'm a district rep, but I understand that some of those resources can be deployed elsewhere. Because right now we're getting to the point where it's somewhat saturated, right? I will share. And I think hopefully that the committee would help us kind of, when appropriate, redirect to other corridors where, hey, someone, company A is already doing this on Batesford Road, so we don't need another company coming in doing the same thing, unless they're going to add more dollars to the pot. But there are other districts, other corridors that are now, I believe, are ready for that type of investment too, especially the low-hanging investments, if that makes sense.
I'll add some of what we discovered, like on Albemarle, is a lot of people through their own interactions. I'll hit your corner. I got your corner.
I don't even have to. You already okay.
Through a lot of interactions, we realized that there's a need for boots on the ground to build more trust out there. But what we found, because again we were all talking, is we didn't need to do it on our own and then have United Way out there too, and then have another entity out there. Because we're all talking, we realized that we can probably do more better together rather than individually all trying to go out there.
Gotcha. Yes, ma'am.
I've been over here diligently writing my questions, and I remembered what you said about it being an informal conversation.
Jump in here.
So I got a few things. I won't necessarily touch on them all, but thank you. While we're talking about distributing resources and working together and making sure that we're not duplicating efforts, and I'm so happy that you're sitting here, given our conversation last week.
I'd like to hear from the team, particularly Aisha. What are we seeing on the ground? I go to neighborhood meetings and I find myself often answering questions for people with them wanting to know, well, how do I get involved? How do I get connected? I know that Aisha and Chad and Millicent's group are working really hard. I feel like there's still a disconnect between our neighborhood leaders who are really plugged in and then some that are just now coming on, and then people in the neighborhood who don't know anything about what's going on. And the constant question is, well, what are y'all doing and how do we get people more involved? So I'd like to hear a little bit about what's been going on with the community engagement and what do we need? And I'll say this last thing before I let you answer my first question. To Tracy's point, are there particular organizations or groups that are already planning? When I think about our Safe Charlotte approach and the alternatives to violence and the particular individuals that are out there because they already have connections in the community, are we following that same model, or what opportunities do we have to really get to the people in the corridor? I know that was a lot.
Corridor, I think each corridor is in a different stage of the process, as I mentioned before. On North Graham, North Tryon, we're really, I think Monica's going to touch on this in a little bit, but we're really kind of just wrapping up engagement in terms of the process. So we've done, we show up as much and as often as possible. We host meetings to make sure that they're informed and engaged within the process. We've had workshops, we've had walking tours. So we're really just putting the word out there as much as possible, get involved, learn about corridors, and stay connected. In places like Betty's Ford Road, where we're already pretty far into implementation, it's really just about staying connected and providing updates as much and as often as possible. There's a lot of key stakeholder groups who meet regularly and who we're very connected with already, and so we just make sure that we're keeping them and taking them along in the process as we go. And in areas like Freedom Wilkinson Boulevard, where we haven't launched yet, this is the time for us to really develop a unique engagement strategy in alignment with a lot of the other efforts that are already taking place. And to just think about how each corridor is unique, what key stakeholders are there, and how do we reach out to stakeholders who have not been involved in the process all along. And working with partners like the United Way is also very helpful.
Yeah, I think that's the key, because I think we do a tremendous job of connecting with some of the organized groups, but beyond that level of, I'll just take West Boulevard. We know the West Boulevard Neighborhood Coalition, we know Renaissance West, we know the Land Trust. To get to, we know Clinton Park Neighborhood Association in particular, to get to the people who aren't coming to the neighborhood meetings, that's where I keep hearing that the support is needed, is we know what's going on, but we need help getting out. I think about the block captains approach and that kind of thing. How do we really, really connect in? How do we leverage our business owners on the corridors to help get the message out? I'd like to see us really think about ways to do that differently. I know that from a city perspective, we're doing everything that we can with what we have. How do we amplify that to the people who aren't already coming to the meetings, particularly our students? I think to Councilmember Molina's point earlier, our schools are critical parts of our community, and I know that a lot of our principals and admin are working super hard to stay connected with these students. And so I'd love to see and to learn what we're already doing and to see what we can do to really strengthen that approach. The other thing I wanted to ask, and maybe it's more so for Laura, when we think about our nonprofit partners that are out in these corridors, and we think about our playbook and the work that the city's doing, and if this is not your question, just let me know that. Where are they? Is everybody working from the playbook and giving input into the playbook, or outside of the city's four walls, if you will? How is this playbook coming to life within some of the grassroots organizations, or is it?
I don't know that I know the answer to how, because it seems to me that's a question of how has the city engaged the nonprofits on the playbook specifically. That's not been something that United Way has necessarily used as we've been out, talking to the residents, but for when we've been partnering with the city directly in a particular corridor.
Gotcha. So that could be a potential opportunity there, is that?
Yeah, to create some alignment.
Exactly.
I will say, just to build on that, so in Albemarle, the example that Tracy was using just a minute ago, it's very interesting because a project was born by a nonprofit that read the playbook and said, here is a need, and now we're crafting an entire project around that is a potential collaboration between the city, the county, the nonprofit, and some other partners to really support workforce development and entrepreneurship in that corridor. So I think that it is like a work in progress. I don't want to say we're 100% there, but I have started to see a little bit of a shift. I know in the Sugar Creek corridor, the quarterback agency, Veronica Washington, who represents them, has plugged into our process right now, and to the point where she's like emailing over the weekend saying, hey, can I plug in on this effort to build a merchants association? So I really think we're starting to see that gelling. I mean, it is corridor by corridor.
It is. And I will say,
happening.
we use as we were designing our process and what do we think this is going to look like, we referred to the playbooks at United Way to help inform what those priorities were, as we were going out into the community. So they certainly were of use to us.
Got it. Mr. Chair, I've got a couple more questions, but how do you want to go around and just come
Let me
back?
get Councilmember Ashmore, she's been waiting for quite a long
Yep,
time. Then we
that'll
can go
work.
back to Ed and you. And just want to remind everybody, it's like 13 after 3, so just a reminder. Councilmember Ashmore, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. This is great. I really like that we are collaborating with our partners to address the challenges that we have on corridors of opportunities. I really like what I see here, Tracy. I wanted to see what kind of collaboration has taken place at the county level, especially from the Health and Human Services and also with the CMS to Councilmember Molina's perspective. I know she mentioned about how schools are so vital to some of this conversation. And I was wondering if we have had any if we have done any outreach to county, CMS, and engaged them on this effort.
I'm going to let Monica start.
Yeah, I can start with, so we have at all different levels, we've been engaging the county from their manager's office into, we have their staff team on some of those social services sides within our implementation team. So that includes their violence prevention program. So Tracy Campbell, the work that she's been doing, that includes their housing team and some of the work around their housing initiatives. So the underhoused population and some of the resources that we're providing there. There's also really great involvement from their public health team that it does community initiatives, and their Parks and Rec team. We have some work to go. I mean, for it to really be, they're a large organization just like we are. We are gelling around a specific geography and really putting effort towards us building a program together in a couple of the corridors as an incubator to really kind of form that. And as part of that, we've been working with the McKinney-Vento counselors, so that's within CMS, and students who are in the system that are underhoused and how we can kind of work in that. We have, again, a ways to go, but I think we're just really starting to make inroads because it's so important. We have to do it together as a partnership. We don't do a lot of the things that the county does really well, so.
Thank you. That's great to hear, especially the wraparound services, because that is so important as we look at workforce development, housing, and other initiatives. Other thing, so I know that we have Mayor's Racial Equity Initiative, and that also focuses on corridors of opportunities. I'm assuming that there is a continued collaboration with Mayor's Racial Equity Initiative. Is that correct?
Yes, so as it relates to the Mayor's Racial Equity Initiative, there's kind of two buckets in corridors. There was the Debt and Equity Fund that is being built, and when it's not fully built yet, I don't think, but when we see opportunities with specific businesses or things like that, I usually connect Robin to then connect to the Debt and Equity Fund team. And so we have that connectivity. And then we've talked to, then there's the more philanthropic side, where if we have a specific project, and so we've had some of those discussions. We haven't had a specific project yet where I'm like, hey, I want you to invest in this. But we have had some preliminary discussions about some potential projects. The money that was in the philanthropic bucket was smaller. In addition, we have had a lot of one-off conversations that I think has come about because of the Mayor's Racial Equity Initiative, where a company might say, hey, I think I want to invest in the corridor. I don't want to just write a check. I want to help me figure out and identify what works for our company, as well as what works for the corridors. And so there's, in that particular case, there's a lot of, I'm looking at Robin and Monica, there's a lot of hand-holding where there's a lot of conversations to say, this is what we're about in the corridor, or here's a way that you could lean in to a specific thing. And my goal is to keep that going, so that companies really feel the investment in the corridor, not just, hey, write a check and then I've made my contribution, but that they can see ongoing initiatives in the corridors.
That's great to hear. It's really the continuous impact. It's what we are looking at. And last comment I just wanted to make, that's it's not a question, especially for as we are looking at corridors. Each corridor has unique needs, and it's great to see that we have a very diverse team from the city. I just also want to highlight that Albemarle and Central Corridor, where we have large immigrants and refugee population, that area that Councilmember Molina represents, it certainly has language barrier, and we need to address that through our staff. Obviously, Councilmember Molina is fluent in Spanish, but there is a dire need for that. As we have community conversations, we need to host some of those meetings in Spanish and other languages like Vietnamese, so that community members can fully participate in this process.
That's a great point, Councilmember Edgemere. Thank you for those comments. Councilmember Drakes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a reference to $72 million, I think, on one of the slides. That includes a portion of the Mayor's Race and Equity Initiative, right? The money that we had previously identified for corridor investment?
No, it does not. It includes some of the ARPA funds that have been identified under corridors.
So there is still corridor money in the Mayor's Race Equity Fund in addition to these resources. Okay, thank you.
Do you want to explain that really quick? I'm sorry, Councilwoman Dress, just.
No, that's fine.
Sure. Sure, this piece, basically, so the way the funding, we have been stacking funding and leveraging. So there is a portion that is for infrastructure. I've divided this by work stream so you can see how each of the investments are by work stream, but it is a layering of economic development funds, housing funds, transportation, infrastructure funds, and then also things like food access through ARPA funds, the Umbrella Center, which was funded, and the Pepper Tree work. So you can see how those pieces come together. In the most recent bond that was just passed was a $10 million, and then we have $10 million in future bond allocated.
Right, got that.
Yeah.
But assuming we're coordinating, right, with the Mayor's Race Equity Fund, which has some similar objectives, so, and there's money there as well.
Yes, there's money in that for the debt and equity fund that is targeted for small businesses. And then there is a small amount for, like I said, for the philanthropic, like project specific.
Right. So I just wanted to say, for one, I appreciate all this because what it means is that we have a kind of comprehensive and coordinated plan for these resources as opposed to this piecemeal approach. So I feel that we will get more productive use of the funds this way, and I appreciate that. I did have a question as to whether or not we have a directory of all the nonprofit service providers. There are so many of them, like my wife is on the board of the relatives and so on. Are we able to convene or facilitate all of those services to somebody that comes into our wrap?
It's a question for the time. It is one of the things that we are always grappling with is how do we make sure we're connecting with all of the nonprofits out there. I think the more challenging aspect of it and what United Way has challenged itself to do over the last few years is how are we connecting with the neighborhood-based and grassroots organizations. We can give you a pretty comprehensive list of your traditional partners, right? I think we all probably could rattle off a lot of those. We have United Way 211, but how are we making sure that we're engaging those maybe smaller smaller organizations that haven't been at the United Way table or at some of the other funders table. And we've worked really hard to do that through a snowballing approach, right? Where we're out in the community, we're talking to the residents and the leaders of those communities and saying, who do you trust? Who are you working with? We also learned a lot through the COVID response fund about which of those agencies there are. So, is there one comprehensive list somewhere? Probably not, and it would change tomorrow if we did have one. But I think it's a challenge for all of us to consider, and how are we engaging the organizations that maybe aren't the brand name organizations, but are doing amazing work in the community.
And I think that's extremely important, because it's on all these corridors, there's a lot of people that's been there before we got there, right? And that's been doing good work. And I want to acknowledge the work that they've done, and then secondly, be able to support them in any type of way.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not necessarily new organizations,
Yes.
right? They just haven't had access. When United Way makes its funding announcements in January, you will see that almost all of our funding is now going to neighborhood-based and grassroots organizations for that very reason.
That's great to hear.
Not that our institutional partners don't do great work. They do.
Councilmember Drake, that's one question. I'll flip to you.
Mine's very quick.
Okay.
I just had another point, and Mr. Carter, you and I have met. I think you were on the job for a week or two at that point. But you will recall that a main priority of mine is the notion of apprenticeships in conjunction with Hire Charlotte. And I think there are existing models out there, particularly as operated by foreign companies here in Charlotte, that I hope we can emulate. So I'm hoping we'll pursue that aggressively. I have been continuing, and I'm working with Bill Anderson, who I think you met. I look forward to also coordinating with you. But I feel we can accomplish a lot by enabling people to pay their own rent, for example, instead of paying it for them, and improving lives by giving people opportunity. I'm on the board of Goodwill, was on the board of Communities and Schools, so anything like that we can do that empowers people is something I'd like to support. Thank you.
And Councilmember Jerks, not to jump ahead, but I think you'll see that when we come back with ARPA request around hire, of how do we incorporate apprenticeships, how do we think about apprenticeships in corridors, those kind of things.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And mine's quick. Actually, as I'm sitting here, I'm thinking, we're talking infrastructure, we're talking corridors. What type of building organizations, like what type of infrastructure-based organizations do we have at the table? Do we have REBIC at the table? Do we have so if we're talking about building, if we're talking about, because if, let's say for an example, a company intends to come to a corridor, right? And they want to build something, they're going to partner with us. They're going to build, infrastructure that's relative to their project, right? That's going to take some of that burden off of us as a city, because we need that. We really do, in order to meet some of the gaps that we have. I don't know how popular this is. I'm new, so you're going to take it because I got it. This is how it's coming, because I wonder, what would it be like to have that voice in the room and have that perspective at the table? Your deliverables are your deliverables, ours are ours. Where do we meet in the middle so that we can, better utilize some of the private industry? Because we have, the same, I think there's more opportunity, I guess, what I could say, if we could bring those voices to the table, because we have to work with them anyway, right? They're going to submit to us proposals, they're going to submit to us ideas. Sometimes those ideas, in many of these cases, overlap with what we'd like to do, right? So how do we bring those voices to the table and make sure that we're aligned in our mission? If that's not already happening, that's a very thought. That's just a thought that I'm having, and I want to know where we are. Can we do that? How does that happen?
Mr. Chair, could I point out that I got a text today from REBIC saying, having listened to some of our earlier meetings, saying, we can help, we want to be involved. So,
yeah. I think that's a good
suggestion.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you, the way we kind of do it now, it's somewhat informal. We haven't had building organizations like a REBIC at the table, but we have had a lot of conversations along the way in different capacities. The one thing I've learned in doing this work in conjunction with some of the other projects that we've done across the city is, if you're talking about a Ballantine, for example, Ballantine Reimagine, that's kind of a public-private partnership project. In our corridors, sometimes that's harder, and sometimes we have to be the front-end investment and then figure out what's going to bring
others along. And so there have been many cases where we might have looked at a piece of property, for example, and said this would be a great site to put jobs. So then immediately what I'm going back to do is talk to, let's say it's a advanced manufacturing developer. Like, okay, could you get tenants here? Can you do that? What do you see as the barriers, and have those conversations? So they're more one-offs.
Okay.
We've had conversations with different properties that we've looked at and different potential tenants, and helping them connect with general contractors to say, really understand the business model of what we're trying to do here. So it's more one-offs than kind of one thing. Again, every corridor is a little bit different. People do say, and I'm glad you brought this up, just put new business in corridors. Sometimes we don't have the sites. And so that's where a level of conversation has come from with some of these different developers is, okay, what do you see as an investment here in this corridor or this location? So it's not as formal, it's much more informal.
Okay, and I appreciate that, because that makes sense to me, but I'm just trying to think outside the box a little bit, because, we do have a finite budget in our reach, and, so I just, as many opportunities as we could, look into and leverage, I think would be great. Jobs, apprenticeships, and all of, what we're talking about here. Holistically, there's just, so many opportunities on the table.
Councilmember Wallington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 3 quick things. First one is, I know we don't have the time to do it today, but I would love to hear what specific policies has this team, based on our learnings, been able to influence into the organization. Things like we've talked about several times, how does that influence facade improvement grants or neighborhood matching grants or business improvement grants? We know that there has been a couple of themes as it relates to how do people access those better, staying in place. How do we better increase utilization for those programs? So I'd just love to see what kinds of things we're hearing straight from the streets that is influencing our policy, because those are the kinds of things that people want to know about. Also, I would like to lift up crime and nuisance abatement and some of the things that we have done. This is your moment.
He's been so patient.
He really has. He really has. So one hot example that I know you are very probably familiar with already is the Golden Walk at Weston Remount. I have asked the community coordinator to start pulling data, because I think it's about that time that we need to look and see is this a nuisance? Because that is something that just colloquially we know is absolutely an issue. So I'd like to understand more about that when you're able to pull that, where we are with some of those tools and what's possible, even in the residential area. I can think of one house right now. Everybody's got one in their neighborhood along the corridor that keeps getting shot up because somebody's grandbaby lives there and they won't put them out. What can we do? You can answer it now or later. I didn't know if you were about to say something.
Yeah, we can go offline if
Yeah.
you want to talk about that.
That'll work. And then my last thing is I would love to, for my town hall, first thing in January, is to do a corridors presentation for the corridors in District 3. And I'm happy to partner with the other corridors. I'd love to do that, so let's
Yeah,
talk.
I think that's a great idea,
Yeah,
and one of the things
Yeah,
that
'cause
hopefully
people
we
wanna
can
know.
do in 2023, sometimes I believe seeing is believing. So it's one thing to talk about a corridor around the table, but for us to get in the van and just walk a corridor so you can kind of see it, feel it, touch it, understand who the grassroots leaders are, understand some of the improvements that we've made. And again, I say this once, I'll say it again. As a community, as a city, we're just so hard on ourselves, right? We don't take the moment to really acknowledge some of the good work that we've already done. And there's been a lot of good work done in corridors, a lot more to do, but certainly a lot to celebrate as well. So I think that's a great idea in terms of, you just stole my idea about District 3, 2. But I want to go back to the mayor's racial equity program for a second and talk about, again, the private dollars, because I know Ms. Dotson's tried to explain it to me a number of times. And we can, I'll just throw it out there, not needing an answer around the table if you have one. When are we going to get to the conclusion of it in terms of how the dollars are going to be awarded and distributed? And because the way I see it is that the private dollar starts where the public dollar stops, right? We've stretched out dollars in 10 different ways, has to have a public purpose. There's a small business owner, a small developer looking to do something on the corridor, but for private investment, that is uniquely different from walking into a bank and getting a regular bank loan. He or she could not open that business. And so I'm just kind of waiting to kind of hear what that process looks like and how can people access it. And I mean, I just don't know.
So I'll give you a high level, Robin, if you want to add anything on the debt and equity. So again, two different buckets. The debt and equity fund is really intended for small business owners. And as a matter of fact, I asked Robin to connect with Mr. Coker because all of our CBI vendors should be lining up for this debt and equity fund in terms of having the ability to build capacity. And so that is being built now. I don't know if there's an official launch date on it or not. We will get the information for you. On the other side, what I call the philanthropic dollars are project specific. And there's a couple of things to point out there is, one, I don't want the private sector to think that there's an actual dollar amount to which they stop leaning in. That's what I was saying earlier, right? So the way that I'm really trying to position this one is project specific, when we have a specific project that we want to bring forward or initiative. So that's more where your developer side fits in versus your small business one.
Well, in 2023, I'll be bringing both.
Bring them.
I just need to have some, that the project is standing up and ready to go, and we all understand what the rules of the games are. And right now, I don't know what the rules of the games are in reference to that. So it is 3:35, a couple more slides to go.
Sure. We're going to go quickly.
Very quickly,
Okay.
very quickly.
We're going to go quickly. So this,
At what time?
oh yeah, we'll be good. Yeah, we'll be good. So this is a compilation. I already found a couple things that were missing, but you can see this is just the spectrum of things going on in each corridor. Y'all can dive into it individually, but we went through each corridor and kind of picked out some highlights that if we had time, we would go over. You can go to the next slide.
And that's a lot of work. That's a lot of good
Yeah.
work as well.
And I will just say that these women and Robin have been really hauling it, working very, very hard to get these things done, to move this very forward. So you can just keep going. I mean, we could dive in. Each one of these has a story behind it, more details to it. If you have questions on any of them, please reach out. Go back one, please. To the North Tryon, North Graham. I just want to pause there. And again, we'll make sure you have a very clear version of this. We have our final community meeting December 13th for North Tryon, North Graham. We have 2,000 flyers going out and a street team that is going door to door to deliver all of those. Aisha has been leading up community engagement and making sure the word gets out. I just want to pause on this so that you know that for those community members looking at how they can get involved, that is our touch point and really focused around what projects are prioritized, how are we going to invest in North Tryon, North Graham. So very important that if people are interested, they can come to the fire department headquarters December 13th. We have a virtual option that will be the 19th, and it will be in the flyer.
And I plan to attend, that's in District 2, I plan to attend, and we'll be pivoting in 2023, notwithstanding that we still need help on Batesford Road. But that's going to be a main priority for me next year.
Okay, great. You can go to the next slide. And next one. I do want to mention really quick on Wilkinson Freedom before we move on that we are working very closely with some of the transit work going on and the planning work around that. So I just want to make sure that y'all see that as a combined effort. So that will be launching this coming spring. Okay, great. That's great to know that. So, and then I wanted to hit on this scaling up that you will see us doing over the course of the next year. It's already started in 2022, but really, how can we take this work and things that are successful in one corridor, so like the Urban Main and Beatty's Ford, we're working with West Boulevard on getting their Merchants Association stood up. We're working in Sugar Creek. CMPD has been our close partner in Sugar Creek. They are getting ready to form a Merchants Association, which is very exciting. And so you'll see these start to multiply and impact. So where a tool is appropriate to be deployed in a corridor, it will happen in multiple corridors, and that is all based on engagement. I also would be remiss to say that we have a couple outstanding grants that we will be finding out about very soon. A couple of them are federal grants with Thriving Communities, which is all about supporting that capacity building work and doing it in an equitable manner. Living Cities, we'll find out about that shortly too. There'll be an announcement later as to the recipients. So very exciting work coming. Stay tuned to see how we really multiply the impact and multiply the work. Now that we have the foundation of the structure, I feel like we are ready to launch into 2023 and really just get out there and do the hard work. So thank you again for your time today. You can go to the next couple slides. It really is just focused around what we are doing moving forward. One more slide. So we are continuing to build those partnerships. We're focusing on implementation, getting those projects prioritized and those implementation things moving forward. And I know you mentioned about the engagement and communications. You will see a big effort from the Corridors team over this next year in communications and engagement. So we are investing in a newsletter. We had the first issue go out. The second one will go out soon. We have this year in review that this is the draft, but you will have this by the end of the year. That's a nice booklet that goes over every corridor and has a lot of the content you've seen here, so you can use that with your constituents. We'll get it to the neighborhood leaders so that people really understand the heavy lifting and the work that we're doing and how it all connects to each other. And we are also in early stages of planning some bigger engagement events that would really kind of get out there, as I'm teasing it, would get out there and kind of be that touch point with the people who don't necessarily show up to the neighborhood meetings and aren't necessarily in that leadership structure. So stay tuned, lots ahead.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you'll allow me a shameless plug.
Sure you can. I've already took two.
Well, just one more. I will be having a town hall this Thursday on the 8th, and it's for our East Side residents, and we will have corridors of opportunity, economic development. We'll have our leaders from our public safety, our 3 captains from the East Side there, and I'm very confident in the information that we intend to deliver, and so it'll be from 6 to 8 p.m., and it will be on our corridor of opportunity. And so I invite anybody who would like to come out and listen to what's going on the East Side. Oh, and the place that it's going to be is, help me out, the Center for Legal Advocacy. The address is 5600 Albemarle Road. Somebody help me out for a second. I think it's 52, 56. But the Center for Legal Advocacy.
535 Albemarle Road.
Aaron's going to be there. Aaron, help me out. Come on, Aaron. Give me the details so we can get people informed and they can come out and get some additional information on the East Side.
Sure, it's at the Charlotte Center for Legal Advocacy in their new office space, and it's 5535 Albemarle Road. And shameless plug, inside the shameless plug, this building is a recipient of a business matching grant award, so really excited to see the space.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Ashmore, before we leave, do you have any shameless plugs to put in before we get out of here?
No, please attend Councilmember Molina's town hall.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Ms. Dodson?
I just want to close really quick by thanking you all for allowing us to take the time to do the deep dive and for all the comments and the feedback. I'm so incredibly grateful for this group and the work that they're doing day in and day out, and I hope that you can see the passion behind the work that's being put into the corridors.
Well, I want to thank staff as well as Laura for your commitment to the corridors in the city. I think you can hear from around the table that we'll be taking a big look at this next year in 2023. I think everyone is really excited about it. Hopefully we can have more information as we lead into our budget discussions. I mean, the cost to do this, right? And so we need to be aware of that. Councilmember Wallington made a good suggestion in reference to reaching out to some of the district reps about their particular corridors. Also, I think it's really, really important to see, feel it, and touch it. So maybe in next year, once the weather turns good in April, that we maybe do some site visits and just kind of see the corridors for ourselves and invite some of our colleagues who are not members of the committee to come with us. And I think it'll be a great learning experience for everybody. So thank you, everyone. Any parting questions? Any shameless plugs? Councilmember Braxton.
Committee members, let's just get ready for 6 o'clock. We got work to do at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, that should be interesting. Thanks, everybody.
I'm the real life Santa. I'm the real life Santa. When my kids were little, however many years old, I let them think Santa came bearing gifts from the North Pole. I couldn't wait for the truth to be told.
Welcome to our Housing, Safety, and Community Committee meeting for this month. I am Victoria Watlington, your committee chair and your District 3 representative. We will begin with a brief round of introductions. We'll start with our committee members and then our visiting council members, and then we will go with staff. If there is anyone online, we'll follow up with them, but I believe right now we're all in the room, and our guests certainly would like to hear from them. We've got a jam-packed agenda. Just as a housekeeping item, we have elected to move our infrastructure planning meeting to the end of the agenda, and we will move every other item up one. So we'll begin with Housing Trust Fund tune-up after introduction. So I'll begin with my vice chair to the right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. LaWarner Mayfield, Vice Chair, Council Member at Large.
Renee Johnson, Committee Member, District 4.
Good evening, Marjorie Molina, District 5, and Committee Member.
Braxton Winston at large and serving as Mayor Pro Tem.
Sean Heath, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Renee Askew, Assistant City Manager.
Lauren Livingston, Office of Constituent Services.
Gail Whitcomb, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Hi, Warren Wooten, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
And Sharice Blackman, the Executive Director of the Westside Community Land Trust.
Welcome, welcome. So once again, as I mentioned, we've got a full agenda. We will make a small adjustment, and Housing Trust Fund tune-up will go first. We've got a number of items that we want to hear. We are aware that our infrastructure planning meeting is going to be at 6 o'clock, so hopefully that'll be a nice segue into the next meeting. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Heath.
Great. Good afternoon, everybody. On the Housing Trust Fund tune-up, we can go ahead and pull up the slides. So going back to the beginning of calendar year 2022, when there were discussions around your work plan for the year, the idea of doing a tune-up or a SWOT analysis was something that was put onto the table, and we added to the work plan, with the thinking being that this is the 20th anniversary of the Housing Trust Fund, the 2022 bond, which of course now we know was strongly supported by voters, and really just a recognition that given how much time has passed since the trust fund has been in place, wouldn't this be an opportune time to reflect on the fund? What are council's priorities in terms of what's the highest and best use of the fund? Let's not just assume that everything we've done in the past is exactly the same as we would do in the future. So there was a brief conversation with committee on this topic in June. We've got more to share today. We're sharing this today not to get ahead of the headlights for the Housing and Jobs Summit, but we think that actually sharing this today hopefully could be quite helpful. It's an informational update. We look forward to hearing your thoughts and any feedback that you have. And then after the Housing and Jobs Summit, that would be an opportunity for us to come back with something where we would seek some council decisions and definitive direction that we could then take from this committee to full council. So having said that, I'd like to hand it over to Warren Wooten, Division Manager for Housing Services, to let him walk through the content.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Heath. Thank you, Madam Chair. So we can go ahead and go to our presentation agenda. I'm just going to do a quick overview of where the history of the trust fund, where it's been, and what the current program looks like. Briefly review for you what the eligible uses are that are from state authorizing authority, so you know what you can do with it. Talk about the purpose of this activity, why we're doing it. Give you just one or two slides on kind of what's going on in the economy right now and some feedback we've received from developers. And then spend a little bit of time working through some possible future approaches for your consideration. And then talk about, as this tune-up process moves forward, what that process is going to look like. So your housing trust fund, which council established in 2001 and made its first investments in 2002, has been extremely successful. You've made over $218 million of affordable housing investments over the last 20 years, which prior to your last council meeting was at about 10,800. That number now stands closer to 11,500 units that you have approved for funding, along with a good portion of those units to our very low-income neighbors and almost 900 shelter beds. So the program currently provides gap funding. So it's always one of the smaller funding sources that comes into any deal and leverages quite a bit of community investment into housing projects here in Charlotte. We have been running a schedule of about 2 rounds per year based on the funding that you have available. Sometimes that's one in years where you've exhausted your trust fund before we could get to a summer round. And it currently stands that you make investments in units that are affordable for households between 30 and 80% of AMI, and those projects have a minimum of 30 years of affordability. This recent round, you did quite a bit better and got 40 years affordability on most of those projects. And then just a reminder that with homeownership, we look at about 15 years. And then Charlotte is actually recognized as one of the best practices when it comes to trust fund investments. Staff get 1 or 2 phone calls a month from various localities that are looking at setting up their trust fund and want to have a conversation with us with how you set it up and how you run it. Just to point out, one of the recent innovations in the trust fund was the housing location scoring tool that you did several years ago. So you stepped away from a map that was either eligible or ineligible, and to look at proposed sites, you've started using this scoring tool that gives you data back on various council priorities, such as proximity to amenities, access to jobs, and how it increases the diversity of housing options in neighborhoods. So the trust fund is based on authorizing authority through bond funding through the state. And so what you see on here is what your eligible or ineligible uses are for trust fund. So it's great for things that are investments in sticks and bricks affordable housing projects. Minimum is 20% of those units have to be 60% or below, affordable to 60% or below. That's what your minimum threshold is to use the bond financing. You could do the acquisition, rehab, resale approach with the funds. Land acquisition is absolutely eligible under this, and then making those investments. Also, NOAA purchases and hotel conversions all easily fall under this funding. Down payment assistance right now, the majority of your down payment assistance is run through your home funds, which is a federal funding source. That's what you've been using there. We'd have to work with our legal counsel to figure out if we could do it with House Charlotte. And then there's there's definitely some things that we know that we're not allowed to do with trust fund dollars. And you see those in red at the bottom of this slide here. I do want to remind you that ARPA is actually the more flexible of your funding sources that you currently have available. While you can't do some of these activities that you see on the slide with your trust funds, they are eligible for ARPA. So the purpose, why are we doing this? We always want to be improving our processes. Staff always goes through after we do a housing trust fund round and looks at what worked well and what we can improve on. And we attempt to make those changes around the margins. This is a more holistic approach, getting council involved and looking at the entire process and saying, what are things that we can improve? Affirm or approve evaluation criteria. These decisions are probably going to get harder as more demand comes in. So what can we do through the application process to give you more information and to and really put council priorities into the RFP process so that developers are responding to your priorities rather than you trying to sort them out on the back end. And to do that, staff needs clarity around what your funding priorities are. So that's one of the questions I think that staff is bringing to the table is, excuse me, what are those actual priorities so that we can go through this new approach? And then evaluate new approaches. So there's lots of things that council have talked about. There's lots of things that the community has talked about that developers have brought to our attention. All of this is a great time to bring all of that to the table and look at how we've used the money in the past and what are some new ways that you possibly could use this money in the future to better fund your priorities, create better leverage, and really move this work forward. So just one slide on economic outlook. So we're still considering to see challenges in the credit and equity markets. We don't see this resolving very quickly. So those leverage investments that we talk about, which is the equity that developers bring to the table and the debt that banks bring to the table, you're going to see higher returns on those, higher interest rates going forward, which is going to make the trust fund even more important in terms of leveraging those investment. We've seen over this past year cost increases just in the construction side of that, up about 15%. And what the experts are saying, at least on the construction end, is that those costs may become more normal as we move forward. Really, the reading between the lines here is we don't know. I mean, we're in a very volatile market right now. This is a time in doing this work that I haven't experienced in the 20 years that I've been doing the work. But these are some of our best guesses at what the market's going to look like as we move into this process and as we move into 2023. So we did a survey with some of our developers, and here is kind of a graphical analysis. We basically asked them on a scale of very satisfied to very dissatisfied. We looked at all of the parts and pieces of this HDF process, and we just kind of wanted to lay this out for you very quickly. Overall, the feedback was very positive. The developers like working with the city. They like the flexibility that the trust fund brings to the projects that they can provide to you. Most of them said that the application process and the council approving process and the loan closing process were either positive or neutral on it. And of course, and as you probably could, if you were to guess where their concerns and questions were around the permitting and rezoning processes. And it's our hope that through, excuse me, the work that's been done through the UDO, that some of this is going to resolve itself through those changes that you've made and how this work gets done. But overall, they were very appreciative and complimentary of the process, and some of their feedback you're going to see worked into the slides as we move forward. So we're not saying that this is an exhaustive list. We're saying we've listened to council's feedback, we've listened to community feedback, we've talked to the developers. And these are some things to look at as you go through this tune-up process. So there are some areas. We also brought a consultant in to look at our process, a third-party consultant, and got some feedback on just our internal process and how to streamline it. So the consultant pointed out some ways that we could reduce documentation. A lot of times developers have to submit the same information over and over again, even though they're one of our known developers. And so we're going to work on some processes to reduce that paperwork burden on their end. Again, clarifying those HTF goals so that we can work those goals into the RFP, and you get responses that are tailored to the requests that you are making and the goals that you have for HTF. The two round per year, with a couple of caveats here at the bottom of the slide, work very well for the developers, and that's one of the things that they were most complimentary about, is that you've done a very good job of modeling your RFP process about how the state allocates tax credits, and those sources usually are in play at the same time, and so our process has really help them streamline their overall funding process. The two areas that we were looking at outside of a 2-round per year were having a rolling RFP for NOAA preservation. So a lot of that work that you've seen come in, you've been able to preserve hundreds of affordable housing units through strategic acquisitions by partner organizations, and really codifying that and making that a rolling RFP to allow greater participation in that preservation activity. And then I think to a group, council, staff, and developers have all expressed something around land. Developers talk about this being one of their biggest roadblocks is acquisition of land and having to hold it for the time period that they need to develop a project on it. And so one of the possible uses of your funds moving forward would be some type of land acquisition portion of HDF that would invest in the land and allow you to hold it for development in a future round. So strengthening the value proposition, how do you get more out of what you're investing in? So one of those ideas is incentivizing either nonprofit ownership or rights of first refusal. A right of first refusal is a legal document that we can put on a property as part of one of your investments that allows you to purchase that property back if it ever comes for sale. So this is moving away from 30-year investments to how do we get closer and closer to that all of your investments be perpetual investments by putting it in the hands of nonprofits or having infrastructure in place to acquire those back and preserve them as affordable housing going forward. And then providing you not just a cost per unit analysis, but a cost per unit per year analysis when you're looking at this. Again, bringing in the time proposition that you're not just making an investment per unit, but you're actually making an investment per unit per year of affordability that you're getting for that unit. So if that developer is giving you a 40-year commitment or another developer is giving you a 75-year commitment, the value proposition in those two deals looks a whole lot different when you're analyzing them. So that's one of our recommendations that we can start bringing to you is that kind of analysis. There's a lot on this slide. So very, very quickly, how do we look at all of your tools or lots of your tools and do the analysis around those tools all at the same time so that you're not making decisions related to project-based vouchers or non-city funds or the zoning bonuses in silos, but that you're looking at all of these investments together, bringing other funding types that you have, looking at your CDBG funds, your home funds. Each one of those funding sources has things that it does very well and things that it doesn't do so well. So there could be analysis that we could do where we bring you a project that has a mix of these approaches inside of that same project to bring you an overall better investment. And this final one, we're calling it Team Force Housing, but one of the things that we've been talking about amongst the staff, and what we hear you saying, is that you don't want to just see housing approaches. You want to see housing and approaches. How can we do housing and something else? So this models some work that Ascent did with Atrium, did with Rise Above, and one of the NOAA projects, where they all invested together for an acquisition, and that acquisition is now being used for your regular below market rate housing for your working class households. It's also being used to house people that are transitioning out of homelessness, and it's also being used by Atrium to support members of their teams that are in career advancement programs, so they get some affordable housing while they work on leadership development and move up the ranks inside of the Atrium organization. We think that this is a great idea, and a way that that the corporate community could partner with the city to invest in housing, and they get something directly out of it for their staff. I will say that a lot of this work is just based on the developer feedback in our internal conversations. We have to have conversations with our partners, like the Housing Finance Agency, to make sure that what we're proposing and what you recommend align with the way that they're allowed to use their funds. But we thought we'd just go ahead and bring you some of these ideas and put them on the table. So again, that wasn't an exhaustive list of possible future approaches, but gives you some ideas to start considering as you move this work forward. And then we're going to talk about the process. Yes. First step, council clarifies housing and job priorities at their upcoming summit. And then the staff proposes from those priorities what those actual updates would be to your HDF. And then we want to make sure that we're, through this process, getting developer feedback. We do this work with our developers, not at the developers, because if they don't bring the projects to the table, we can't propose them to you to fund. So it's really important that we work with the developers on this to make sure that the recommendations work with their funding models and how they need to move projects forward. Developers will then provide that feedback, and then we'll bring that to you for a vote to approve final HDF updates. And then we wanted to point out that all of that work would land in the summer RFP. We want to always make sure that we give the developers enough time to react to your priorities. And they are already working on new projects, making the assumption that the winter RFP round will look fairly similar. I'm not saying that there's nothing that we couldn't do around the edges there, but we don't want to pull any big surprises on them, considering that they're already working on projects for you to review. I think that is the end of my remarks, and I will just check back in with Mr. Heath to make sure I didn't miss anything.
Thanks, Warren. That covers it. I did want to underscore that last point on staff's intent to move forward with the winter RFP on our normal schedule. We could advance it as a very competitive RFP. We could even ring fence it around, for example, 9% LIHTC deals if we wanted to really get it super tight. And then ultimately, of course, it would be your decision whether to use any of the $50 million available to fund the projects that come in to us during the winter RFP. But we would like to move forward with that and then come back after the Housing and Jobs Summit, working recommendations through committee and ultimately council that would then reshape the summer RFP.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you, Warren. This is great work. There's some cool things here that I'm sure several of us are intrigued about. As part of this discussion, before we open it up, I've done some sensing with my colleagues here, and I think it would be great to move into the housing forgive me, the Westside Community Land Trust presentation, because some of the things that you mentioned in this presentation are happening in practice there, to give us a little bit more of an idea of what could this look like. But before we have Sharice start, I'll just turn it over to Sean real quick to tee us up.
Yeah, I can do a really brief introduction. First of all, Sharice, welcome, and thank you for being here today. I wish we had more time to do this sort of thing, but we have time constraints, so we often can't fit it in. But we wanted to bring in the Westside Community Land Trust as an example of a community partner that's doing some innovative things. Sharice is going to go over the high points, so I'm not going to try and steal any of that thunder. But I would point out to you the one recent project that many of you probably attended the groundbreaking for, which will be in Sharice's comments here. It's a project that council approved for some trust fund resources in calendar year 2021, but it did not require incremental funding during this most recent round that council evaluated. And I'm sure there would have been a range of factors that contributed to the economics for the project, but one of which is certainly the value proposition that the Westside Community Land Trust put into this project. So I think this is very timely to have them provide a little bit of perspective on the sorts of things they're doing, and there could be opportunities for us to amplify that work going forward. So Sharice, welcome, and thanks for being here.
Thank you, Sean and Madam Chair, and all of the committee members that have allowed us to be here today. Next slide. So at the Westside Community Land Trust, our mission is to create permanently affordable housing with community-centered development in West Charlotte and beyond, ultimately creating staying power for longtime residents who are facing displacement due to gentrification, speculation, and now COVID-19 economic implications. As many of you know, we are community-centered through and through. We were founded by residents. We also maintain a tripartite board where majority control is given to those most proximate to the challenges. And we also have a membership base that serves as another layer of control to ensure residents remain at the forefront and centered in any critical decisions and work that we are doing. Next slide. What we do, I'm not going to get into the nuances of the community land trust model, but I will just share at a high level that we're able to make community level investments that work in perpetuity, essentially by employing a ground lease structure. And so through that ground lease, we are able to establish terms that ensure affordability and accessibility for 99 plus years renewable, so as close to forever as possible. Next slide. We always maintain ownership of the land through the Community Land Trust, and in essence, the community members that are a part of that work maintain ownership and control of that land, but we do use the ground lease if we were to sell improvements or if we were to develop something on the land as an urban farm or commercial space and such. Highlights, I'm very proud of what we have accomplished to date. We currently have a portfolio of 19 plus parcels. It's a combination of owned and pledged parcels, single family and multifamily parcels. We have a pool of 50 plus resident homeowners, so we do not list our homes on the MLS. We market directly to individuals within their communities to be integral to our value of creating staying power, and we plan to sell our very first homes by the end of this year. We also have a pipeline, which I'll talk a little bit more about later, of 260 plus units that we plan to develop over a 3-year period. We also have demonstrated exponential growth in our budget, going from $120,000 6-figure budget a few years ago to now a 7-figure budget of $3.8 million this year, and we've tripled that for next year. Actually, we have a budget of $10.6 million to continue our work. We currently have 129 units on the ground in process, some of which are complete and others that are in process, and we'll talk a little bit more about Nathaniel Carr, which is the 120 units. Next slide. So we believe in affordable housing with dignity, meaning that when anyone interacts with our homes on the exterior or the interior, you should not be able to tell that it is the affordable house on the block. So we use high-end finishes like hardy plank siding. Next slide. Hardwood floors, ceramic tile, quartz countertops. Next slide. We also leverage a community-centered design approach, which Councilmember Mayfield probably remembers when she came to our neighborhood design workshop. But this is the People's Porch, and it was conceptualized, designed, and named by residents. Next slide. And we also employ innovative development models like that of the accessory dwelling unit model, where our homeowners can purchase a home affordably but also earn rental income from an accessory dwelling unit in their backyard. And those are actually the historic shotgun homes that used to be housed at Little Rock AME. Next slide. And so now one of our newer and most notable developments is the Commons at Carr Heights. It's the historic Nathaniel Carr property. It is the future site of 120 units of permanently affordable senior living. Next slide. And just a little bit of context about this development. We learned of this from community members who heard of a rezoning that was happening. There was an out-of-state developer that was coming into Charlotte, and they were looking to acquire this piece of land to build this multifamily LIHTC development. This land is historic land. It was owned by a black man in the 1920s when black people couldn't own land. And so it was very important to community members to be able to preserve this land and maintain some power and a stake in how it was used and leveraged within their community, both now and in the future. And so at their request, we started having conversations with the developer, Paces Soho, and what we landed on was that we would acquire the land and we would ground lease it back to them to be able to ensure that this property remained affordable forever and ever in perpetuity, and that community members would have access to it, and it would be responsive to their needs. And so essentially, the development consists of 120 units of senior living, a combination of 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units, rented to individuals 55 plus, earning between 30 and 80% of AMI, with rents ranging from $404 to $1,426. Westside CLT purchased the land, ground leased it back to the developer, and also worked with our partner, the West Boulevard Neighborhood Coalition, to execute one of our city's first community benefits agreements. The full project was a $31 million project for which LIHTC investment and financing was secured, and $2.2 million of that came from the City of Charlotte's Housing Trust Fund. So that was critical to them being able to close that LIHTC deal. Also, some of the other more notable contributions that you all made through the city is the perpetual return on investment. So as Warren mentioned and alluded to earlier, a lot of times the land use restriction agreement and affordability term is a 15-year, 30-year term. And so for this LIHTC deal, it would have been a 30-year land use restriction agreement. But because Westside CLT acquired this land, that has shifted that to perpetual affordability for 99 plus years, making your housing trust fund dollar investment go farther and go longer. And it also, you guys also created leverage for community voice and power. So because the developer was requesting a rezoning, community members were not in support, and Councilmember Watlington and other council members rallied with us to not support it until we were able to execute an MOU for a ground lease. And so those conditional rezonings were critical. Otherwise, we may not be sitting here today with this project had that not happened in that way. And so because you guys stood in alignment with us, we were able to move forward with fully executing this deal, acquiring the land, and making this permanently affordable. And in the end, everybody won. So the developer was able to develop, the community was able to preserve this property, and now it will be affordable forever and ever versus for 30 years. Next slide. So we would like to continue to do this and continue to leverage city investment as well as other private dollars to form public-private partnerships that support us in creating permanent affordability. And so in 2023, we have several key acquisitions and opportunities for acquisitions that have presented themselves. There are 83 parcels that we plan to acquire across West Charlotte. We have 53 NOAA units in the West Charlotte area that we are also pursuing. We also are planning to make an investment in our first expansion community outside of the West Side, so in East Charlotte in the Howey Acres community, which is also facing rampant gentrification. And we have one commercial acquisition that is a part of this. And for all of these acquisitions, we expect to need about $16.5 million to acquire those units. For development and construction, we are planning to create 69 new construction units as well, and this is in 2023, and that's major for us because originally our goal was to create 50 permanently affordable units over a 5-year period, and we've done that and blown that goal out of the water, and now here we are with 69 units projected in 1 year. We expect that to cost about $14.1 million, but we plan to leverage a $5 million revolving fund to make those developments happen in phases. And so ultimately for 2023, our total development costs are about $30.6 million, but again, with the $5 million revolving fund, we would need about $21.5 million to make all of this happen. That's all I have for now. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Sharice. And I see here you've got some additional information in the back for the council members that may want to take a look a little bit more in detail about the Nathaniel Carr site. So thank you for that. I'm going to open it up for questions. I will start with two from myself. If we could go back to slide number 10. Thank you. I would just love for you to unpack a little bit more about your experience doing this. Based on going through this, what were some of the key things from a system standpoint that we, the city, could help make sure is there going forward? That's my first question. And then my second question, you mentioned your ask here. Do you intend to make an ask of the city?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. I'll start with that one. We plan to make an ask of the city, and it will be helpful for us to have at least a $5 million investment to realize these goals. And as far as our experience with the project and how the city could be helpful, I just think really ensuring that council members are in alignment with residents. Again, that was critical to us being able to close this deal, and it gave us the leverage we needed to be able to execute our power, the power that we knew that we already had. I think also more flexibility in housing trust fund dollars, which Warren mentioned, could be helpful for us in the future for this type of project and other similar projects. Right now, I believe that housing trust fund dollars must be repaid, so any access to forgivable funds is extremely helpful so that we don't have to pass that on, pass those costs on to our residents. Yeah, and I think also just ensuring that community members are aware of what is happening. Councilmember Watlington has done a great job of ensuring that we're aware of rezoning hearings and such. But there are these types of deals that are happening all the time, and so community members should be aware to be able to exercise their power and exercise their voice. And so if we can continue to ensure that that happens, I think that would be helpful.
Awesome, thank you. Just one follow-up, and then I will pass it over to my Vice Chair. Allison, I don't mean to catch you off guard, but you look like you knew it was coming. As it relates to the rezoning piece, I know we've had a lot of conversation as we talk about the impending UDO and the impact that may have on residents' ability to enter into community benefit agreements, and also how that might impact the substance of those conversations, given that we are looking to move towards more conventional rezonings than we've seen in the past relative to conditional. Can you talk about where in the process residents will still be able to exercise this power?
Sure. So, I mean, I'll start by saying the community area planning process is the number one best place to engage, because that's really where we're setting things in motion at a community level. But one of the changes that we made as part of the UDO is that community meetings are required for all rezoning projects, so including the conventionals, which are not required now, and so they can always get involved in those. But on the by right side of development, that's really where we need to make sure that we've got sort of the zoning set in place and the sort of vision for what you see for your community there corrected through the area planning process.
Thank you. Vice Chair Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both for this really good presentation. Ms. Blackman, I want to follow up. Of course, you say, of course, we're going to ask for money. So if we can fast forward to slide 11, the very next slide, where you have the breakdown. So you put out a number of $5 million. You're thinking that just for the revolving fund?
No, I would want that to go towards acquisitions.
Okay, so with thinking about the opportunity, you're saying total, if this was a dream world, that $5 million would be your ask that out of that 21.5 that's needed?
No, not in a dream world.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to figure out, because I want us to be realistic when we know that we just approved 750 units last week, where we added an additional $24 million towards that project. So I just want to have clarity and expectations. Mr. Wooten, and either one of you could possibly answer this. Mr. Wood, you and I and Ms. Blackman, we've had conversation regarding specific lots off of Columbus Circle in Camp Green. In the 83 parcels across West Charlotte, are the 3 lots that we've been discussing a part of that 83?
They're not, because those will be gifted to us through the city. So we would
Okay,
not-
so that is the conversation that we're having regarding. So where would that be accounted for in the
included.
69?
Yes, no. They're included in the 69 new construction units.
Because that's what I want to make sure that we have clarification on, but those will be for sale, because that's a conversation we've been having back and forth for a couple of years, because we have those opportunities where the city does still own land throughout Charlotte, so it will be helpful that as the conversations move forward, that council is aware of lots that the city may own in neighborhoods, especially neighborhoods that are seeing great transition. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilmember Mayfield, if I may, I just want to underscore that the conveyance of city-owned land would, of course, require city council approval. So that would be brought to you for consideration. Okay.
Councilmember Johnson, we'll work our way down the line.
Thank you. I'm just like overwhelmed. These were great presentations, and thank you for the work that you're doing. So I just want to try to understand from a city perspective. And Sean, we have some developments in the pipeline where we are considering conveying land for multifamily, but there's no, and maybe there is. Are those for affordable housing units?
Yes, those are 4 properties that council in February of 2022 approved staff entering into negotiations around land conveyance. So when the proposals were brought to you, it identified the specific number of units in each proposal, and I think in aggregate it was about 300 units across 4 separate sites. So those discussions and negotiations are ongoing, and when the developers are ready, those will be brought back to council. In certain instances, they may also be seeking some gap funding in conjunction with the city-owned land, so we would bring all that back to you in a package.
So those were affordable housing units?
Yes, we had an RFP, and it was explicitly identified that the proposals had to include affordability requirements.
Okay. My second question is, in some areas, the city has a land bank. There's municipal land banking. And I just wanted to, has there been any research? I know I've probably asked the question before. Can you give us some insight about?
Yeah, I'll defer to Warren or Anna. I think on municipal land banking may be an animal that we can't pursue, but I think if your objective is, can the city of Charlotte do things to strategically procure land in areas, for instance, adjacent to future transit corridors, if that's a generic objective, there are tools that we have to pursue that sort of thing, even if it's not through a quote-unquote municipal land bank. But I will ask Warren to clarify.
Yeah, and I will attempt to channel my inner Anna and answer the way that she would have me. A lot of this conversation is actually connected back to the funding, not what you're allowed to do or not allowed to do. So both on your federal side and with your HTF side, we would shy away from the word land banking, and we would call it strategic acquisitions for affordable housing development, because in most cases, you're going to be acquiring with your HTF or some funding source that is connected back to providing an affordable housing benefit. So it's acquisition with the intent to develop affordable housing at some point in the future, not acquisition with no consideration about what might happen on that land.
So, I don't know if there can be some research. I'm from, all know that I'm from Columbus, Ohio, and they have land banking. Okay, so there's land bank, and nonprofits have ability to purchase land through the land banking. So I'd like to know why we're not doing that. And Anna, you're shaking your head. I don't know if you have an answer, but we are. I'd just like to know more about land banking and what the opportunity is.
Sure. Anna Schloinis with the City Attorney's Office. We are not allowed to do, municipalities aren't allowed to do land banking in North Carolina.
In
but
North Carolina.
Yeah,
Okay,
in North
that's
Carolina.
okay, okay.
And being from Ohio, you had a lot more leeway with a lot of this kind of
Right,
creative stuff than we have in North Carolina. But you can achieve essentially the same goal through what Warren was describing. There's absolutely no prohibition on a municipality acquiring land that it intends to use for affordable housing or some other public purpose down the road. So while it isn't a traditional, term of art land bank, it can accomplish most of the same thing.
Thank you. And then, is there a way that organizations can work with have you worked with the county in acquiring land, perhaps through land that's been foreclosed through taxes, or if we have that, has your organization worked with the county?
We haven't done that to date, but we have begun to explore that option.
Okay. Yeah, that's how the city created a land bank for. I also have a question for Mr. Wooten, if that's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You mentioned on your slide, you mentioned a link where we could look at the map. I have it. Share the link on slide number 5. It's a housing location scoring.
Sure.
Yes. If we can share that on Facebook for anyone that's watching, and also share with us so we have that. That's a great tool. I do remember.
We can provide accounts to council members to log in and to research properties. It is limited to, there's limited access to the tool. It's running with some premium features that we actually pay for per use on the back end of it.
Okay.
So we can absolutely give, we just control those accounts. You have to have an account and a purpose for using it. But we've shared that with colleagues. We've shared that with council members. We can absolutely get you accounts so that you can run some sites against the tool.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And then another question. In the, on slide number 10, looks like there was a survey, and these were survey results. Was this just for the housing tax credit developers, or were these results for all developers?
These are developers that have participated in our program. We were asking specific questions about what their experience was with our program to identify areas for improvement. And so for that reason, this particular survey targeted developers who were working on your tax credit projects.
Okay, not last question, I'm sorry. This is for Sharice. Thank you. Are you all a 501? You're a 501c3, right?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Okay. So I think that, and I know we've spoken in the past, so many times developers will buy existing properties and they're demolishing them to build, the mini mansions or for whatever reason. Would there be something to prohibit us from legally, and I don't know if we needed to orchestrate it, or if we could share the information about the West Side Land Bank for any developer that might be wanting to donate those properties to the land bank I don't know if that would be helpful or.
Yeah, so we started by facilitating house moves because that was the path of least restriction for us. And so we have been successful with that. I think we moved over 6 houses. We are beginning to kind of shy away from that model just because of the cost and opportunity costs associated with it. But we are interested in strategic property donations, whether that be land and or in some instances housing if it's feasible. So you could share our information if you were interested in doing so.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you, Councilmember Malia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's a lot, 2 different places to start. But I first want to say, kudos to some of the ideas that's here. with potential implementation, for me, it gave me, I'm smiling from ear to ear. Especially on slide 14, where we're talking about, what possibility looks like. Layering our housing trust fund opportunities with some of the other, areas of opportunity that we have for the city. I'm ready for that. Childcare, transportation, jobs, and trying to really identify those developers that intend to make an impact. Which also speaks to, I think it was I don't know if that was the NOAA that was in East Charlotte, the Pepper Tree. It was Pepper Tree, right? With the wraparound services. I think that model, it should be on steroids, in my opinion, because when it comes to, creating an opportunity for someone who's in need, they don't just need a place to stay. They need a place to work. They need transportation. And so the ideas that are here, for me, fundamentally, like I said, I think, I would love to know more in what our intentions are and, continue to be a voice in what that looks like for development. And then the allowance for developers to apply for multiple, types. Can someone tell me what that looks like? So would we then give, a higher priority to someone or a developer who would potentially layer versus one who just intended to bring a project that was singular?
And I think big picture, right now we have distinct RFPs for distinct funding sources. So here there's an opportunity to do more of an integrated review, which gives council an opportunity. First it gives staff, and then it gives council an opportunity to compare and contrast the value propositions across a bigger opportunity set. So we think there's value in that, because some of this, it's when you look at anything in isolation, it can look awful shiny, but it's helpful to have more things to compare and contrast. And Warren, feel free to shed any more light on that if you want.
No, I think that was great. We're always interested in maximizing and leveraging your fund and ensuring that the best uses of types of funds go to the best types of projects. It also could be in something inside of your prioritization. Working with the federal funds can be a little bit more difficult and more challenging, and so that might be a future recommendation is giving a developer additional consideration if that developer is willing to accept part of their award in federal funds rather than just straight HTF. So it's that type of work that we want to look at. CDBG is really good for infrastructure development. So if there's a development that's proposing significant infrastructure needs, perhaps looking at CDBG as part of that investment rather than, these ideas, of course, are not fully baked, but those are the types of things that we're talking about where the developer would apply, and then your staff would run through and assess what are the most optimal mixes for your consideration.
I like that a whole lot, actually. So actually slide 14 is my absolute favorite so far. And slide 15, of course, the term team force housing. I think that's, again, something that I think I'll be repeating once I leave here to, the people who I serve to, kind of talk about, the NOAA project that's in our community and get their feedback on this. So like I said, those two are great for me. And then one more thing, I did not know about Howie Acres. Can you give me more information so that I can, go back to the people I serve and talk a little more about that?
Yes, definitely. So we've been in communication with Howie Acres for the last couple of years. The neighbors that are a part of the neighborhood association actually reached out to us because they noticed all the gentrification that was happening, that was coming from the Noda area. And so at that point, we started talking about the community land trust model, how it could be beneficial, how they could remain at the forefront and center of the work there. And so we started discussing what that might look like in their community. So we actually have one of the Howie Acres residents, Ms. Roma, who sits on Ms. Roma Johnson. She is the chair of their neighborhood association, and she will actually be one of our board members in this upcoming year. So we're excited about that, and we will be implementing a strategic acquisition strategy through that's centered with the residents, but then we'll be implementing it. So they'll be identifying parcels that they would like for us to acquire, and then that is what we will be working to strategically acquire within their neighborhood.
Awesome, good job. And honestly, what you're doing on the west side is amazing. And so I'd like to know more. I don't really know about that. This was my first time really knowing about your model, but it's absolutely outstanding. So, and I don't understand where you went with grassroots, but I'd like to know a little bit more about what the grassroots organization process was for that, so that we can get more people from the east side involved.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
In this process, so that they can, be a part of it and put their voices in it. Now, will it just be, so let's say for an example, it'll only be Howie Acres residents that are able to be included in this idea?
So we're planning to expand to be a citywide land trust, and we're currently undergoing a rebranding strategy toward that aim. Because we are working to establish the infrastructure necessary to expand and grow sustainably, we started with an incremental expansion plan. And so we identified Howie Acres because they invited us in, but we've also had conversations with Hidden Valley. We've had conversations with Greer Heights. So we're open to other communities in East Charlotte, but one of our core focuses is that we don't believe in prescribing solutions, and so we don't want to just force ourselves into a community. We come into communities where we're invited to come, and so yes, it is open to other residents, but we have started with Howie Acres residents for that particular community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We are going to, we're going to wrap it up, this conversation with Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I'm glad you pointed out Team Force Housing. One partner or employer that I would suggest if we go down this route, we prioritize pretty quickly is CMS, especially as they look to build new schools with the next bonds, understanding that those bonds have to go to building schools, but as they're wrestling with the growth strategies as well, they're seeing that they are having to move away from those large campus builds to more urban, denser models that is going to potentially have some surplus lands. I'm thinking of for instance, what's at the new West Charlotte School. I don't know what they're going to do. There's a whole lot of land there. I know that they can't use that bond money to build housing. Well, what if we were able to jump in there and partner with them? We know that these are employers with large numbers of employees that are going to be there in perpetuity, right? They're putting their business right in the middle of neighborhoods, and that could be a way that we can have another way we can have potentially permanent affordability. I think that would make a lot of sense moving forward. Wonderful to see the progression over the years. You guys are doing amazing work. I'm glad to find ways to support however we can, and I'm glad that you just said that last piece about finding ways to make this a citywide land trust. That would be my priority. For the reasons that kind of segues into, I wanted to get into slides 12, and you kind of hit it with slide 13 in the original. We wanted, in the first presentation. I'll start with slide 13, just because you took the words out of my mouth. As this housing trust fund matures, you're going to see some of these multifamily buildings turn over. I guess, how do you, I've heard from certain community members, these are large investments that are going to have create windfalls for the owners of these properties. How do we make sure that this money that has the public, the taxpayers of Charlotte, are part of that windfall and can take advantage of that investment, again, in perpetuity? So I'm very interested in exploring those things, those two bullet points that are on slide 13. Let's go back to slide number 12. Thinking about clarifying funding priorities and thinking about something like using a land trust from a citywide point of view to help, for instance, as a partner for land acquisition and using house trust fund dollars. I think we need to start looking at housing trust fund dollars and assets that we have already invested in, because I actually did learn something here that those loans have to be paid back over time, and seeing where we're at in the time period of the housing trust fund. It seems like while it's not around the corner, some of those repayments are going to be coming to maturity relatively soon. So I would ask, how can we kind of tie our funding priorities to a sort of financial planning model, or getting advice from financial planner, especially as we think about changing economic conditions, right? Certain years, certain cycles, for instance, it might be smarter, a better spend for us to spend a large proportion on land acquisition or rehabbing NOAAs versus building new builds, right? Just simply because of the economic conditions, right? For a large portion of the life of the Housing Trust Fund, after the the bubble burst in 2008, you were dealing with, lower costs of credit. So it did make a lot more sense to look at new builds versus today, literally today. We might not know how the medium term, long term is going to outlook, but that's why I say why we get financial planner to kind of help us think about that, right? To give us some advice that better informs. Do we want to give 10% of the housing trust fund over the next 2 years to land acquisition? Because that would be a better proposition than it might be in 5 years, and also within that kind of financial planning model, how do you think of, again, those guardrails? This is, again, something that we just learned this year. While we might not have been able to anticipate the short-term impact of inflation and the raising of the federal funds rate, perhaps we can say, hey, on those new builds, or this type of new build, it's this large. That thing has to be out the ground in a year and a half or something like that. If it goes past the 2 years, 2 to 3 years, it's not going to make economic sense. I don't really think we have that type of feedback when we are making those housing trust fund deliberations. Again, especially as we are using this as a Swiss Army knife. It's not just LIHTC credit, LIHTC projects. It's now NOAAs, now it's land acquisition, now it's for sale. We're going to need a different level, I think, of information as we decide how do we divvy up the pie. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes our discussion. Thank you so much. You're welcome to stay, certainly. We'll be looking forward to your asks, and thank you for sharing this as we go into our summits so that we can certainly think about how this fits into the work. Great job.
Thank you for the work.
Now we will move to our quick ARPA update. Mr. Heath?
Thank you. So this is intended to be a very brief informational update with only one slide. In the last couple of months, especially as it related to the pending Housing Trust Fund projects, we talked a lot about available resources, and there were a lot of references made to ARPA. So we thought it'd be helpful to really quickly outline what's the current status today. If you think about ARPA, 2 tranches of funding were provided to the city. In total, $142 million. Based on conversations with council, there was a decision to allocate it a certain way, and $110 million of that total was focused on external facing community investments. Of that $102 million, $47 million was earmarked for strategic housing related investments. So that's where I pick up here on this slide. And as we've always said before, we don't spend these ARPA dollars until we have conversations with full council. So using the $47 million as the starting point in terms of the ARPA earmark for strategic housing investments, so far you've only made 2 decisions to use that funding. One was Pepper Tree, which we've talked about earlier already, which was the $8 million investment in the naturally occurable affordable housing project approved by council in September. And then at the most recent business meeting, the incremental funding necessary to help close the gaps on those pending projects was an 11.3 impact on ARPA. And then there was, of course, a little bit of funding that was also used on the remaining Housing Trust Fund balance from the 2020 bond. So as of today, as we sit here, the current ARPA available balance is $27.7 million. There are a handful of things that are in the hopper, so to speak, that I wanted to make you aware of. This is an informational update, not looking for any decisions here. These would make their way back to you and/or full council at the appropriate time. First, the development fee reimbursement pilot program that Deputy Director Hefner has briefed committee on a couple of times. We received feedback. There were a number of questions that were raised. We'll need to bring that back at a future committee meeting in the near future. But you may recall for the pilot program, the recommendation included $1.5 million of ARPA. Sarah, moving down to the next item, Sarah Hazel has been working on a potential program with Duke Energy whereby they would be willing to invest $4 million in energy efficiency retrofits for low and medium income households in the city of Charlotte. And in exchange for that, we would agree to do $1 million of rehab work for certain of those households that require rehab work in order to be ready for the energy efficiency retrofits. So that's something that is kind of underworks. I don't think it's been discussed with full council yet, and it would require regulatory approval. So there are a few hoops that would have to be jumped over or through. But just wanted to mention it to you here at a high level today. The next two are things that the housing department is directly involved in, and in both instances, you could think of these as fund transfers. And we're actually excited about the opportunity this would create because it's very consistent with a lot of feedback we've heard from council. So the first one is, it relates to Charlotte Water. And without getting into all the gory details, there's a separate emergency rental assistance stimulus fund that the city of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County were relying on for all of the ramp support for housing and for utility support. Well, when council appropriated funding in August or September of 2021, there was $3.6 million set aside explicitly for Charlotte Water customers. And $1.6 million of that has been used, but we're having a hard time spending the rest because in order for a Charlotte Water customer to receive that funding for an overdue balance, they have to fill out an application, they have to do an attestation of their income. There's some hoops and kind of administrative burdens that they've got to jump through. So what we plan to do, what we'd like to do is say, we want to make Charlotte Water whole. We want to make sure Angela Charles knows that she has access to $2 million because she has customers with deferred payment arrangements and delinquent balances that are in excess of $2 million. So we'd like to tap into ARPA for that. And the beauty with ARPA is, unlike the emergency rental assistance program, we can basically do it all in one fell swoop, just working directly with Charlotte Water. Help out roughly 1,000 Charlotte Water customers with those with those overdue balances. So that was a long wind up to, well, what would we then do with the $2 million of emergency rental assistance, right? Because that would still be left behind. We'd like to have an RCA come back to council and set that aside explicitly to deal with displacement events that occur in the city of Charlotte between now and September of calendar year 2025. We know the city can't solve all of these issues and challenges related to large-scale displacement events, but when there are things that happen like the Sterling community and the Econo Lodge on North Tryon, we know that the city, it's beneficial if we have some capacity to be part of the solution with other partners at the table. So we'd like to have that $2 million available for future and yet known displacement events. On the last item related to the Charlotte Rescue Mission, going back in time about a year ago, City Council approved a $4 million investment, which was funded $2 million from CDBG and $2 million from a stimulus program called the Home ARP program as an American Rescue Plan. And that was for the Charlotte Rescue Mission to expand their rebound program for men on Cedar Street, just up the road from here. So they're doing a rehab and expansion project there. We're running into some regulatory challenges associated with using the Home ARP funds, the $2 million in Home ARP funds for that project. So what we'd like to do is tap into the regular ARP funding to fulfill our commitment to the Charlotte Rescue Mission. And then that begs the question, well, what would we do with the $2 million in ARP funds that are left over? we'd like to set up something that's responsive to feedback we've heard from council around, because the home art funds have to be focused on individuals that are very housing unstable, on the cusp of homelessness. So I use this as an example. We don't have a definitive program in place yet, but there's been a lot of conversation around what about a targeted tenant-based rental assistance program for fill in the blank. Example, domestic violence survivors. So I just use that as an example of something that we could use that funding for that we think would be responsive to the types of feedback we're hearing from council. So even if all of those onesie-twosie items were to happen, the available ARPA balance for strategic housing investments would be about $21 million. And just because we like round numbers, if you take the 21 and you add the 50 million in the most recent housing bond, and you add, there's 4.5 million of PAYGO from previous budget cycles that we still have available to deploy on housing work in corridors, that adds up to $75 million. So there, $75 million of resources to support your strategic housing work over the next year or so. So just wanted to do just a quick kind of preview of where we're at on ARPA in terms of the dollars, and a few things that are in the hopper that we're excited about as well. So I'm certainly happy to answer any questions now or later.
All right, it looks like we got a question from Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this really good presentation and breaking this down. So what I'm thinking about is going down to that housing rehab and energy efficiency collaboration offline, if we can get some more information on that, with being respectful of the time we have left in here, as well as that Charlotte water utility bill conversation. It's a little concerning to see $2 million to about 1,000 people. That's about $2,000 water bills. I don't know who out there has gotten to the point where you have a $2,000 water bill versus, I know we have a number that are at 1,000 or under, and it should not be a hard lift to identify those who are already on a payment plan and work through those. So those numbers will be helpful, opposed to just writing this blanket check to ensure that we get to as many as possible.
We can do a white paper on those two items for you for sure.
And then my last one is, we can, again, offline that Charlotte Rescue Mission, having to understand that the home art funds, that $2 million, for full transparency, I'm not a fan of identifying more funding for subsidies. It would be helpful to know how much do we already have out there in subsidies. The challenge is not the subsidy. The challenge is access to the housing. So we have a number of individuals out there that may have access to a subsidy, but they cannot find the housing to utilize that. So I think we, especially with what was presented earlier, I think we have a way to be much more creative and much more targeted with some of these dollars to address some of those specific housing opportunities that may be coming before us, whether it's through the land trust, through partnership, through what has already been identified through Mr. Wooten's presentation, where we can be a little bit more creative on that than just creating yet another subsidy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All righty, I think we're good to go on this one then, and we will finish this up with our final item, the infrastructure meeting planning. I know that Councilmember Johnson she and Councilmember Bakari are working with Mayor Pro Tem on that, so I will kick it over to her in Councilmember Bakari's absence to talk to us a little bit, and then we'll wrap up our meeting with.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also wanted to say thank you to Sean and the city for the presentation. This was a great presentation, great job, and so I look forward to hearing more. As you stated, our charge for today's committee meeting was to have a discussion to prepare for the infrastructure meeting that we'll be holding on 12/19. The other committees have talked about it during the day, and our task today is to take a look from our perspective, from the perspective of the Housing Committee. What are our critical needs in infrastructure that we should be talking about and preparing to discuss in our 12/19 meeting? So there was that was one of the questions, and we're supposed to identify the biggest infrastructure challenges from each committee's policy specific perspective. Oh, you have the questions. Good. Okay. So that's what we're charged with doing today, and we just kind of want to. Our Mayor Pro Tem is here. If you want to add some things, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And as it was said, I know just about every staff member and every council member has heard this already, but there are people who are watching and listening that tap into this that need to kind of know. I think right now, over these next 15 minutes, I think it's less about the specific kind of infrastructure areas that we need. We really have to, at 6 o'clock, we're going to go into the next room, and we have to kind of synthesize the four conversations that we've had and give staff a direction of how they want this 1219 meeting to run, i.e. who needs to be there and how they need to set this up to meet council's expectations. As Ms. Johnson, Mr. Bakari, and I were talking, we pretty much agree that 1219 is going to represent a kind of a starting line for a deeper policy discussion to really, so we really need to answer the question of which strategies should we explore to answer the community's infrastructure needs. So as you guys take this over, again, for the folks that are watching, we need to really consider, we need to allow our infrastructure investments to catch up with where our growth is today. We need our infrastructure investments to guide where future growth is appropriate. What are the biggest infrastructure challenges from each committee's policy-specific perspective? And what do we define as major components and drivers of infrastructure investment within each committee's policy concentration? What metrics do we use to measure these components and drivers? What very specific policy approaches might we take to address these components, drivers, and investments? Are we able to map and visualize both areas that face infrastructure challenges as well as growth and development trends in order to compare the two? And of course, last but certainly not least, language that will guide staff to bring us back a roadmap for future policy work around these metrics. Staff has a very tight turnaround, but I think, again, if we're able to synthesize this conversation at 6 o'clock, I think we'll be in a good situation. With that, I'll turn it over to the committee.
All right, thank you, sir. As you mentioned, a number of us have had this conversation from various perspectives, so I will just go ahead and open it up to the floor for input as it relates to specific to housing and safety and community. For myself, a couple of things pop out. Housing location policy. I know we were talking about how it relates to the Housing Trust Fund as we think about where we're trying to drive investment, where in terms of not only jobs but the housing. How do we make sure that our housing location policy reflects what we're trying to incentivize in terms of concentrating populations in areas that will decrease the burden on our infrastructure system? I think that ties into not only our Housing Trust Fund dollars, but our rezonings. We know we've talked about our affordability bonuses, and I know we're looking at the increase of usage there. So I think it's definitely worth a question of how can we really leverage and upfit those bonuses to enable affordability in places where we want to drive our population. One thing I'd like to think about as we've been talking is this idea of regionalism. So we talked about the discussion around transit and a regional authority for that. I would love to see us working with our partners and our neighbors around the region and how we can offer, whether it's incentives or whether it's new guidelines that can give guidance to developers with the understanding that what's being developed in surrounding counties has an impact here and vice versa. So whether that is helping other counties develop housing location plans, whether that's synthesizing, to use Mayor Pro Tem's word, those housing locations so we can understand how our transit butts up to their future plans for housing and where they're planning to have their density. Those are things that from a housing standpoint I think would be great to get on the table and start talking about what kinds of policies can support that regional approach during this summit. Does anyone else have anything they wanted to add?
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Renee. I'll piggyback off what Councilmember Watlington said. When you talked about a map and looking at different areas, I think that we need to, the reason I pushed for this meeting, we need to really take a look at the consequences of growth. We have to take a look at our infrastructure, not just from our stormwater and traffic, but even the housing. Where is the affordable housing? Is it being concentrated in certain areas? We need to take a look at our city from a comprehensive approach, and what I said earlier was compare the rezonings with where we know that there are challenges with infrastructure, with stormwater, with sidewalks, with crime, all of that. We as council are making these decisions that are almost siloed, and we need to be able to really take a look. Even our traffic policy, the cumulative traffic count, I've been saying that for 2 years. So specifically from a housing perspective, I think we should take a look at affordable housing. We need to take a look at public safety. Definitely and consider that as well. That's a part of the city's infrastructure. So, and we just need that kind of information. We need measurements. We need status reports. Almost. We need status reports. One of the things I said about water earlier is how many claims are we getting for stormwater damages in the neighborhoods, right? That because of our policies we're not approving, but because of our growth it's affecting. So I really, from a housing perspective and public safety, I'd like to take a look at our understaffing maybe for CMPD and fire. Maybe we should take a look at the retirement, that and how short we will be officers, and are there any policies or incentives or priorities that we need to take a look at to keep up with the growth of our city. We've talked about this. We have a 2040 plan. We're talking about 88 people moving to Charlotte every day. We've got a great plan for the future of Charlotte, but we have to take a look at the impact of the growth now for current residents and begin to prioritize some of these needs. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. We talked, and I agree with a number of your comments. When we think about this infrastructure meeting, and we're looking specifically at housing, safety, and community, what I'm also thinking about, I am adding on to that public transportation conversation and also the policy language. What we're looking at, we missed some opportunities with TOD. We know that there will eventually be additional discussions and or growth utilizing some type of rail system. We have the opportunity now, when we're talking about infrastructure and we're talking about housing, getting the language in place that clarifies and strengthens TOD, because that is what is going to be utilized. We've already had a couple of proposals come before us for TOD off of Wilkerson Boulevard. We don't have the language that protects mixed income housing or diverse price point housing or housing for working class. But we say public transportation, when we look at infrastructure, is important. Here's an opportunity where I think through our housing safety and community, we have a real goal that we can set to identify. And when we're looking at safety, lighting, that is something else we really need to be considering. We have a lot of areas of our city where we're in partnership with Duke Energy, but we have a lot of lights out along the highways, along Brookshire 277, and in neighborhoods. Sometimes in the neighborhoods, we're telling them that's the HOA responsibility. We got to figure out where exactly does our lane fit in that, but that's all part of safety, having good lighting through neighborhoods and communities as well. So I would just add those pieces along with my colleagues and what they've identified. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does anyone else have anything? Woohoo! All righty. Well, look at us. We finished early.
Well, I would just ask you guys to consider, so some of the things that have come up earlier, again, just logistically about this meeting. Do we want this to be a facilitated meeting between council members and staff? That meeting, do we want to invite, for instance, community partners from specific areas? So I would think of, from this committee standpoint, community leaders and or neighborhood organizations. Do we want them represented? Do we just want to invite them into the room, or do we want them to be part of the discussion? Some of those logistics things, we're going to have to give staff some guidance or agree or disagree. We're going to have to agree to something as a whole council here in a few minutes. So maybe you don't talk about it right now, but I would definitely appreciate that type of feedback in the next hour.
Thank you. We appreciate your participation, and we will wrap this up here. We will see you all very, very soon. Thanks so much.